Indiana SRN wants to put more kids on TV. And honestly, that's exactly what these kids deserve. They stream more than 350 high school and college games every year, giving Indiana athletes the spotlight they've earned. All games are free to watch with on-demand on their YouTube channel. The cost is amazingly affordable, which means more kids get their moment to shine. Indiana SRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Hey Indiana, let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Lexington, Kentucky for day number 3 of the HCAC Outdoor Conference Track and Field Championships for 2026. I'm Jason Shansel, with me Tim Yunt, and also down on the field Prescott Brackett. So we are excited to bring you Championship Saturday, Tim. What do you think?
Yeah, super excited to be back here for day 2. It's finals day, and we are going to get some real exciting races today and also some real exciting field events with what we've got going on today. And we've already had some stuff happen early this morning that was super exciting that we get to talk about.
So we're going to take a moment before we learn that information to thank our sponsors, Reynolds Farm Equipment, the Boilermakers Local 374, Bertner Electric, Wheeler Missions, Morales Group Staffing, We Are Liuna, LifeWise Academy, Indiana SRN Sports Page. And very thankful for those sponsors. Again, I'm Jason Shansel, with me Tim Yunt, former Rose-Hulman fighting engineer and conference champion, future Hall of Famer in our opinion. Tim, how's everything going today?
Yeah, today is great. It's a great day out. A little bit overcast, but that's okay. The wind doesn't seem like it's as bad out there, and potentially not even a headwind there. Maybe the wind will actually help them out a little bit today. And so that means we're going to see some potentially blazing fast times out on the track.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the flags for a moment, they were literally just hanging down. Maybe there's a little bit of wind every so often, so hopefully our starters will pay attention to that, so these folks that are running into the wind or with the wind, they'll start them during one of those dead times so we can get those great times. And I mean, yesterday we talked about Michael Redd in the 200 running a 21:77 into a headwind. My goodness.
Yeah, Kenny was super strong in that too. It was really awesome to watch, and I can only imagine that he's going to drop an insane time later today.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Kenny. I got you confused with former Milwaukee Buck Michael Redd and Wisconsin Badger Michael Redd. So maybe Uncle Michael for Kenneth, but both great athletes. So we're excited to see today's events. Just a few things going down. Day 3 track events. So today should have a lot of.
Yeah, we
really
have finals.
things, yeah.
We have finals in every single event.
Pretty much.
Also 4x1s and 4x4s today, and we're going to be starting off with the 4x1. We had some field events happen already today and this morning, though, that we should definitely talk about and update you guys on how those went this morning.
Yeah, and you know, as you see on your screen, if you'd like to get an idea of what it's like to wait for your event, being a track athlete, you're sitting in the tent with your fellow competitors, your teammates, and just kind of waiting for your time. You'll see some folks on their computers, maybe doing some homework or such. It's a interesting life that I know you've lived. I know Prescott has lived. I had a taste of it for a second, so it's just an interesting way of life, and these guys thrive at it.
Yeah, I never did homework at meets. That wasn't a me thing. I was always just trying to be at the meet and be, 100% in
Present.
with what we were doing and what everyone on the team was doing. But to each their own, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and you also see these folks using the space as best as they possibly can. So let's transition. We stood over there and watched for, I don't know, about a half hour worth of the men's javelin. Super exciting event thus far.
Yeah, and we should definitely talk about the women's javelin that happened earlier.
Okay, let's go there first.
Before we got there. So women's javelin ended early this morning, and the top 8 ended up being Sierra Snowden from Rose-Hulman with a 26.03, Peyton Bundy from Anderson with a 27.03, Olivia Paul from Manchester with a 29.59, Sophie Kursich from Earlham with a 29.89, Maddie Reese from Manchester with a 31.17, Berkeley Shelton from Earlham 33.80, Megan Court from Rose-Hulman with 34.33, and your conference champion, who is also a national qualifier in this event, Madeline Hundle from Mount St. Joseph with a 36.64, who was your conference champion this morning.
Yeah, that for Madeline Hudnall, her season best of 36.64 puts her in the top 100 of D3. Not going to be good enough for a national qualifying berth, but still a very good throw. 120 feet, 2 inches for the Mount St. Joseph's senior.
Yeah, and have to imagine that she goes full out later after this conference meet to try to make that national meet. And she's done it before, so no reason to think she can't do it again.
Yeah, very, very impressive Mount St. Joseph's Madeline Hudnall. So lots of things. We're hearing some cheers down on the track. We'll see if we can figure out what's going on maybe over here in the javelin.
Yep, with the men's jav.
Leighton Flam of Mount St. Joseph's possibly there. So they are definitely in the finals currently in that men's javelin.
Yeah, that looks like it was potentially Dylan Hammonds throwing his way into the top 4 on that last attempt.
48.38 for Hammonds of Mount St. Joseph's, a personal best. Actually, it was Leighton Flam of Mount St. Joseph, 51.7. So vaulting him into 4th, overtaking that spot from Dylan Hammonds. So a big throw for Flam of Mount St. Joe's. He's a senior. 169.7. That's out there, Tim.
Yeah, and we've got some great throwers in this field today with, Flam as well as his teammate Dylan Hammonds. Shane Hagan from Manchester, who is throwing right now.
And you can hear the roars.
They are loving it over there from him. He's had a great day today. PB from him with a 52.17.
Gee whiz. Yeah, that is a huge throw.
Yep. But right now, the class of the field is Bluffton's Cohen North and also Franklin's Joe Johnson, who are sitting at 57.94 or 54.94 and 57.24. But Shane Hagan with another PB just now, throwing 53.17.
Goodness. So just back and forth, personal best, which is kind of what you want at this point in the season. You want guys at the, as top of their form as they can. I know, we kind of talked about yesterday, some of these folks, I believe Gavin Byerly of Manchester was kind of the first to bring that up.
Attention to all of our spectators watching the javelin throw.
Yes, you want to perform at your highest effort, here in this meet, but ultimately, if this isn't kind of the end of your road for the year, you need to look forward. You've still got a month to go before D3 Nationals.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see a fair amount of athletes from our conference at that meet.
Yeah, I think so as well.
We have tons of high quality athletes here.
Yes.
And
Cohen North on his fifth throw, 52-82 in that javelin for the junior from Bluffton. Man, he just stands out. He's a specimen. He looks like he's about 6'7".
And he's been in this conference for a while, and he's only a junior. It feels like he's been in this conference for about 5 years dominating.
We just saw the leader, Joe Johnson, take his fifth throw. He fouled that. So it looks like Joe Johnson is just trying to, he's got money in the bank right now with the furthest throw by over, 2 meters or so.
Athletes for the 4x1.
I feel like he's maybe going all out here.
Yep.
So the start of your exchange zones will be a small triangle. The rest of you can head to your direction.
So one more round of throws here for the finals.
Yep, and let's recap the other event that has finished up before we got on the air. Just before we started, the women's triple jump ended, and I think we had a little bit of a surprise here with our winner, in fact. Narundwa Semakula ends up triple jumping this weekend and winning and beating out the rest of the field with a 10.64 on her final attempt to win the meet.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about her. She's easily probably the most decorated athlete today in the HCAC conference. So what that would make, because she won another event yesterday, correct?
She was the top seed in the 100 prelims.
Okay. So with her win in the triple jump today, that puts her in 13 conference championships to her credit.
Yep.
I mean, that's remarkable.
Absolutely insane. Other scores in that event were Mount St. Joseph's London Fraser, Rose Holman's Allie Smith, Ainsley Coffey, and Abigail Drum, all from Rose Holman in 7th through 5th. In 4th was Manchester's Samantha Stetzel. She won the high jump indoors, and we'll be seeing her in the high jump later today as well. Another high jumper as well, Audrey Edwards from Rose Holman, getting 3rd. Ariana Cooper from Berea, a great standout in this event. I believe she won this event last year at this outdoor meet. And then, again, your champion for the conference was Narundwa Semakula with a 10.64.
Well, and we keep talking about on the women's side that duel between Manchester and Rose Holman. Massive haul of points here for the Fighting Engineers of Rose Holman Institute of Technology. They're going to take 7th, 6th, 5th, 3rd, and 1st. Manchester only going to get a 4th place finish in that women's triple jump. That's remarkable.
Yeah, any event where you can score 5 people is going to give you an advantage.
Yeah. So, and unfortunately, we haven't got that officially scored yet on the team scores, but I could imagine Rose Holman, who already on the women's side in the lead, 197 to 157.5 over Manchester. I mean, that's going to bump them well over 200 points.
Yeah, potentially. And what I'm thinking for what's got to be going through Manchester's heads right now is you got to look at that shot put event where they have a great army of throwers and probably the best collection of throwing talent in the conference.
Yeah.
That has to be a big event for them in order to get maybe offset what happened this morning.
Yeah. And hey, and my mistake, Tim, actually, I was looking at the men's score. So right now as it stands, and triple jump is included in that. So even with all those points, Rose Holman's still 3 points behind Manchester. Obviously, their point total projection is higher than Manchester, so they've got more potential to score down the road here. But Manchester still hanging on to that lead, 75 to 72. Mount St. Joseph's there at 32. Earlham at 27. So the women's side is tied at the top. So still a big dogfight between Manchester and Rose Holman.
Yeah, it's going to be a dogfight, definitely. It's going to come down to the 4x4, I think. And it's happened the last couple of conference meets for the women, and I honestly wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, and Tim, just our eyes on the track here. It looks like we're just a few moments away here from starting the 4x1. So the teams in this 4x100, they're going to be 2 heats. So in lane 3, the team from Bluffton, lane 4, Earlham, lane 5, Rose-Hulman, and lane 6, Anderson. So an interesting situation there, as Rose-Hulman is in one heat and Manchester in another.
Yeah, and this one, I believe somebody from this heat, at least one, is going to score.
Yeah.
In this.
Yeah. So, and a little more information. Bluffton's team comprised of Diaz, Mills, Reese, and Green. Earlham, the team of Griffin, Walker, McDonald, Smith, and Whitaker. Rose-Hulman, the team of Taylor, Hightower, Chin, and Morrell. Anderson's team of Davis, Dunson, Eldridge, and Seco. So those are your individuals that are going to be competing in this 4x1.
Yeah, and with the 4x1, the handoffs are everything.
Couldn't agree more.
It's honestly more important than the out-and-out speed that you might have on your team. A clean handoff is always going to beat out somebody who might be maybe a tenth or two faster.
Yeah. Well, and I think the other interesting thing about the 4x1 is I've seen this quite a bit this year between the high school, the college, and the pro ranks. In 4x1, you can vault yourself into the lead with a great handoff. I've seen guys go from 4th to 1st just from a very good handoff on one of the exchanges.
Yep, and we're going to see we have 9 teams competing in this, so only one of them will not score. So as long as you get it around and you are not last, you are scoring points in this
you're
event.
Guaranteed at least one point. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as they come in. Rose-Hulman in this heat number 1, 44.51. Anderson 44.96. Earlham, the fastest of this first heat, 43.97. Bluffton coming in at 48.18. Those are their seed times. So we will see how these groups shake out. I don't know if there are any subtractions or additions to the groups of 4 here, but we're gonna run with what we got and see what they can do.
Yep, these are gonna be your best 4, and I'm really excited to see kind of what we get with this one. The 4x1's always a great way to start off day 2.
Yeah, and just to kind of foreshadowing, heat number 2 is technically considered the fast heat here. So whoever wins this might get probably in the 6th, 7th, range.
But
so,
we will see. We've seen people score incredibly highly from this heat before. So
yeah, you never know. Again, like you said, somebody could drop a baton or commit some sort of a foul and they get disqualified, and then that whole field bumps up.
So getting in the blocks, and here we go.
And there is the gun. Bluffton in that purple on the inside. Earlham in the middle. And Earlham in the mostly black there. In the maroon and black, Rose-Hulman. In the orange and gray on the outside is Anderson. So pretty good exchanges.
Earlham trying to make up the stagger here on Anderson.
And looks like they have done just that, Prescott.
Earlham with the lead down the backstretch. Anderson and Rose-Hulman chasing. Rose-Hulman gaining on both of them.
Yeah, here come the Fighting Engineers.
At
On the
line, and back
outside.
to pace more from Rose-Hulman, making up a solid 5-6 meter lead on Earlham there.
Yeah, that was a beautiful finish by the Fighting Engineers. 44.08 for Earlham, 44.17 for Rose-Hulman, 44.86 for Anderson, and Bluffton 45.12.
I'll tell you, Pace Morrill has quietly been having a fantastic weekend here. Yesterday he made both the 100 and the 200 meter final and was not expected to. And after that run there, I think he's in very good form going into these sprint finals.
Yeah, I agree completely. I've said his name quite a bit already yesterday. Today, looking like a hero here for the Fighting Engineers.
Yeah, and I think that we have potentially some quality in that heat right there that will make it interesting for how this second heat goes. If these guys in this second heat are not on top of it, more than one of those teams from the first heat will beat them.
Yeah, I think so. I think they ran really well here. So let's meet the folks that are in heat number 2. In lane number 2, the team from Transylvania, Hillbush, Morris, and Jackson. Lane 3 from Franklin, Baker, Gomes, Page, and Wilkins. Wilkins, the speedster of that group. Hanover. In lane 4, Adair, Ison, Dugan, Bensuda. Ison Bensuda had good days yesterday in the sprints. Mount St. Joseph in lane 5, the team of Range, Eversmith, Thomas, and Yoon. We've spoken of the exploits of Yoon. He can go.
Yeah, and the rest of that team, too, is just all speed.
And lane 6, finally, the team from Manchester, Campbell, Oliver, Williams, and the aforementioned Kenneth Red, who was flying yesterday. 42-41 their seed time.
And I think they're the team that might have the most potential of this group.
Yeah.
They've, like, Hanover's got the fastest seed time, but I would not count out Manchester to just straight up steal this one.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute dogfight, in my opinion, between Hanover, Mount St. Joe's, Manchester. Those are great. Franklin's been 42-58, Transylvania 43-73. So, again, we talked every team has a better seed time than that first heat, but, man, it's going to be cutthroat here.
I'd say that by pure athletes on the team, I would give the edge to Manchester in this one between Kenneth Red and Gentry Oliver is not to be forgotten. He also runs a 10-8 in the 100.
Yes. I agree with that.
But Braden Wilkins came out yesterday in very top form, also running a 21-second 200-meter dash, so we'll never know.
Yeah, I just think this one's going to be super close between those top 4 teams, Franklin, Hanover, Mount St. Joe, and Manchester. It's really hard to parse through them, and I think this is going to be a photo finish at the line between potentially all 4 teams.
Yeah, it'll definitely be from start to finish. It's going to be about as exciting as it gets.
Right there. Hold it right there.
So they are in their blocks, getting ready for the set call. The gun is up here in the 4x100 heat number 2. And there we go, a good clean start as they get out of the blocks.
Athletes and coaches.
The Transylvania athlete stuttered in the block a second. That might affect him on this first stretch here.
Yeah, that did look a little wonky as he came up out
of and Manchester unable to get the baton in that first exchange.
Oh my goodness, that's huge for Manchester.
And it is now
Hanover into a solid lead coming around the turn, making up the stagger on Mount St. Joseph on their outside. On to Brendan Bensuda, the best 100-meter time in the field right now, cruising down backstretch.
Yeah, Bensuda the leader, but here comes Diego
Mount St. Joseph on the outside, but it's going to be Hanover taking section number 2.
And Wilkins of Franklin going to be coming up for third here.
Yeah, we're going to have to check the time. And Hanover.
Unofficially, Hanover in at 41:61.
Breaking the conference record, I believe.
Let's look here, 49:20.
That is women.
That is women. Just kidding. 41:64.
That's a new conference record for Hanover.
Conclusion of men's 4x100 meter relays.
Well, and even if Manchester did get the baton off, do you think they would be running that? I don't know. That would have been remarkable to see a big what-if moment.
Starting at 12:50. And this is the first call.
Yep, but witnessing history right at the jump.
And even Mount St. Joe's at 41:82. Franklin going 42:36, Transy 43:40.
In the men's javelin throw to report to the podium.
That's
impressive. That as we continue to run finals today, that the
from
top
Hanover.
3
Their exchanges were impeccable.
make their way to the podium following the conclusion of the race.
Very aggressive as well. Once they got the baton, took off in a hurry. All of those guys. Tip of the cap to them. Over at Hanover, a big win. Also kind of an inadvertent win for Rose Holman as Manchester getting shut out of that, knowing they'd be guaranteed some points at least. So big turn of events.
Yeah, and that one was big for Hanover in their fight for that third place spot over on the men's side. They are fighting with Anderson and Franklin for sure in that one. And that's going to be a real close fight for third between those 3 teams. Anderson had a great day yesterday. Everything seemed to fall right for them. And they have some opportunity to score some big points in a few events later today as well. And I am really excited to see how that battle for third place between those three teams finishes out.
Well, and the men were very exciting. Let's see how exciting the ladies will be. You're going to see some premier sprinters in this event. Heat number 1 from Anderson, the team of McGriff, Custer, Ripberger, who had a good day yesterday, and Korn. They are in lane 3. The team from Transylvania, the host, Williams, Pinckney, Tan, and Maynard in lane 4. And the team from Hanover in lane 5, Barton, Smith, Greenwell, and Lakins. Coming in, there is not a seed time for Anderson. Transy's been under 52 seconds at 51.81 and 55.21 for Hanover.
Yeah, and Transy's team, 51.81, they're really close to those teams in that second heat with, say, Earlham and Franklin running 51.67, 51.55, 51.50. So even though they're in this second heat, they are going to be running fast and will definitely factor into the major team scoring in this event.
I think so.
We have white flags all around, and I believe they're getting ready to get in their box.
All righty. The main man, Larry Cole, running the show out there in the middle of the turf. The former Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology head track coach. He's retired, but I feel like he works more now than he did when he coached. So Larry Cole, we're thankful for him here running a great meet.
They're getting set in their blocks currently.
Saw you recording. I was like, I don't want to.
And we are set. And they are out. A good start here in the women's 4x100 relay.
With the
number
conclusion
1.
of the men's
Looks like
javelin,
up top,
we now have
Hanover
first call for the
and
women's
Transylvania
shot
in the
put.
middle, kind of out in
First
front a
call,
little
women's
bit.
shot
Anderson
put.
on the inside in that orange.
Again, last
Transy in the white and maroon, Hanover on the outside in the
Transy
blue.
running away with this heat already.
Yeah, this leg, Pinckney.
That was a great leg by Pinckney right there.
Yeah, she exploded and gives Transy a huge lead. Now they have spread it out probably about 10 to 12 meters there on the short chute between third and fourth turns. And here comes Maynard of Transylvania down the home stretch. She's moving as well. See if they can break that 50-second mark. They're going to be
taking section
just
number 1
out of that time.
Out of that number 4 lane.
Seems like running 51.28,
section number 1,
which will be good enough to score, I think, fairly highly in this event. And they will be displacing some teams in this next heat, which is real impressive considering they were basically running by themselves for 3/4 of that race.
Yeah, that second leg, though, was very, very impressive by Pinckney of Transylvania. She just like shot out of a gun.
Yeah, we needed transient sprint talent. I think they just hadn't put together a very solid 4x1 coming into this, and they seem to have fixed that issue today.
Well, and I can recall when I did this meet 2 years ago up in Manchester, they were loaded with sprint talent. Transylvania had a very, very good 4x1, indoors a 4x2. So very impressive by Transylvania, kind of reloading with sprinters.
Yeah, and they have incredible 400-meter talent as well, probably some of the best collection of 400-meter distance runners in the conference. And so their 4x4 team, at the end of the day, is going to be even better than what we just saw from their 4x1.
All right, well, let's set up this heat number 2, Tim and Prescott. Here are the participants in that. In lane 2, the team from Earlham, Harrington, Herbert, Kurish, and Sloan. In lane 3, Mount St. Joseph. That is Riddle, Williams, Pinger, and Forte. In lane 4, the team from Rose-Hulman. They are the only team to run under 50. In fact, 48.64 their seed time. That is the team of Johns, Talbert, Hernandez, who had an unbelievable day yesterday, and Adams. They are loaded at sprint in the 100 meters.
Next up on the track is the
fifth lane, team from Manchester, Josa, Minnick, Blakely, and Truelove. They are also very capable, 50.31. A good sprint crew there. And in lane 6 from Franklin, I believe it looks like Tincher is on that list. It doesn't sound like she's actually here to run, but she's listed. So there'll be a fill-in for Grace Tincher, Kellerman, Mink, and Bird.
We have all white flags, so it is time for them to get underway.
Yeah, it looks like Franklin might be a scratch here in the 4x1. So there will be no Franklin Grizzlies. So, again, that bodes well for Transylvania. Just pops them up one more spot in the standings. So Franklin going to withdraw from the women's 4x100, so they will not start.
Yeah, but I'm just really looking at the clock for this women's Rose-Hulman team.
Yes. Yeah. Emma Johns of Rose-Hulman going to get the baton to start. She'll be handing it off to Rose Talbert, who is a phenom. And you see Manchester holding their own on the outside here. It's going to be very, very close once they come around turn number 4. Here comes Hernandez for Rose-Hulman.
Rose-Hulman with a slightly unique exchange.
As we head through the final turn, close race here between Manchester and Rose-Hulman shaping up here in section number 2.
And here we go.
Clean exchanges, and it's
And it is a dog fight down the final stretch.
Alex Adams starts to pull out.
Close race. And it's going to
Alex
be
Adams clinches the win for Rose-Hulman.
Second section of the women's 4x100 relay.
Well, if the men was
48-39.
Good gracious. If the men was exciting, that was just as exciting. Rose-Hulman in the 4x1, a new conference record. And yeah, as well as
Ladies and gentlemen,
Manchester.
this will be the third and final call for the men's 1500
Alex Adams
meter run
anchoring
finals
that
beginning
leg.
at
She did not
12:50.
have it in hand
The
when she
second call
started.
for the women's 1500 meter
But shout
run
out to
finals
Alex
beginning at
Adams.
1 p.m.
She is now
And
on
the first call for the men's
3
110 meter hurdle
different
finals at
conference
1:15.
top 10s. The top 3 times in conference history
Ladies and
are
gentlemen, while
all
we have
a
a moment, we'll
team that
direct
she
your
was
attention
on.
down to the podium
Yeah,
as we
I
have
think
the
we
final
were talking
results
about
of the
that
men's
over
javelin.
watching the javelin.
Finishing in 8th place
So
today
that would
was
be what,
Maddox
the
Marks
8th
of
relay
Transylvania.
championship of her
In
career.
7th place,
I
for
believe,
Rose-Hulman,
yeah.
Ryan Tequila.
Golly.
In 6th place,
I believe the song says, all I do is
in
win,
5th
win,
place, from
win.
Mount St. Joseph, Dylan Hammonds.
That's about Alex
In
Adams.
4th
Yep,
place, from Mount St.
and
Joseph,
that
Blake
Transy
Redline.
team with that
And your top 3
51-28
finishers. In
ended up
3rd
in
place,
4th
from Manchester
place.
with a throw of
That's impressive.
53.17 meters.
Insanely
Shane
impressive
Hagan.
from this one as we look down there at the men's
Finishing in
javelin
2nd place with a
results.
throw of 56.12 meters from Bluffton, Cohen North.
So they are handing those out. We'll run through the top 8 there. Maddox Marks
And your
of Transient
2026
8 for this
HCAC
men's
champion with a
javelin.
new HCAC
Ryan
meet record of
DeQuila
61.18
Rose-Hulman.
meters. Joe
In 7th.
Johnson.
In 6th, Connor Smith of Erlin. In 5th, Dylan Hammonds of Mount St. Joe's. Leighton Flam, a personal best. Also, lots of personal bests here.
Yeah.
Ryan D. Aquila of Rose-Hulman, a season best. Connor Smith of Erlin, a personal best in 6th. Dylan Hammonds, a personal best in 5th. Leighton Flam of Mount St. Joe's, a personal best in 4th. Shane Hagan of Manchester, a personal best in 3rd at 53 meters 17. That is over 174 feet. Cohen North, the specimen prototype of Bluffton, 56.12. So that's 184.1 for him. He's a junior, so he'll be back. And your winner, a freshman, personal best. He is sitting at number 16 now in D3 with that throw. 61.
As we set for the men's 1500 meter run, we've got 30 competitors
feet,
across
8
2 sections. This will be a time
Joe
final.
Johnson,
The
freshman from
HCAC
Franklin.
meet record is from 2011.
A new HCAC
Belongs to
meet
Derek
record.
Bischoff,
That's impressive.
and he ran
Absolutely
3:56.78.
What a
We'll meet the
throw
fields
from
as
this
we get
man.
underway here
Yeah,
in
that's
a few
just
moments.
unbelievable. And, you know, the cool part was we watched it with our own eyes. So that those things are always cool to me. Love, love, love that. So we are just moments away from the start of the men's 1,500-meter run.
I have with us here on the field Joe Johnson, the winner of the men's javelin, here for his post-win interview. Now, John, coming into this meet and coming into this season, really,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Cohen
we are
North was
ready
a
for
heavy
third and
favorite in the
final
men's
call
javelin.
for
How
the
did you
shot
deal with
put.
having that big of a
Third
favorite to
call will be
overcome?
shot put.
Honestly, like I tell everybody when I come out here, I'm just out here to have fun, give all the glory to God, right, and try to throw as far as I can. I had no idea that jab would be flying as far as it did, you know, but really, it's just all glory to God for sure.
You did an excellent job, and as I understand it, javelin is a very elbow and injury-intense kind of event. Is there anything that you do to keep yourself in shape, or do you just naturally have that kind of elbow that doesn't deteriorate on you?
Not gonna lie, right now my elbow hurts pretty good, but I've been trying to get in the gym, you know, work on my elbow, shoulder, and then obviously just shout out all the trainers at Franklin College. You go see them.
And lastly, do you have any hopes or ideas of nationals coming up? Your throw is pretty good. I think if you keep working at it, you might have a shot. Is that anywhere in your mind right now?
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know where I stand. I'll probably go to another meet next week and try to get that even further, you know?
Awesome. Well, rest up, ice your elbow, and we hope to see you on the national stage here in a few weeks.
So that is Joe Johnson, the freshman of the Franklin Grizzlies.
Yep, and he is sitting at 16th in the country currently.
Man.
So right now he's in the national meet. He might have to go a little bit farther to make that, but right now he's sitting in there. And I'll tell you what, I made the national meet in triple jump from this meet, and I was sitting in 17th at the end of the weekend when that had happened. So
yeah. Well,
as far as I'm concerned, he's in pretty good shape.
You said yesterday nothing's set in stone, but what did you say about you get around that 15 to 17 mark, you're almost,
you should
almost
be all
guaranteed.
right.
Yeah. So if he was an unknown coming into today, he sure is known now. So Joe Johnson of the Franklin Grizzlies, a big day. I love his relaxed nature, his nonchalant attitude.
Yeah.
He's wearing his Franklin gear, but he's got his, his trusty hat backwards out there. He threw with his hat, and just super relaxed, super chill. Obviously that pays off for him.
Yep, and we are right about to start the first heat of the men's 1,500-meter dash. And it is a dash, guys. This one is going to be fast.
Yeah, anymore, I think you're spot on. So let's meet the gentlemen here in heat number 1. And these are their hip numbers. So when they run around, you'll see this number on their chest and on their hip. Number 1, Anthony Goff of Earlham. Kai Sheely of Franklin, number 2. Nate Rogers of Transy, number 3. Desire Itwataho of Berea, number 4. Justin Scott of Manchester, 5. Corwin Barrows of Hanover, number 6. Hayden Veach of Transy, number 7. Mitch Reveal of Mount St. Joe's, 8. Levi Call of Earlham, 9. Max Cobb of Anderson, 10. George Thacker of Transy, 11. Levi Ferguson Oles of Berea, 12. Fabian Bagarich of Earlham, 10. David Lane of Anderson, 14. And Ian Taylor, Berea, 50.
And off they go.
Should we add Fabian Bagarich of Earlham to the all-name team?
Definitely.
That's up there for sure.
Yeah, definitely on the all-name list.
Runners, and those include Anthony Goff of Earlham, Kai Shelley of Franklin, Nate Rogers of Transylvania.
Keep in mind we have 2 heats of this event, so whatever they run here, we'll be competing against the heat later, so don't take these times at face value.
Hayden Veach of Transylvania, Mitch Reveal of Mount St. Joseph, Levi Call of Earlham, Max Cobb of Anderson.
So
George
off
Thacker
to a
of
nice steady start.
Eli
That is Anthony Goff of Earlham. It looked like out front. It looked like a big one, number 1 on his chest. Was that not correct?
Yes, I believe that is him taking it out strong and stretching the field out a little bit early.
Kai Sheely of Franklin behind him. So the numbers are in order, 1 and 2 in 1 and 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll direct your attention down to the podium as we have another result from the field.
They ran their first three-quarter lap at 50.12 and 50.36 for Kai Sheely.
Place today was Rose Holman's Ethan Parsons.
Yep, and we're gonna this heat is gonna get spread out really quick because we do have some folks who are gonna be trying to potentially get into those scoring spots. And we're going to see what they can do. And right now, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, very smooth, very relaxed. It may not look it on your television screen, but they are moving.
86 meters. Matthew Armstrong. In second place, from Rose Holman with a clearance of 1.89 meters, Benjamin Olenek.
And it looks like right now on the infield we are handing out awards for the men's high jump. Your top, we'll go through those finishers on that podium. You'll see them as the leaders of the 1,500 come by. There they are. And your 8th place finisher, Ethan Parsons of Rose Holman, a season best for him. Joe Jansen, also of Rose Holman, in 7th. Chris Barrow, Mount St. Joe's, finishing 6th. James Connis of Rose Holman finishing 5th. Anthony Lloyd of Hanover, we've spoken about him yesterday, in 4th. Matthew Armstrong there in 3rd. Benjamin Olenek of Rose Holman finishing 2nd. And your winner, a jump of 1.92 meters. That's 6 feet 3.5 inches. Again, the man, the myth, the legend, Kenneth Redd of Manchester, winning the men's high jump.
Yeah, he's having a heck of a weekend.
Yes.
Just dominated in the long jump yesterday, had a great 200, and now is also winning the high jump. And the high jump was one of these events for the men that was super wide open this year, and we never had any idea who was going to take it. We've had different event champions just about every single season, indoor and outdoor, for the past 4 or 5 conference championship meets. And so it's always great to see how this one played out. And Kenny took the day on this one.
Yeah, and he is just a fun guy to watch compete.
Yeah, and a fun guy to talk to. I think we have Prescott Brackett with him right now.
Nice.
I have Kenny here with me, Kenneth Redd, winner of the long jump, winner of the high jump, has the best 200 time in the field right now. He had himself a heck of a day yesterday, heck of a day today. So I guess my first question is, how are you balancing doing all of this? It's a lot of events.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of gotten used to it. I've done it for the last 3 years, so just over time it gets easier.
Second of all, this weekend has been far and away better than the rest of your season so far. Not the rest of your season was bad, but you are on another level this weekend. Do you attribute that to your training? Do you attribute that to a good peak week, or are you just out here having a heck of a weekend?
Honestly, I contribute most of that to my team. The energy they bring me is phenomenal and helps me be at my best. I wouldn't be who I am without them. So
that's great to hear. So, I mean, you had that nationals mark in the long jump right now. You just won a very inconsistent event in the high jump. You got the 200 later, so I'll let you rest up. I'll let you go figure that out, and hopefully you'll come talk to me again after that one and that too.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
See you around.
All right, the legend Kenneth Redd, the great Kenneth Redd. We're very impressed with what he's done this weekend.
Yep.
So
as we come around to the final 100 meters of this 1500.
Looks like Anthony Goff of Earlham going to be out in front. Kai Sheely of Franklin. Then there's a battle for third and fourth. Justin Scott and Nate Rogers. Scott of Manchester getting the nod. And Rogers of Transy will finish fourth. Goff's final time for Earlham, 4 minutes, 19.99 seconds. Kai Sheely of Franklin, 4:23.15. Justin Scott of Manchester, 4:25.70. And correct me if I'm wrong, this is 2 heats. Top 8 get points.
Yes,
so this
yes,
is a finals event, even though it is separated by 2 heats.
Yep, and those top 3 guys all setting seasons or personal bests, so great job from them showing out when their best was needed.
Yeah, these championship meets are always great because most of these guys will leave it all out on the field.
Yep, and right now we are looking at the women's pole vault competition that is still going, and right now we still have, I think, 8 competitors in this one.
Yeah, it looks like they are at the height of 2 meters 93 right now. That is 9 feet 7 1/4. And you just saw Josie Rigdon of Mount St. Joe's look like she is going to miss on her 3rd attempt. So she is going to be out of the competition. Unfortunately for her. However, she has cleared a personal best today of 2.78 or 9 feet 1 1/2.
Yep, and as we look at this men's 1500 field for this second heat, we've got some real dogs in this one.
Yes. As you also see the HCAC outdoor record set in 2019 by Franklin's Clayton Brumfield, 350.76. And I would say there's a couple guys that are capable of getting that. Gavin Byerly and Wyatt Starkey of Rose-Hulman. Those are hip numbers 1 and 2. Hip number 3, Will Boschen of Rose-Hulman. 4, Zayden Jensen of Rose-Hulman. Connor Watson of Hanover is 5. John Behrens of Anderson is 6. Chase Collins of Rose-Hulman is 7. Morgan Stratton of Rose-Hulman 8. Nathan Furnish of Franklin 9th. Will Coggins of Manchester 10. David Lacey of Manchester 11. Jacob Miller of Hanover 12. Samuel Wilson of Franklin 13. Logan Wright of Mount St. Joe's 14. And Bo Locknett of Franklin is 15.
Yep, and right now it seems like Zayden Jensen is taking it out ahead of Gavin Byerly, and this one's going to be real fun. These guys are going to be bunched up the whole time, and this one's just going to be, they are fast and fast and fast, and you see right now Connor Watson making a move on the outside, trying to sneak into 3rd place right now, going into that first home stretch of the first lap.
And it looks like Connor Watson's done just that. And we watched Watson and Gavin Byerly go toe-to-toe yesterday.
Yep, and this top 5 or 6 guys is going to be real interesting. I'm looking at John Behrens from Anderson. He was the top seed in the 800 yesterday, and he's going to be looking to score well in that final later today. But he's also a great 1,500-meter runner, and he's showing it right now, trying to make a move into 4th.
Well, I got to pat you and Prescott on the back, Tim. You guys just know your information. There's a lot of things that, watching this meet, these guys have been here, done this, so they know a lot of these guys personally. You know what's going on. You know how to think because you've done it for the last, 5 years. So, you won't get this just about anywhere, these inside baseball references from Tim and Prescott. So it's been an absolute thrill working with you guys these last 2 days. So love your insights.
Yep, and here we come to the home stretch of the second lap. Zayden Jensen still leading. We're going to see if Byerly or Watson look to make a move, maybe on the back stretch here.
I mean, they're still very, very tightly packed there. There's about 8 or 9 guys there, and then it's kind of stretched out a little after that. Yeah, it's still the timing that we're watching, our live timing, is still a little wonky. Zayden Jensen out in front of Gavin Byerly, and Connor Watson is there in a pack of 3. They're just kind of shifting in and out of spots there on the back stretch, jockeying for position still.
Yep, and it looks like Byerly might try to make a move down this home stretch coming around this curve.
And he's definitely got that outside position as if he's looking to pass, as well as Watson. Now they're 3-4 across here.
Yep, and with 4:50 to go, they are 4 wide right now.
Yeah.
And there goes Gavin Byerly and Will Boshin into the final lap.
Manchester that takes it.
The bell for Gavin Byerly.
We're starting to spring out a little bit. It looks like Connor Watson has been dropped a little bit from this field.
Yeah, he got passed by quite a few guys. It's almost like he lost the draft in NASCAR and kind of drifted back. He's moved back into 6th place. Not sure what the situation is with him, but he was looking great, and then all of a sudden he's back in the pack. And Byerly has stretched it out. He's got about a 5-meter lead, but the guy in 2nd place, I'm not sure who that is. You guys might know.
Yeah, that is Will Boshin looking to come back at him, but this one seems like Gavin's, but Boshin is pushing.
Yeah, Boshin
and there goes
Zayden
Zayden Jensen on Behrens as well, moving into 3rd. And we'll see if Gavin Byerly can bring it home in these last 10.
And that's Gavin Byerly winning section
There might be a race here for 4th place here. Coming up at the line, Rose Holman's pushing for it. And I think he gets it.
Yeah, I think he got him as well. My goodness, what a close race. So it's going to take a minute for those numbers to get sorted out on your screen from Timing MD. So Gavin Byerly going to be your winner. Zayden Jensen Will Boshin in 2nd. Zayden Jensen in 3rd. So those numbers will get updated. So,
ladies and gentlemen, this will be the 3rd and final call for the women's 1,500
so it's
meter
going to be Byerly at
This is the second call
3:55.90.
for the men's 110-meter hurdle finals at 1:15.
Boshin at 3:58.22. James Jensen 3:59.63 for Rose Holman. Huge points. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for Rose Holman.
Yeah, and Wyatt Starkey really putting in the work there at the end of that race, just beating out John Behrens at the line to go and get that 4th place finish and get that extra point. Still PB from Behrens as well, so ran his heart out, running 4:01. And this field was so tight with these top 4 or 5 guys all within just a couple seconds of each other.
Yeah, and in the total compiled results, finishing in 8th, Nathan Furnish, a personal best from Franklin. In 7th, Morgan Stratton, a Rose Holman personal best. Connor Watson getting 6th for Hanover. In 5th, John Behrens of Anderson. Fourth, Wyatt Starkey of Rose-Hulman. Third, Zayden Jensen, a personal best for him, 3:59.63. I'm going to assume that's his first sub-4. Will Boshin of Rose-Hulman, personal best for him, 3:58.22. And Gavin Byerly cruising for Manchester, 3:55.90. And he'll get another title added to his list.
Yep, he's just been an incredible athlete over his career and ending it the right way. He's got at least one more race today.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing to think. Could you imagine how many more championships Gavin Byerly might have had Salazar?
Yeah, well, he was playing.
He
was playing third fiddle because there was Salazar and Connor Havens.
Yeah.
And then Gavin was behind them.
Yeah. So it's amazing. Enrique Salazar and Havens, just it's a remarkable story that he's been able to do what he has done in that limited time when his opportunity to be the guy came available, and he's just grabbed it and ran.
Yep.
So a 4-person women's 1500 here for heat number 1 of 2. Hattie Harlow of Anderson going to be hip number 1. Fiona Sodrell of Franklin hip number 2. Andrea Diaz of Anderson number 3. And Sammy West of Earlham number 4. And it just looks like Hattie Harlow content to be out in front here. Fiona Sodrell of Franklin there in second. Those two ladies kind of separated themselves from Sammy West and Andrea Diaz. Many of these times by these ladies have been in the 5-minute mark here, so it should be a pretty good race here. This group 5:22s, 5:35s, so it should be a pretty solid race. 2 and 2.
Yep, we kind of have two little mini packs going right now.
Yeah.
And that's good. You never want to see them kind of by themselves, and we'll get to see some one-on-one battles in this race.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting as you see Fiona Sodrell of Franklin on the backstretch passing Hattie Harlow for a moment. We'll see how close that stays. Can't imagine they're going to get too far apart from each other, but you never know.
We will go ahead and read the top 3 finishers. So in third place for the women's 4x100 meters, we have the team from Transylvania.
And right now down on the field, they are giving the awards for the women's 4x100 meter relay.
All right. So we'll go through those results while they're handing those out. Only 7 teams finished. So the 7th place team from Anderson, 6th place was Hanover, 5th place was Earlham, 4th place Transylvania. 3rd place, a season best time for Mount St. Joseph's. The team of Riddle Williams, Pinger, and Forte, they ran a 50.82. The runner-up, Manchester team, a season best for them. They ran a 48.93. That's Josa, Minnick, Blakely, and True Love. I thought they ran really well. And just a tough team to beat. Rose-Hulman, the Fighting Engineers, your 2026 HCAC champions in the women's 4x1. A season best time for them, the team of Johns, Talbert, Hernandez, and Adams, 48.39.
Yeah, and it does seem like the Mount St. Joseph team did get DQ'd at some point in that race.
Okay.
So that's why you see Transy's team up there placing third from that second heat.
Yeah.
From that first heat.
Our staff prophet, Tim Yunt. So, very impressive by them. Transylvania that's the crazy thing about 4x1. If you just run your race, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
just run your race.
You just got to focus on yourself and what your team is doing, and you can't get too into what else is happening around you.
Yes. Yeah, and it's kind of tough. I mean, you look at the Rose-Hulman group you could argue that might be as good a group of sprinters as this conference has ever seen as a team.
Well, I mean, they just set the conference record, so I think it's
so it's pretty easy to say that. Yeah. So the numbers don't lie, right? It's the best part about track and field. Really, you run a 48.39. Yep, there it is. It's in the numbers. You can't lie. So it's it's just remarkable. I mean, all 3 of those teams just pat on the back. That's just a big deal, in my opinion. If I was a coach, I'd be thrilled for those 3 teams.
Yeah, and that Rose time looks like it was about, what, number 59 in the country?
Yeah, I think
and
yep,
that's actually it's actually higher because that number also has a lot of teams, B and C teams in it as well. So they're probably a lot closer to, say, 40.
Yeah, I don't know. They're impressive, very strong. As we come around the final lap here, Fiona Sondrel of Franklin is taking control of this race. Her last lap, 84.14 for the sophomore of the Franklin Grizzlies.
Yep. As we see the men's 4x1 teams getting their awards, and third place again is also the men's Transy team.
Man, Transy just doing their thing today in the distance, or in the 4x1, excuse me. We'll go down the list of men's 4x1 teams. So, already, so in 7th place, the team from Bluffton. In 6th, the team from Anderson. 5th, Rose Holman. 4th, Earlham. In 3rd place, a season best for Transylvania, the team of Hill, Bush, Morris, and Jackson. In 2nd place, the team from Franklin. That's Baker, Gomez, Page, and Wilkins. And your winner, a season best. That's going to put them top 50 in the 4x1. The team of Adair, Eisen, Dugan, and Ben Suda. Their time, 41.61. The team from Hanover.
Yep.
The team from Hanover, a time of 41.61.
All right, we're going to throw it down to Mr. Prescott Brackett. He's got the Rose Holman Fighting Engineers Lady 4x1. All right, maybe look, we're having a little technical difficulties with Prescott.
Go.
I can't hear him. Never mind. As we look at the men's 4x1 winners right now with that Hanover team setting a new conference record, they were absolutely blazing, man.
yeah, they were moving. Like yesterday, just really impressed with Eisen and Ben Suda in the sprints, and it definitely translates into the team. So very, very impressive Hanover team.
We'll ask that the top 3
so
finishers
we are
of the
about to get the quote-unquote fast heat of the women's 1500. So this group, man, this group is kind of loaded here. So let's give you the hip numbers for these ladies in heat number 2 of the 1500. Number 1, Jocelyn Onstott, the standout of Rose Holman, a 10-time conference champion. She just knows how to win. Chesney Miller of Manchester, number 2. She is also very impressive, very dangerous in this. She's been 435 in this event. Isla Cash Dollar, Coach Cash Dollar's daughter from Manchester. She's number 3. Number 4, Ava Egolf. We're going to cut away just a moment and go back to Prescott as he's got the Rose Holman ladies 4x100 relay champions.
Okay, guys, we are finally back here. We have the winners of the women's 4x1 set a conference record, their 3rd conference record in recent years. And I think a big part of that was the handoffs today. They were excellent, looked really, really smooth. Was that something you guys drilled a lot, or was that just natural team chemistry at this point?
Yes, that's something we drill and practice every single week. At least twice a week we'll do handoffs, and we're the type of people that really will do it until we get it right, or at least until we can't get it wrong. And so at least I think doing it the whole season, and especially a lot of us also ran the 4x2 indoors, so kind of carrying that over as well. Practice makes perfect.
We're underway here in section
and it certainly did. That conference record speaks for itself. Another big question here. Coming down that home stretch, you and Manchester were neck and neck at the very beginning. What was going through your head as you got that baton?
Just thought I needed to win. I know for the team scores, we're really close, and we knew coming in it was going to be a tough conference to beat, and we knew that Manchester was going to be the team to beat. So getting that baton, seeing her right there, I was like, I just got to go. I got to kick. And so, yeah, that's what I did.
And then last question here. This kind of for all you guys, because I know you guys all did multiple events here. How are your legs feeling? You guys feeling good for the upcoming events here?
Sophie Richards,
ask me after the 400.
Eschman, about St. Joseph.
As for Rose, I think she's going to pull through. She always does, so her legs are definitely feeling good. As for me, definitely feeling fresh, even though as a senior, getting older, but I'm ready to go. So
I'm good. That was my first race of the weekend, so I'm set. Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. Ready to finish out the day.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much. Get back to resting and have a good rest of your meet.
All righty, that was the Rose-Hulman Women's HCAC champion, Rose Talbert, Emma Johns, Hernandez, and I believe it's Ava Adams. Is that correct?
Yeah, Alex Adams, yes.
Alex Adams of Rose-Hulman. Just dynamic fashion. That is a great group of ladies. We've identified.
Speaking
them.
of a great group of ladies, these 1,500-meter runners.
Yes. So out in front, Madison.
With 2 laps to go. We've got a pack of
Madison
6
Stone
started
Street.
right away. Madison Stone Street on Berea. Closely trailed
Ayla
by
Cash
Jocelyn
Dollar
Scott,
and second. Excuse me,
Ayla Cash Dollar.
Lots of changes.
The camera over there. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, guys, I am down here with the Hanover winning relay team, winners of the men's 4x1, another conference record here for them. I believe they also set a conference record a year ago in the indoor 4x2, so great sprint squad they have going on here. My first big question is, was this a number you guys had in mind coming into today? Were you guys looking for this conference record?
We were definitely head hunting. We're trying to go to Ohio State next week, so we've been trying really hard, trying to refine a lot of our things, especially handoffs. We got a lot of young talent, so I've been doing my job as a senior, just making sure to pour into them, make sure they have confidence. We got a lot of great guys, so it takes a village to raise a family, and these are my guys, so I want to let them talk a little bit too.
Absolutely. Okay, so next question here. Are you guys looking at nationals at all? Because your times are not super far away. Is that something that's crossed your minds at all, that national ranking?
Like he just said, we're trying to go to Ohio State, so definitely we're looking to get nationals, run a little bit faster comp, and just make the nationals, yeah.
And so, like you said earlier, you guys are a younger team as far as the sprints are concerned. How does that affect you think you're running? Because experience plays a big part, but you guys have clearly overcome that.
Yeah, I think we just have good chemistry. I mean, for me and him joining the track team, because we play football as well, and we kind of just bonded instantly. So I think that helps a lot, especially in a relay. You know what I mean? We just have confidence. Confidence goes a long way.
Absolutely, yeah. That chemistry and that confidence really helps with these handoffs. I guess my last question of the day is, how are you guys' legs feeling? How are you feeling going into your later events? Because I figure you guys all do multiple things.
Well, I don't have any more events today, but from what I've heard, they are feeling good. I mean, that's a question for them, though.
Fair enough. Anyone have anything to add? How are your legs feeling?
My legs are feeling good, so I think I'm going to do good in the 100. I got a 200 as well, and then a 4x4, so we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see you guys out there. Continue to have one hell of a weekend. Good job, guys.
All right, on the track still. Looks like now there's a group of 5 out in front here in this women's 1500. Madison Stone Street of Berea, Jocelyn Onstad of Rose-Hulman, Chesney Miller of Manchester, Ayla Cash Dollar of Manchester, and Casey Moore of Transy. So this is the final turn and a half.
Coming out of the third
but yeah, this is going to be an insane jump to the finish. It is Miller and Onstad, and look at Miller sprint through this finish line, and here she goes.
Chesney Miller looks like a sprinter. She runs distance, but she's built like a sprinter.
That is the win for Chesney.
Wow.
Yeah.
Chesney Miller with the win. She was long jumping earlier, and we kind of raised our eye at that. Why was she long jumping? You need some sprint speed. She shows she has legitimate sprint speed right there.
Yeah, that was impressive. I'll be honest, I think she shocked Onstad just a little bit. Wow.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think Onstad really saw that one coming, but
no.
What a performance.
Yeah, very, very impressive for Chesney Miller of Manchester. Waiting to get those final times here. They're kind of conjugating them. Her time, 4:46.83.
As we in the women's 1,500 meters.
And Onstad going to get second at 4:47.46. Ayla Cash Dollar, 4:49.21. So the Rose-Hulman Jr., Jocelyn Onstad, sandwiched in between 2 Manchester Spartans.
Yeah, and that was an insanely strategic race, a little bit of a slower pace overall, and it really just came down to that final lap. You saw it on the backstretch, those 5 women just absolutely tearing down that stretch, and then the last 200, they were just all out sprinting.
Yeah, kind of an I don't want to use the word odd, but it did seem kind of like an odd race where you're just like, what's going on here? And then all of a sudden, it was a full-on sprint to the finish.
Yep, but that was a great race from those women.
Yeah.
Stone Street, Casey Moore, Cash Dollar, Onstad, and Miller, all insane athletes in their own right, and that was a great race showing off the best of this conference.
Yeah, definitely made for good television. Huh?
Yeah.
All right, we're about to go to our first finals event where they qualified for the finals. We're about to run that. That is the men's 110-meter hurdles. So they're going to be setting that up on the track.
Yep. And while they're setting that up, we can update you guys on what's happening over in the men's triple jump, as we have the finalists for that. And right now, your finalists, your 9 guys going to finals and getting 3 more attempts, are Rose Holman's Bryce Chen, Chris Renee from Manchester, Zachary Prelo from Anderson, Teachin Palmer from Berea, Hassan Green from Bluffton, Desan Ritchie from Mount St. Joseph, Marquise Hill from Transylvania, Anderson's Josiah Marshall, and right now your leader, Rose Holman's James Connis.
Yeah, and we can also give you an update from the women's shot put while they set up those hurdles. So they are currently underway. Looks like they're in set number 2 or round number 2 of this first flight. So 3 attempts, 9 go to the finals. They get 3 more attempts, 8 score points. So flight number 1, Sophie Rawlings of Mount St. Joe's, Charlotte Wilson of Manchester. She has already thrown a personal best today of 12 meters 09. Reagan Claus of Manchester, also a personal best, 11 meters 70. Katrina Sejor of Manchester, she's already been on the podium once this weekend. She's sitting in 4th. Cheyenne Leslie of Hanover, Carolina Snyder-Perez of Rose Holman. We've already seen her on the podium once this weekend.
For the men's 110-meter hurdles, and
Leilani Waller-Thomas, maybe on the all-name team as well. Lots of great names thus far this weekend. Leilani Waller-Thomas of Anderson, she is in the mix. Berkeley Shelton of Earlham, Claire Indris of Hanover, Ava Walters of Earlham, Ashley Hauser of Hanover, Ellison Bruner of Anderson, Abby Kohler of Manchester. And those are your ladies going to be throwing in flight number 1.
Yeah, and something big there. Abby Kohler has fouled both of her first 2 attempts. She is one of the favorites in this event, and someone that Manchester needs to be scoring points in this event if they want to take down Rose Holman in this meet. So that third throw from her is going to be big.
Yeah, and 2 other young ladies that I failed to mention that also fouled their first throws, Kennedy Lakins of Hanover, Peyton Bundy of Anderson.
Yep, and as we get these hurdles set for the men's high hurdles, this field is very, very interesting because this event is wide open for the first time in what seems like forever.
Yeah, it looks like we're kind of waiting for the start time here in this event. But top to bottom, this is a great group. Diego Yoon of Mount St. Joe's. Saw him earlier in the sprints. He is very capable. Joe Johnson of Franklin. He's going to be in lane 2. Caleb Eldridge of Anderson going to be in lane 3. William Fleck of Rose Holman in lane 4. Quince Reese of Bluffton. We saw him yesterday. He can go in lane 5. Chris Renee of Manchester in 6. Christian Sumner of Mount St. Joe's in lane 7.
Yep, and I think the wild card really in this event is Diego Yoon.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a seed time in this event, but he has hurdled before over these high hurdles. It's been about a year and a half since he's gone over the high hurdles, but he's an incredibly great 400-meter hurdler, so I'm not worried about the form. It's just how used to is he on the 42 inches right now. But he's the wild card in this one from lane 1, I think.
Yeah, and coming in, our best seed time, season best time for William Fleck of Rose Holman's been 15.46. However, he's not leaps and bounds ahead of everybody. Caleb Eldridge of Anderson's been 15.95. Quince Reese of Bluffton's been 15.90. We talked about Diego Yoon. He's very capable, very, very fast guy. You might even argue without the hurdles, he might be the fastest guy in this group. But we will see, man. This is going to be just fun as can be watching these guys go.
Yeah, and I am not even going to attempt to pick a winner in this one. I know Fleck has the best seed time, but he hasn't run this 110 race all that much this season. So how rusty is he? He hasn't run it in a couple weeks.
Here's another weird dynamic. In lane 2, Joe Johnson just got the gold medal for javelin. Now he's going to run hurdles.
Yeah, and he's just a freshman. So is Caleb Eldridge from Anderson. And and also Christian Sumner from Mount St. Joe. And you just got to applaud those guys for doing this event, because this event in particular, with the hurdle height increasing from high school to college, it takes about a full year to get used to the height change.
Well, and the other odd kind of dichotomy in this is these guys didn't get to run a prelim.
Yeah.
So they're coming out here without having a rhythm practice, more or less, yesterday, and they're just going to have to flip the switch and be, champions right now.
Yeah, it's one and done for these guys. You don't get a second go at this.
Yeah, at least the ladies yesterday got to run a preliminary and maybe kind of
do
a little tune-up race. Yeah, fill the track out, see what it's like, see what the hurdles are like. What they come up with a little bit of a strategy if they need to make changes, tweak things. And these guys don't. These guys are just thrown right into the deep end and said, "Hey, go swim."
Yeah, and it makes it puts a lot more pressure. On this race for them.
Yeah,
I've been in that before with just a final, and it does feel a lot more intense because you haven't hurdled in this weekend yet. And it makes this event so stressful sometimes. But we're about to see who is the best hurdler in this conference.
Just checking up there, right? We do have an empty lane in lane 8, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. There's just slight obstructions in lane 8 right now. I want to make sure we didn't have to call anyone on it.
Okay. Yeah. There is only 7 competitors in this hurdle race. Yes, sir.
All good. The carts that carried the hurdles were very slightly in lane 8. I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to fix that.
We'll need to fix it for the women.
As always, the paramount of safety. Prescott bracket down there. So we are in our blocks now here in the 110-meter men's hurdles. And we are out. There's Diego Yoon in the inside, looking good in the middle of the track.
Out in the lead right now, though.
Yeah, Fleck looking good as long as he's clean over these hurdles down the stretch. Very clean on the last one. Fleck was flawless on his last hurdle.
Yep, and those last couple hurdles are what's going to do it. And William Fleck with a personal best, 14:85.
Yeah, that was a very strong race for him, showing
dropping 0.6 seconds.
2 athletes in the 14s.
Yeah, that's impressive. And Diego Yoon, we talked about him being the wild card. I mean, good Lord, he just came right in.
Yeah,
14:92.
Something that goes underrated about hurdles is what makes a good hurdler is a good sprinter.
Yes.
And Diego Yoon just proved that for sure.
So we are going to take a minute to lower the hurdles and move them to the women's stanchions. While we're doing that, Tim, why don't you tell us a little bit about Braxton and yourself have a nice little podcast. Why don't you tell us about your podcast?
Yeah, the podcast, Off the Mark podcast with me and Prescott Brackett. We cover the HCAC track and field every single week during the season, cover every team, all the things that happen, and have a lot of fun doing it. And yeah, it's just super fun, and we get a lot of love from a lot of these guys who listen, athletes and coaches alike from the conference. And we're looking to, get more involved with these teams individually and talk to more of them. And we're just really excited about where this is going.
Yeah, what's the name of your podcast and where can we find it?
Yeah, it's Off the Mark Podcast. You can find it on Spotify and Apple Music. And yeah, it's just it's a great time. Come and join us and talk to us. We have our comments section on Spotify open, and we get to talk to you guys about it, and we go in there and talk to athletes about tons of stuff, and it's really fun.
Well, and I'll admit, I checked it out this morning a little bit before we started, and highly entertaining. The topics of conversation are very entertaining, very fun. So if you are a track and field guy, more specifically an HCAC guy, and you are a fun, entertaining banter guy, you're going to love this podcast. And if those of you that are looking for it, you can find it either on Apple Podcasts or on Spotify. And the name of it is Off the Mark Podcast with Tim Yunt and Prescott Brackett.
Yep. And going through those men's 110 hurdle results as a full, in 7th place was Christian Sumner with a 17:15. Joe Johnson from Franklin with a 16:78. Anderson's Caleb Eldridge with a 16:04. Quince Reese from Bluffton got 4th with a 15:74. And your top 3 were Chris Renee from Manchester with a 15:49, Diego Yoon with a 14:92, and your champion was William Fleck with a 14:85. And just about everybody in this field set a personal best.
Yeah, it was just it was super entertaining. A great race to watch. If you like a strong competitor that literally is fighting through, tapping every hurdle just about, and just still doing their thing, that was just a great race for that. So,
yep. Speaking of strong competitors, let's meet these women who are about to start going here too.
All right, so in lane number 1, Ella Schultz of Rose-Hulman. Lane 2, Cora Mink of Franklin. Lane 3, Ainsley Coffey of Rose-Hulman. Lane 4, Narendra Simakula of Rose-Hulman. She has put her stamp on this meet already this year, winning the triple jump. In lane 5, Coco Truelove of Manchester. In lane 6, Irene Lima Meduno of Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Katie Rittberger. And in lane 8, Amari Francis of Manchester. You could stop and speak on every one of these ladies.
Yep. And we have, I believe, Prescott Brackett down with Gavin Byerly real quick that we might be able to get an interview before they start this.
All righty.
Hey guys, I am here with Gavin Byerly. He just won the 1500 after this is his second time being up here, and I feel like he might be up here again. He's quite talented. How did that race go? Was it according to your race strategy? Was that as planned? Did you have to change things up? What did that race feel like to you?
Yeah, basically the plan was to go out in 2nd place or so and kind of sit there until the last 400 or so, or whenever the move was made by another person, and kind of just send the last lap and seal it up.
And that's kind of exactly how it went, so I'd say your race strategy was just about perfect. You're coming up on a few more harder events here, the 800. I believe you're running the 5K at the very end, correct?
No, just the 8.
Just the 8? Okay, so go rest up for that and have fun. Have a good meet.
All right, thank you.
All righty, thank you to Prescott Brackett and Gavin Byerly for that time in that interview. So this is also another interesting kind of thought. There are 4 Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers and 2 Manchester Spartans in this race. Everybody will score.
Yeah, assuming they finish.
Right, yeah. Very true.
But most of the time, that's not a problem. And, yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one shakes out. I expect Narendra Simakula to kind of be the one in the lead, but we'll see how this one finishes out.
Well, and she sits as the top seed time. Her season best this year has been 15:41, but in the past she's been 14:67. You see her there in the middle of the track in lane 4 in that all-maroon Rose-Hulman singlet. She's just a remarkable athlete, buddy. There's just no other way to cut it. She's just outstanding. Looks like her best competition is going to be on the outside. Coco Truelove of Manchester in that
and
black
they are
and
neck
gold.
and neck so far, but there goes Nari.
Oh, Narendra just running away after 3 hurdles. My goodness, putting on a show. We'll wait to get her time. It's going to be a good one. 14:86, back to that impressive sub-15 fashion. She's thrilled with that time, as she should be.
Yep. Coco Truelove also thrilled with her time, running a PB and getting 2nd place with a 15:23. And
that was a great race.
Season's best and personal bests all around.
Yes.
In this race, just like the men.
Well, that's all you can ask for an athlete at this time. Run as well as you've been this season. Run as well as you've been in your career.
And you see Nari getting kind of hugs from her teammates. That was her last 110 race potentially ever.
Yeah. Well, and that's her event. Like that's her thing. So
and
probably means a lot.
I do believe she is the only now HCAC athlete ever to go 8 for 8 in an event.
Yeah.
As a champion between the 60 hurdles and the
sportsmanship with Manchester coming up, hugging her neck. That's a big deal.
Yep. But I do believe she's the only athlete ever to go 8 for 8 in a particular event in this conference's history. So you just witnessed a true first, guys.
Yeah, and you could say, so when she came into this meet, I had her down for 12 conference championships. Now we're up to, what, 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's out of this world. Special athlete. As we see, they're giving out the ribbons, the medals for the women's 1500. So we can go down that list. Finishing in 8th, Ariana Scheckler of Franklin, a personal best. Sarah Smith of Bluffton, a personal best in 7th. Ava Egolf of Manchester in 6th. Madison Stone Street, a season best for Berea in 5th. Casey Moore of Transy in 4th, a personal best. Ayla Cashdollar of Manchester finishing in 3rd. Jocelyn Onstadt of Rose-Hulman finishing in 2nd. And your winner with a heck of a finish, Chesney Miller of Manchester, 4 minutes, 46.83.
Yeah, an absolutely ridiculous race from those three.
Yes.
That was one for the ages, I think.
Yeah, definitely been a highlight of the day thus far for these ladies.
In line number 2, Jackson Gunter of Berea. And line number 3, Stephen Scott of Franklin.
So it looks like we are getting ready here for the men's 400.
In line number 5, Colin Amadou of
So it looks that is going to be a championship event. All 8 of these men will score because there are only 8 in it. So let's meet these gentlemen in lane 1 from Berea. Glory Muzeba, Jackson Gunter of Berea in lane 2, Stephen Scott of Franklin in lane 3, Andrew Shields, our guy, from Rose-Hulman in lane 4, Khalid Amadou of Franklin in lane 5. That gentleman is I believe he's a specimen, if I remember. He a very athletic-looking guy in lane 5. In lane 6, Trevor Bush of Transylvania. In lane 7, Austin Menifee of Franklin. In lane 8, Chris Barrow of Mount St. Joseph's. So your number 1 seed time coming in, 48.7 of Andrew Shields. He'll be in lane 4. As we see, it looks like the 3 to watch are Shields in lane 4 from Rose-Hulman, Amadou in lane 5 of Franklin, Trevor Bush of Transylvania in lane 6. So Shields will be wearing that maroon top with the black bottoms. Amadou, that bright yellow top with the dark blue bottoms. And Trevor Bush will be in the white top with the maroon bottoms for Transylvania.
Yeah, and don't count out Amadou's teammate Stephen Scott in this one either in lane 3. He's run a 48.55 before, which is a second faster than his prelim time. So he's also going to definitely factor into this one.
Well, I'll tell you something that's been kind of impressive to me. We had talked before we even started yesterday. So we're actually going to cut away to Prescott Brackett. He's got an interview down on the infield.
You ran an excellent race. First question here, did that race go according to plan? Was that along with your race plan? Did you have to change things up along the way?
No, it pretty much went exactly how I wanted it to. I had Ayla and Ava, my 2 teammates, and my best friends in it with me, so that helped a lot. But I knew what I had to do, just sit on first, no matter if that was Jocelyn or whoever it was. I just had to sit, and then when it was, I had to move last, and so that's what I did.
Excellent. And Jocelyn is tough competition. She's won this event multiple times before. She's won a lot indoors. She's a very tough competitor. What was your mentality coming into that last straightaway where you passed her and you ended up taking the win?
Coming into this, we only had 1 second that separated us. So I knew on both of our good days that we could beat each other. It's always been back and forth between us. So coming into it, I just knew that if she was first, I would just sit on her, and then I would just have to move last.
Well, you're having a great meet so far. You did well in the long jump. You did well here. Go rest up and do whatever you're going to do next.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Chesney Miller of Manchester, the winner of the women's 1,500 meters. So I was going to mention before, one thing I'm really impressed at is Berea has had a good showing of themselves in this meet. We weren't even sure if they were going to come to the meet. And now that they've been here, they've got 2 guys in the final here. They've just had a good showing of themselves. I'm very pleasantly surprised about Berea. The Mountaineers.
Yeah, well, they're a new team in this conference. They joined last year, and they have really, taken this in stride. And I think that they have some really good athletes that they've been able to recruit. Their women's team actually won the conference championship indoors in their first season last year. So it was super impressive to see that. And
Yeah, kind of a welcome to the conference.
Yeah, no better way to welcome yourself to the conference than that.
They're getting set here in the blocks for the men's 40-meter hurdles. Quite the Franklin showing in the 400 here. Andrew Shields is going to be trying to work his way through them on his way to a first-place medal.
Yeah, we like Andrew Shields quite a bit here in this event. Hopefully he can do this and coast to a win here for the Fighting Engineers. But just like Tim said, Stephen Scott, Khalid Amadou, Austin Menifee, they are very capable, as well as Trevor Bush of Transylvania. Inside in lanes 1 and 2, Muzeba and Gunter of Berea. This is just a good field.
This is going to be a close race with the entire field.
Yeah, I think so. And they are out and away. We'll see who makes up the stagger first. Looks like in that outside lane, Trevor Bush is kind of trying to get a jump on the competition, but very early, as you see Khalid Amadou of Franklin asserting himself in this race.
Khalid and Andrew Shields both kind of moving away from the rest of this field here. We'll see how it looks outside of the second stagger. Stephen Scott lagging a little bit behind where we want him to be at this point in the race.
Yeah, Andrew Shields and Khalid Amadou, the two big dogs here in this race as we're coming around to turn number 4. We'll see who's got it coming down that front stretch.
Khalid is a slight lead in the moment. Khalid is in Andrew's lane. Khalid is in Andrew's lane. That will be a disqualification. Andrew Shields will win this race, it seems.
Uh-oh. Yeah, definitely some confusion there for Khalid Amadou, who would be the winner. However, he ran in front of Andrew Shields and cut him off. So those times are going to be unofficial.
You have to feel bad for Andrew Shields there. He was looking excellent. I think he could have broken that 47-second barrier if Khalid hadn't impeded him in that lane.
I think so. I think that's a very fair statement. 47.93 for Khalid Amadou. Like we said, more than likely he is going to be disqualified. Andrew Shields of Rose-Hulman, 48.25. Trevor Bush of Transy, 49.15. Those are your top 3.
Yeah, do we know when he cut into that lane? Was it on the corner?
It was on the curve? It was coming off the corner onto the home stretch. I watched it happen. He got a little bit off balance. He ran inside 2 steps, and he spent the most of the back stretch in Andrew's lane.
Caleb Eldridge of Anderson. In 4th place from Bluffton, Quincy Reese.
And, Tim, you brought it up earlier, barring any unforeseen issues, and that definitely was an unforeseen issue. So that is a tough break.
It was funny. You could actually see Andrew Shields have to pull up, take a few slower steps in order not to run into him. He shrugged like, what is going on?
Yeah, and then at the end of the race, Shields was definitely disappointed in that situation.
Yep, and you can see some of the officials, I believe, talking about it. So I think we're going to get this rectified here fairly quickly.
Well, I mean, I guess that's why you have the video cameras out there. So, you definitely
we have the evidence.
Play that back, yeah.
Hopefully they give Andrew Shields a few last chance meets here to try and get that 47-second clocking. Because he was close. I think he would have had it that race if it weren't for the impedance.
Yeah, and that's what's disappointing or unfortunate about it is not only does it affect Khalid Amadou, it affects Andrew Shields. I mean, there's two men now that have been put in a really bad situation by, somebody just making a mistake. I mean, I don't think he did it intentionally, obviously, but, he just made a mistake on the race, and now, unfortunately, he's affected. Andrew Shields is affected, both in a negative way.
Yeah, but the rest of that race was blazing fast, too, with Trevor Bush going 49.15, Stephen Scott going 49.36, and Laura Mizuba going 49.95. All of those guys running personal bests and/or season's bests on the year. Blazing final, even outside of that.
Yeah, unbelievable. Let's see if we can get another unbelievable performance here in the women's 400. Here are these lane assignments. In lane 1 from Berea, Alexandria Hampton. Lane 2, Katerina Kovalevskaya of Berea. In lane 3, Alexandria Mast of Franklin. In 4, Rose Talbert of Rose-Hulman. She is the favorite in this event. However, in lane 5, Olivia Sparks of Transylvania will give her all she wants. In lane 6, Hannah Cox of Transy. In lane 7, Nia Herbert of Earlham. And in lane 8, Jatasia Pinckney of Transy.
Yeah, and, we really got to look at just the center of this track with Rose Talbert versus Olivia Sparks.
Agree.
This is the first head-to-head matchup we're going to get today of these two, and it's going to happen again later, but these two are some of the best athletes in the country, and we get to see them go head-to-head multiple times today.
Yeah, they are. They're pretty spectacular. Both of these ladies, just the way they carry themselves, the way that they do things in such a first-class manner. They're both just very strong. They just win. It's going to be this is going to be a treat for everybody to watch.
Yep, this one is going to be absolutely electric.
And interesting, little thing. Rose Talbert comes in at 57.61 her seed time. Her personal best is 54.62. So she is capable. She has that in there. And Olivia Sparks comes in at 59.38. However, she kind of, she coasted on hers. She looked like she kind of took it easy. But she's capable of 56.11. So,
And I think she's capable of faster. She doesn't get to race Talbert every single day. But she gets 2 today. And I think it's going to bring out the best of both of these women.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a dogfight in lanes 4 and 5. So we are glad to bring this to you. However, with that being said, I'd like to take a moment to say that any rebroadcast or reproduction of this event, the 2026 HCAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships, is strictly prohibited without the express written consent of IndianaSRN or the HCAC network. So make sure that you are on the up and up with your rebroadcasts and your reproductions of this. Those are not going to happen.
And there goes Sparks making up the stagger on everybody by the first curve. She is out.
Yeah, she's definitely trying to make a statement here, it would appear.
Rose Talbert is a second half of the race kind of runner, so we'll see if she can make up some ground here. But right now it is looking like the Olivia Sparks show.
Yeah, Rose is making up a little bit as they come around turn 4. We'll see if Olivia Sparks asserted a little too much energy to start, and if Rose can close on her, and they're going to be shoulder to shoulder when they come around.
Stretch.
Yeah, we're going to be shoulder to shoulder down the front stretch.
And here they go.
Sparks and
Rose Talbert passes.
Talbert pushes ahead.
Rose Talbert.
That's going to be Rose Talbert.
Sparks tried to make a statement. Rose Talbert made a return statement.
I don't know if you guys could see it up there, but coming down this home stretch as Rose Talbert passed Olivia Sparks, she turned her head sideways multiple times and yelled, "Come on, come on," trying to encourage her competitor to come run a faster time with her. 56.40 for Rose Talbert.
This will now be the third and final call
56.40 for Talbert, 57.39 for Sparks.
This is the second call for the women's 100
Talbert is gassed. Looks like she gave her all running that.
First call for the men's 800 meter run finals at 2:05 p.m.
And that, my friends, is a new HCAC outdoor record. She breaks the record set in 2023 by Jada Stansberry of Anderson of 57.50. So did Olivia Sparks, for that matter. So those are the 2 best times in the history of the HCAC in the 400. So we told you there'd be fireworks, and there were.
That was nuts. And right now we have Prescott bracket down with the winner of the men's 110 hurdles, William Fleck.
In 5th place.
Hey guys, I have William Fleck here, won the men's 110 hurdles, as you just said, a spectacular time, 14:48. Was that your first time in the 14s?
And your top 3 finishers.
Yeah, it is.
In 3rd place.
It was a spectacular race, but when I asked you about it when you first walked up here, you kind of scoffed a little bit. What was that about? Were you not happy with it?
It was an ugly.
In 2nd place for Manchester.
Let the
speaker.
Can't even hear myself think.
We'll be right back to you once the speaker's done talking. It's a little loud.
And your 2026 HCAC champion in the women's 100 meter hurdles, her second victory of the day, in a time of 14:86.
All right, so we are giving out the medals for the women's 100 meter hurdles. So then we'll go back down to Prescott.
Okay, that is over now. We're back. I was just asking you, you seemed a little bit unhappy with that race. Was there any reason for that, or were you just a little caught up in the moment?
It's a great time, but it's a sloppy race. I mean, I probably hit at least 8 of the 10, probably 10 of the 10. I don't know.
One of our announcers out there noted over your last hurdle, you were entirely clean. Your last hurdle looked perfect. So it was only 9 if it was any.
10. There you go. 9 out of 10. That's an A in some way. Maybe backwards.
No, he did a fantastic job. Hopefully you can clean that up a little bit and have a nationals ready time here shortly. We'll see that in the next couple of years. That would be beautiful to see from you. So congratulations and rest up.
Manchester. In lane number 2 will be Brandon
All righty, that
Bensuda
is
of
our men's 110-meter hurdles champion.
Yep, and you love to see that Fleck is kind of a perfectionist.
Yes.
Not happy with exactly how each of those hurdles might have gone, but still ran a great time nonetheless.
Yeah, and I kind of mentioned that during the race. He was hitting some hurdles, but he was so strong and powerful in his approach to each hurdle that it really didn't matter. And then he was clean over his last hurdle, and I think that's the difference in him winning and not winning, is he finally got a clean hurdle at the end, but he ran his tail off. That's a great race.
Yep.
Yeah, he has nothing to be upset about. A personal best, like we said, first time he broke 15. So we'll be happy for William Fleck, even if he is a perfectionist and thinks he can do better, which he probably can.
Yep.
No, that's just a great mentality to have as an athlete. Even when you do your best or do your best that you've ever done, it's great to know that there's things you can improve upon. There's a ceiling that you can keep pushing towards. Because if you run your best race ever and you think there's nothing to improve upon, that leaves you nowhere to go. It's a great mentality to have.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I love that guy. He just earned a fan in me.
Yep, and we are setting up right now to see who will become the fastest man in the conference. And the way that we've seen the rest of these races go so far, I think we're going to see a really, really fast time from these guys.
Yeah, especially now that the wind has died down. The flags are straight down off of the flagpoles. Let's meet these guys in lane 1. The man, the myth, the legend, Kenneth Red of Manchester. He's kind of the do-everything. Probably drove the bus here from Manchester. Kenneth Red. Brandon Bensuda of Hanover, very capable in lane 2. Diego Yoon, we've applauded him the last 2 days in lane 3 for Mount St. Joseph's. In lane 4, Anthony Lloyd of Hanover. In lane 5, Braden Wilkins of Franklin, the anchor in their 4x1. In lane 6, Gentry Oliver of Manchester. In lane 7, Miles Baker of Franklin. And in lane 8, Pace Morrell of Rose-Hulman, who we have said he might be the biggest surprise of this whole thing. He's had a great weekend.
Yeah, entering himself into the 1 and 200 meter final. Had a great anchored leg of that 4x1. So yeah, he's having himself a great weekend, looking to do some damage in this one. And this final is just going to be electric. I think maybe everybody's going sub 11 here.
Yeah, I think that's very possible, especially with these conditions compared to yesterday. So all of these guys coming in right around that 11-second mark or just under. Your highest seed coming in, a season best 11:15, that's Miles Baker. And your fastest at 10:83, that's Braden Wilkins of Franklin. However, Gentry Oliver, 10:84, Diego Yoon, 10:90, Anthony Lloyd, 10:94, Bensuda, 10:92. It's just so tight.
Yeah, and we have an update here with the women's vault that is now coming to an end here. And big surprise, Irene Limadueno from Rose-Hulman passes all the way up to 3:13 and then fouls out of the meet and ends in a no height. So she will not be scoring in this event. She was the favorite. And that has paved the way for Franklin's Elena Kellerman to set a personal best at 3:13, 10 feet, 3 inches and a quarter to win the women's pole vault. And she's still going, potentially trying to get some higher marks, but she's the only one left in the competition.
And we talked about the wind yesterday being a factor in the men's pole vault and in the sprints. And so far today, the wind is A, less, and B, it is going along with the sprint, so we should see faster times from these finals.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a dynamite final here.
As they get their final instructions, they're waiting to go. Prescott, how tense is that final, just standing there looking at a bare track?
This is quieter than it has been for any other race so far. Everyone is just watching. No one is talking right now.
Everybody's kind of holding their breath here, waiting. So they are getting in their blocks, getting set up here. Prescott, how much of this is feel? I know as a thrower, I could always tell when I was going to have a good throw just by how the shot or disc felt in my hand. How about in the blocks?
I think for us it's really more once you get those first 2 or 3 steps,
Yeah. Okay, good to know. So we'll pay attention to the starts here. The start always very, very important here. Unless you're Usain Bolt, he's notorious for bad starts, but still only guy ever to run under 6'6".
And there they go.
It's just
Good clean start, and it's going to be a close one here as we head towards the tape.
I couldn't tell you anything about who won that. I couldn't tell you
Anthony
a thing.
Lloyd,
We're gonna have
Braden
to sort
Wilkins of
this one
Franklin,
out.
chest to chest here.
Yeah, look at the center of that track.
My goodness. And
they're going to have to parse
I
through
was gonna
that
say,
one for
based,
sure.
Based on the fact that we don't have any times just yet, there's Braden
Very close
Wilkins.
finish, and unofficially on the board as of now, 1086, Braden Wilkins of Franklin.
1088 for Lloyd, Diego Yoon, 1090. Like we said, it's going to be all over right at that 11-second mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will bring up our third and final call for the women's 100-meter dash finals at 1:55 p.m. This is the second call for the men's 800-meter run finals.
Anthony Lloyd of Hanover running a
This is the
personal
first
best
call
there,
for the women's
1088 for the
800-meter run
senior.
finals at 2:15.
Braden Wilkins only a sophomore, so he's just going to get faster.
It looks like they're having trouble parsing that 6th place time because it is not coming up. It just goes to 5th and stops. So I think they have 2 very close athletes there.
Yeah, it looks like Kenneth Redd in 5th, Miles Baker in 6th at 11:08. Gentry Oliver of Manchester at 11:09. Pace Morrell at 11:24.
Yeah, absolutely electric finish for this one. Wilkins just out-leaning Anthony Lloyd at the finish line there. And, you know, we said it yesterday, all Lloyd does is make sprint finals and score tons of points in them. And he's out here setting PBs as a senior in potentially his last 100-meter race ever.
Here's a good question. So how long has it been since Rose Talbot got off the track in the 400?
Maybe about 20 minutes.
20 minutes, maybe?
I'll tell you, it's not long enough because I just saw her take a block start, go about 20 meters, and hold her side like she was cramping. So
Well, and when she finished that 400, she had to be caught and took off the track. She gave a lot in that race. So that'll be something interesting to watch here in the women's 100. Let's go down who is in what lane here. In lane 1, Sydney Williams of Mount St. Joe's, Amani Bird of Franklin in 2, Jayana Blakely of Manchester in 3, Alex Adams, the hero of the 4x1 for Rose Holman in lane 4, Rose Talbot in lane 5. We're going to see what kind of a machine Rose Talbot from Rose Holman is. Ileana Hernandez, who's kind of the surprise in this. She's had a great weekend in lane 6 from Rose Holman. Another potential winner here, Coco Trulove of Manchester in lane 7. Anna Joza Manchester in lane 8. I would venture to say, just like the men, this is going to be close.
Yeah, this one's going to be real intense, and I'm super excited to see what we get from this one.
Yeah, and just real interesting stuff. Alex Adams of Rose Holman has been 12:39. Rose Talbot's been 12:37. Ileana Hernandez has been 13:05. And there is the gun. And looks like Alex Adams. And in the outside, Coco Trulove. Also, Jayana Blakely. Looks like Alex Adams pretty well your winner by about a step there.
12:49.
Fast time from Alex Adams taking the win there. We saw Rose Talbot got about 20 meters out of the blocks. I saw her smile and then entirely let up. She was like, that's not my race right now.
Yeah, she's hurting. Yep.
You know what? That's okay. She'll take the point and move on with the rest of her
jogged past
day.
me chuckling at herself. So I think she knew what was happening.
800-meter run finals at 2:05.
But, you know, like we said, like Tim just alluded to, this is the team event. And so she's just added a point for her team just by finishing. And she knew she probably didn't have anything in the tank for this race to compete to win. But she will defer to Alex Adams, who ran a great race.
Point, she is potentially taking points away from competitors, right? Because if she's
Agreed.
somebody else's
Yep, I think that is a great point.
Finishing in 6th place is Austin Menifee of Franklin. In 5th place from Maria, Jackson Gunter. In 4th place from Maria,
So it looks like
Lori
while
Mazzetta.
we are
And your top 3 finishers in third
handing
place
out
today
some
from
awards here
Franklin
on the podium
for the men's
Stephen
400.
All righty.
In second place from Transylvania in a time of 49:15, Trevor Bush.
So top only 6 scored here in the men's 400.
HCAC champion
So finishing in 6th, Austin Menifee of Franklin, Jackson Gunner of Berea, a personal best in 5th, Glory Mazeba of Berea, a personal best in 4th, Stephen Scott of Franklin, season best for him, finishing in 3rd, Trevor Bush of Transy, a personal best in 2nd, and your winner, Andrew Shields of Rose-Hulman, 48-25 for the junior, your 2026 HCAC Outdoor Men's 400-meter champion.
Once again, just to throw that in there, an impeded 48-25.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculously fast.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just unfortunate deal there. And Classy of Amadou of Franklin came over and congratulated Shields.
Walk around, take your time.
Yep, and we can get a quick update on the women's shot put. We had talked about Abby Kohler, who needed a big third throw in order to make finals because she had fouled her first 2 attempts. She throws a 12.42, vaulting herself into first place in the meet.
Good race.
And she's right now sitting still in first with a personal best of 12.43 going into her final attempt. And we I think we have 4 or 5 attempts left in that women's shot put competition. But that was big from Abby Kohler and her Manchester team to be able to try to maximize the amount of points that they're getting in this event.
That tells you a lot about Abby Kohler as a competitor. Man, sometimes I was always one of those weird throwers where my first throw was probably my best throw, and then it just kind of slowly trickled downward. So good job by Abby Kohler getting into that final and just going on out. So we are going to send it down to Prescott Brackett, and he has the winner of the men's 400.
Hey guys, I'm here with Andrew Shields, winner of the men's 400, running a 48.25 impeded, by the way. You got someone in your way there. I guess that's the first question. How'd that feel? What did it feel like seeing someone cut in front of you like that to slow up? I saw you take a few steps, but you're slowing down.
No, it is what it is. I was still able to finish the race, so just being able to finish the race was all I wanted to do.
Now, does this time make you confident that in your postseason you're going to be able to go and hit that 47 mark? You were very, very close as it was. I think you would have had it today. Does that make you feel confident that going into this postseason area you're going to hit that mark?
Yeah, just being as healthy as I am, being able to compete during the postseason events, I think I'm going to do quite well.
I can't wait to see it. And last thing, on your mind right now, are you thinking at all about the national meet? Because you're not super, super far off that time. Is that something you've crossed your mind yet?
I mean, I think that's where everybody wants to go. I mean, the nationals meet's always on people's minds. So, I mean, that's been on my mind all season. So hopefully in those post-conference meets I can hit it.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, and have yourself a good rest of your meet.
Thank you very much.
Also, we'll check in at the south end of the stadium as we have the women's high jump competition.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back here in a little bit with the men's 800-meter finals.
Audrey Edwards of Rose-Hulman, Amelia Adams of...
This place has been a huge part of my life, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be moving forward. I'll always take a piece of the mountain with me. Whether in the classroom or on the field, my coaches and professors had my back and always pushed me to climb higher. Now, I can't wait to light the way for my students and help them achieve their dreams.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Hanover College. Founded in 1827, Hanover is Indiana's oldest private four-year college. Hanover is a nationally recognized liberal arts college with core strengths in the natural and life sciences, education, and business. This breathtaking 650-acre campus sits on a bluff above the Ohio River in Hanover, Indiana. Hanover's approach to the liberal arts allows students to combine their academic interests. Students can even design their own majors. Students have so many opportunities to try classes, clubs, and other...
Hey, this big deal. I can do that. Okay, I'm gonna go back down there.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150-mile-an-hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
All right, folks, we are back. We are just moments away from the start of the men's 800, but Tim's got some updates from some other field events.
Yep, we just had the men's triple jump finish up, and it was a pretty electric day-to-day over there at the jump pit. Today, the final 9 guys were Chris Renee from Manchester, Zaire Prillo from Anderson, Tegan Palmer from Berea, Bryce Chen from Rose-Hulman, Hassan Green from Bluffton, Hassan Ritchie from Mount St. Joseph, and then your top 3 ended up being Marquise Hill from Transylvania jumping 1350, Josiah Marshall from Anderson just edging him out with a 1353, and James Connis, your champion from Rose-Hulman, with a 1382. That's 45-4, and we are off with the men's 800-meter final.
And let's meet these gentlemen. In lane 1, Xander Harris of Transy. Lane 2, Gavin Byerly of Manchester. Lane 3, David Lacey of Manchester. John Bairds of Anderson in 4. Brady Socha of Rose-Hulman in 5th. Wyatt Starkey of Rose-Hulman 6. Zayden Jensen of Rose-Hulman 7. Connor Bodie of Rose-Hulman 8. Now, with that being said, they've already cut in, so those are also their hip numbers that I just gave out. Gavin Byerly out in front, trying to assert himself here in this race.
Yep, Byerly taking charge right now, but I believe that is Alejandro Clark behind him.
The men's triple jump competitors, top 3 finishers there.
Gavin knows the last event of the day. He's getting all he has. He's out strong from the gun here. He's about a 3-4 meter lead on the rest of the field.
As we return to the action on the track
he's
here,
definitely
the
pushing the pace.
Looks
Looks like he may be trying to surpass that 153 mark that he's already set this year. Zayden Jensen of Rose-Hulman in 2nd. Xander Harris of Transy running 3rd.
Yep, and Jensen and Byerly both doing a lot today. We saw Jensen in the 15 earlier, and Byerly has just extended his lead, looking dominant right now, and to hold it. And we're going to have to see what happens with the rest of this field, as there goes, I believe,
it looks like Brady Socha of Rose-Hulman has passed Xander Harris. So still Zayden Jensen in 3rd, now Brady, or excuse me, in 2nd. Now Brady Socha in 3rd.
I believe Brady Socha's in 5th.
Yeah, I believe that's Connor Bodie making up the making up all the turns there.
Okay.
Coming down that back stretch.
Makes me wonder, is Byerly going for the 151.66 conference record? Not sure.
At this point, why not? It's his last event of the day. He's going to try and push for it.
He's going to be close, but yeah, he's not going to get there, but he's going to be tight.
Like he's going to take it unofficially.
152.37. That is flying. So Zayden Jensen going to get up for 2nd, 155.46, a personal best. Connor Bodie in 3rd, 156.27, a personal best. Xander Harris of Transy, 158.26. Or excuse me, 76. Brady Socha of Rose-Hulman in 5th at 159.36. So a lot of guys breaking that 2-minute mark.
Yep, and great performance from Gavin Byerly, senior. His last race, interconference championship weekend for him, and what a career in this conference for Gavin Byerly.
Yeah, the crazy part is he doesn't have as many winning numbers as some of these other athletes might, but that's because he came in behind some Manchester greats and was running behind them for his first few years, and then as soon as they step out of the way for him, he has done nothing but win.
Yeah, he has definitely stepped up to the plate and hit home run after home run.
Again, athletes
yep, and those top 3 with Byerly, Jensen, and Bodie all setting personal bests. And Jensen and Bodie dropping major time, dropping into the 155s and 156. And those 3 kind of tore away from that rest of the field. Xander Harris with a 158.
Yeah, and let's would you like to go over this women's shot put results?
Yeah.
As we wait for the ladies 800. So the women's shot put actually handing out their awards here shortly, it sounds like. Finishing in 8th place, getting a valuable point for Rose Holman, Carolina Snyder-Perez. Not her premier event, but still doing her part, scoring points for the team. And finishing in 7th, Cheyenne Leslie of Hanover, season best for her. Leilani Waller-Thomas of Anderson finishing 6th. Katrina Sajor of Manchester. Again, she's won a conference championship in another event yesterday, so finishing 5th for the Spartans. Reagan Claus of Manchester, personal best, finishing 4th. You're going to hear a lot of Manchester Spartans, as Tim alluded to earlier. Charlotte Wilson of Manchester finishing in 3rd with a personal best for her. In 2nd, Sophie Rawlings of Mount St. Joe's finishing. She's a freshman, finishing 2nd in the shot put. And your winner, like Tim said, a big-time competitor, Abby Kohler of Manchester, 12.43 meters. 40 feet, 9.5 inches for her, a personal best for the sophomore of Manchester. So, in the women's shot put, Manchester picking up 4 spots, 4 point scores, while
in the
Rose
top
Holman,
5,
yes,
by the way.
yes,
4 of the top 5 is just about as good as they could have hoped for.
Yes, and Rose Holman got 1 point.
Yep. The other thing about this Manchester's throwing squad right now, they all just set personal bests in the shot put today, which is absolutely insane. I don't think we've seen that in an event yet today, with every single person from a team in the event setting a PB like that. So shout out to their throwing squad and the way they're being coached, because it is clearly working.
So we are just about ready here for the start of the women's 800. As we're looking down here just past the start line, that's one of those, these girls are not just athletes. They got big brains. They're all hanging out in the shade by the scoreboard down there. So pretty smart ladies here in the 800.
In a moment, we'll take a look at the men's shot put field as they get ready to undergo their competition.
So
we have
here we go. Wanted to
going to be a total of
give a shout out to the Manchester throws coach, but I am finding that hard information to get.
Ronan Ward of Hanover, Joshua Patel of Berea, Isaac Chavez of Berea, Terrence Davis, Berea, Luca Pavelka of Erlum, Eric Ellis of Franklin, James Clark of Erlum, Amwimba Makonda of Erlum, and Berea's Dylan Rowland. In flight number 2, we have Wyatt Dickey of Manchester, Wilder Brill of Hanover, Noah Blankman from Franklin.
Here we go. I
Tony
found
Smith
Ben
Lupton,
Villaforte is the throws coach at Manchester. So I'm sure
he's a former Manchester thrower while we competed, and he was very dominant in a lot of those throws events. So they are getting an experienced coach there, former athlete. Love when that happens.
Yeah, you got to tip your cap to the gentleman. He has definitely, like you said, gotten a group together, and they're all successful. I mean, that's the most you can ask of your throwers is, hey, just throw as well as you can today. That's your best, your personal best. So, fans, we're looking at a shot recorded earlier this morning of kind of what it's like to be a college track athlete. Even folks from Anderson bringing their own dog with them, enjoying the day here in the sun. But it's a long, busy day. They've got their team tents that they can crash under if they want to take a nap or eat a snack, you see, or maybe some of them catching up on their correspondence with their family back home. You might even see somebody working on an assignment there. That young man on his computer might be doing his physics assignment. You never know. So, just a lot of different things going on here. All these guys and gals have different responsibilities and things to do, getting ready for their events and trying to compete at the highest level that they possibly can, as well as, school's still in session. So they've got assignments to turn in, as well as do I. So very interesting time of the year for these folks. Almost done with this semester here in a little bit, but still work to be done in the classroom.
Yep, and it looks like we are going down to the men's triple jump awards that are about to get presented.
In 7th place,
all righty.
Tinkham Palmer of Berea. In 6th place, from Rose Holman, Bryce Chen. In 5th place, from Bluffton, Hassan Green. In 4th place, Desan Ritchie of Mount St. Joseph. And your top 3 finishers in the men's triple jump. In third place with a jump of 13.5 meters from Transylvania, Marquise Hill. In second place from Anderson with a jump of 13.53 meters, Josiah Marshall. In your 2026 HCAC champion in the men's triple jump with a leap of 13.82 meters from Rose-Hulman, James Connis.
So as you heard from the public address announcer, another event winner from Rose-Hulman. So those are big, big points for the Fighting Engineers.
Yep, and I'm really interested to see how good some of these guys can get. James is obviously a senior, but Josiah Marshall from Anderson, he plays basketball in the winter, so he only gets to jump for about 2.5 months. Love to see him commit to track and field full time, commit to jumping full time, and see if there's something that he can do, maybe getting to national meets. He definitely has that kind of potential.
Yeah, that's the perfect thing. I was thinking in my head, he has the potential to do that and be an elite track athlete, but maybe he's one of those guys that does track as a hobby and basketball is his passion. Who knows?
Yeah.
But he's a pretty darn good track athlete, if you ask me.
Yep, and the women are now on the track for the 800-meter dash.
Alrighty. So let's do the lane assignments for these ladies in the women's 800, if I can get you that information. Struggling a little bit here with my technology. All right, here are the ladies in this women's 800. Lane 1, Raiden Norris of Manchester. Lane 2, Kristen Fishley of Berea. Lane 3, Casey Moore of Transy. Lane 4, Chesney Miller of Manchester, the 1,500-meter champion just a few moments ago. Madison Stone Street of Berea in Lane 5. Jocelyn Onstadt of Rose-Hulman in Lane 6, maybe looking to get back that 1,500-meter loss that she had earlier to Chesney Miller. In Lane 7 from Maria, Muhurakeye Joyuse, and in Lane 8, Macy Klein of Hanover. Thank you, Tim, for the assist.
Yep, and right now, Kristen Fishley has taken it out strong right now.
And Jocelyn Onstadt there on her heels, and Chesney Miller on Onstadt's heels. So
yep, and
four
Casey Moore
ladies
also right there behind her.
So those are your big four fish out in front, if you will, in this race.
Come down the home stretch here on lap number 1. This is Kristen Fishley of Berea leading the way.
I think here in a moment we'll send it down to Prescott Brackett. He's got an interview down there with our another HCAC champion. So do we want to send it down to Prescott and do our interview? Take it away, Prescott.
Okay, here we are with James Connis, winner of the men's triple jump over here. He's been here before. He's been a champion before. So how do you think that experience plays into your win today? Do you think it helped at all?
Yeah, I'm glad I got experience, especially indoor, jumping a lot more consistently. I think that helped out a lot today, so I could get some good jumps in early that put me in first going into finals, which is a good confidence boost.
I have noticed it's a big key to your game plan. You are a very consistent jumper. You may not always have the best PR in the field, but you never underperform. That's been a great part of your game plan. How does your practice leading up to this meet, how does that help you with your consistency?
Yeah, I just need to get through the jumps a lot of the time. Sometimes I end up overthinking it, and as long as I can get through the jump with some good speed, as long as I'm happy with the speed, that usually gets me in a good spot.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Go relax. Enjoy the rest of your day. Gather sun. I'll see you around.
Thank you.
All right, the leaders in the women's 800 coming around. There's Chesney Miller doing what she did in the 1,500, turning on her sprint speed as she comes down the front. Here comes Jocelyn Onstadt as well. Kristen Fishley of Berea going to fall back to third.
And Chesney Miller does it again.
Again.
The same strategy as the 15. Leave it to the last 150 and out sprint the rest of the field.
Yeah,
what a day.
I got a feeling Prescott's interview with her is going to be almost word for word the same as the first, because she did exactly what she did, clearly exposing the rest of the field on that final kick.
Yeah, I think the rest of this field is going to go into this offseason and say, we need to do some more sprint training, coach.
Yeah, yep.
Because clearly that is the difference right now. That sprint to the end has won Chesney Miller 2 separate events. and she's looked dominant on that straightaway both times.
Yeah, and how good are you that you win the 1800 and the 1500? Those are not exactly the same race.
And hurdle crew will need some assistance.
No, the 8 and the 15 are very different and take a lot of different skills, but she has shown that she is one of the best athletes in the conference by far.
And it's pretty much no doubt what her strategy has been, and she's just employed it twice, and it's worked twice.
Yeah. All right, we are down to Prescott as well. I think he has another one of our event champions.
Hi, I do. In fact, I have Narinda Simakula. We call her Nari here. She won the women's triple and the women's 100 hurdles. We had an interesting stat for you. Did you know that you're the first woman in HCAC history to go 8 for 8 on events? You won the 100s and the 60s all 4 years that you competed. Did you know that?
I did not know that. Wow. What an honor. I didn't know that.
Well, congratulations. It is a great honor. It's a great job you did. The first thing I want to talk about is your triple performance. That was very impressive since you're not a normal triple jumper. How did you feel coming into this meet?
Honestly, I just needed to get into the pit. This is my second time officially triple jumping, so we were just going to put me in it so that we could get some points, but I surprised myself today.
If by some you mean 10, we're going to change cameras here. If by some you mean 10, I think that worked out pretty well for you. That was an excellent job. And how did you feel in your hurdles race? The first 3 or 4 hurdles, they were right there with you, and then you just took off. What was that feeling?
It felt amazing. I think the last time I ran a 14 was about 3 years ago, so I was really trying to push towards that, getting back there, and it felt like a really good race. Like, as soon as I got into my groove after the 3rd hurdle, I was like, yeah, I got this.
You looked ecstatic after you finished. You're jumping up and down. That was the happiest I've seen you finishing a race in a long time. So congratulations. It was a great race for you.
Thank you.
Was Rose Holman's
Have a nice rest of your day.
Snyder-Perez.
All right, that's Narinda Simakula, a multiple time HCAC champion. Also showing that brilliant mind of hers, the Rose Holman engineer having that umbrella to block the sun over her head. That's not something I would have thought of, but she's a little smarter than the average bear. And really impressed with her as a human being as well as an athlete. So she's the total package.
Yep. Speaking of impressive athletes, we have the podium for the women's shot put going on right now.
In second place.
Yeah, and let's go through those ladies. We'll see if we can find those shot put results. Alrighty, finishing up. I believe we went over this already.
Yeah.
So my apologies, folks. So we'll just do the top 3. You're going to see Charlotte Wilson of Manchester already up on the podium. Sophie Rawlings of Mount St. Joe's there in the sunglasses on your left. And Abby Kohler of Manchester, she's going to be your winner, a sophomore for the Spartans of Manchester. Her best throw of the day, 12.43 meters or 40 feet, 9.5 inches for Abby Kohler.
Yeah, and that event for them was big for the team scores. We want to look at that real quick.
Yeah, I'm sure those have changed quite a bit, especially after they've added the shot put scores, because that was a huge haul for Manchester. Currently, as we are sitting, again, we said it's a 2-team race, but we'll go down the list here. Bluffton with 11 points, Hanover with 18, Anderson with 21, Franklin 27, Berea, as we spoke earlier, with 32, Earlham 34.
And women's 800
a 2-team tie for 3rd place. Transylvania and Mount St. Joseph's with 44. Right now in 2nd place, Rose Holman with 146, and your leader Manchester with 166. However, the projected numbers are flip-flopped. Rose Holman potentially could score 209. Manchester only has the potential to score 191. Again, those are potential, not real.
Yeah, and it's just going to come down to, can Manchester maximize what they've got left, about 25 to 30 more points they've got on the board potentially. And, yeah, it's going to be real tight down the stretch of this thing, and I'm real excited to see how this one finishes
and before
out.
we get these men's 400 started, let's go down the men's list. Right now, Rose Holman's kind of asserting themselves in the men's side, but Earlham in 10th, Berea 9th, Bluffton 8th, Transylvania 7th, Mount St. Joseph 6th, Hanover 5th, Franklin 4th, Anderson with 69 points in 3rd, Manchester at 116, Rose Holman at 167. So we're going to actually cut away and go back to Prescott Brackett, who's down here with the winner of the women's shot put.
Hi, guys. The women's shot put, Abby Kohler here. Fantastic job. I noticed, if my eggheads up in the booth are telling me correctly, your first 2 throws you fouled, and then you had a great throw afterwards. What did you feel like going into that 3rd throw knowing you had to make one?
Obviously, I was really nervous, but I kind of just took a lot off of my throw, but it ended up going back to my technical stuff, and it worked out in my favor, so I'm really thankful for that.
Now, that was a fantastic way to recover. And then after that, was it just all gas trying to get as far as you possibly could, or did you stay a little bit more relaxed now that you knew that more relaxed form was working for you today?
I felt more relaxed. There was a couple, I think, or one fouled, but it was kind of just going to get farther.
Well, you did an excellent job. Look forward to seeing you the rest of your throws today. Congratulations, and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, that's Abby Kohler, the women's shot put champion.
Next up on the
Getting
track
cheers
will
from her
be the
teammates.
men's 400-meter hurdle
So
finals.
let's meet the gentlemen here running in the 400-meter final. In lane 1 from Rose-Hulman, Finley Hightower. Lane 2, Chris Renee of Manchester. Lane 3, Jalen Drummer of Berea. Lane 4, Quince Reese of Bluffton. Lane 5, Robert Russell of Berea. Lane 6, Russell Bilalovic of Franklin. Lane 7, Christian Sumner of Mount St. Joe's. Lane 8, Spencer Cruz of Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw Quince Reese absolutely throw down a great time in the prelim, and you saw he was super excited about it. He's going to have to do it again, though, if he wants to go and beat Robert Russell from Berea, who is the out-and-out favorite in this event.
Yeah, Robert Russell coming in with a time of 55.70. Quince Reese, 58.12. Those are your kind of 2 front runners. Then you've got a lot of guys in the 58.5 or a little better than that. Jalen Drummer, Berea, 58.47. Russell Bilalovic of Franklin, 58.46. And then Chris Renee of Manchester, 58.95. Those are your guys that are under that 1-minute mark. And we are out of the blocks, no problems. A good start here for this group. We will see who asserts themselves.
And there goes Quince Reese again, starting out real early and trying to make up the stagger on Russell on the outside.
Yeah, and you see on the inside, Chris Renee of Manchester kind of pushing the pace as well. Again, the easiest way to tell who's in the lead is who jumps over the hurdle first.
So Chris athlete is making up a stagger here on the outside.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Renee. Well, on the outside, that's Robert Russell of Berea out in front there.
Yep,
Chris
and
Reese.
Renee and Reese are neck and neck right there.
With Chris Renee trailing
I think this is Robert Russell's race to lose.
with 1 hurdle left.
And he just looks
Robert
good.
Russell just in the sprint portion, he's moving.
Yeah, I don't feel like he ever changed his pace, never took his foot off the gas, and just wire to wire. 55.09 for Russell. It's going to put him in the top 80 of Division III. Not good enough for the finals, but he's knocking on the door. Quince Reese, 56.94, and Russell Bilalovic of Franklin, 57.11. All 3 of those guys, personal bests.
Yeah, and almost everybody in this entire field with a personal best.
Yes.
So absolutely electric final right there. And those next 3 guys with Bilalovic, Drummer, and Renee, that came down to about half a second between the 3 of them.
Yeah.
So really tight race between those 3 for that final podium spot.
Second call for the
Yep, and now you'll see on the track the ladies setting out their starting blocks for the women's version of that race, the 400-meter hurdles. And the thing that always gets me, I don't care how good or not good you are, you see the guys go out of that 4th turn, and man, like a piano jumps on their back. That is a tough race. So we're going to take a break before the start of this women's 400-meter hurdles. We'll be right back after these messages.
Lane number 5, we have Eva Eagle of Manchester. In lane number 6 will be Peyton Tan of Transylvania. In lane number 7, we have Katie Rickberger of Anderson. And lane number 8 will be Lily Ariola of Berea.
Yeah, this is going really well.
An active athlete looking for enhanced performance, comfort, and recovery? Then Skins is the perfect choice for you. Our revolutionary sports compression product provides better oxygen flow in your muscles, helps reduce fatigue and pain from intense physical activity, allowing athletes to push their boundaries and perform better.
Skins helps keep everything, including you, on track.
So don't wait any longer. Get your Skins now and experience unbeatable performance.
Take your game to the next level with Skins.
This is the hotel breakfast.
It looked different online.
Do you children like eggs? Here, they make your bones grow.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. All right, guys. Look alive.
Is it fine, Daryl?
I'm starving.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay.
Go get 'em.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Are you ready?
To climb higher.
At Mount St. Joseph University, we think you are. With new state-of-the-art facilities, expert coaches and mentors, our top-ranked teams will provide the perfect challenge to test your skills.
But it's not just about winning.
It's about becoming the best version of yourself.
That's what we're all about.
Here at the Mount.
All right, folks, we are back, just about to start the women's 400-meter hurdles. But before we do that, we want to remind everybody, coming up on May 7th, both the baseball and softball conference tournament championships, a very tight race in both of those leagues. The top 6 will make the cut for that tournament, so that should be very exciting events coming up on May 7th, the HCAC baseball and softball championships. So coming up on your track, those are your lane assignments for the women's 400-meter hurdles. Diana Stem of Rose-Hulman, Ella Schultz of Rose-Hulman, McKenna Bessler of Rose-Hulman, a trio of fighting engineers. Jatasia Pinkney of Transy, Ava Egolf of Manchester. She's already won the 3,000-meter steeplechase, so this seems like something that she could potentially win. Peyton Tan of Transy, Katie Rittberger of Anderson, who seems to be in everything for Anderson, and Lily Areola of Berea. Also, fans, IndianaSRN, our network here, is proud to be a part of the HCAC. If you would like to help put more HCAC events on the World Web, contact Keith Myers. His email, coach@indianasrn.org. So we would appreciate all your support here to continue these broadcasts, to bring great insight from my man Tim Yount, and also from Prescott Brackett, former HCA champions in their own right, so they know what it takes and what it's like. You would not get this insight from anybody else in any other broadcast of this event. So we're happy to bring that to you and present this to you.
Yeah, and we can go back to the team scores for the men that we were about to say before those other races kicked off. And we can go down the list there. Earlham right now sitting in 10th with 12 points. Berea 9th with 13, Bluffton 8th with 19, Transylvania in 7th with 26 points, 6th is Mount St. Joseph with 37, 5th is Hanover with 59, Franklin sitting in 4th with 62, right now Anderson is 3rd with 69, Manchester in 2nd with 116, and right now your champion right now, as of right now, first place Rose-Hulman with 167 points.
Yeah, Rose-Hulman is just kind of separated themselves a little bit from the rest of the field on the men's side. As you see the scores on the women's side, still very, very tight between the ladies.
And
teams.
I'm super interested in this real fight for third place on the men's side between Anderson, Franklin, and Hanover. We still have the men's shot put competition to go. Mm-hmm. So that event's going to be big, specifically for Anderson and all those guys. But all of those teams are projected within 80 to 90 points. There's going to be maybe 10 points between those three teams. So for these competitions, for the 4x4 relay at the end, it's all going to matter for them to see who can take that third place spot.
Yeah, and if you don't think that race matters, you are sorely mistaken. Third, fourth, fifth place, those all matter to these athletes, and it's a big, big deal to the coaches, the athletes, and everybody involved. So those races are very important as well.
No, that's one of those things, you start chasing these times and these medals as an athlete, and eventually you come to the realization that if you score at all in any capacity, you're an all-conference athlete, that means you're in the top 8 of anybody in the entire conference. It's thousands of people that goes to each school, and you're in the top 8 of any of them at one of these events. It's an incredible accomplishment, regardless of whether or not you won or got 8th.
Yeah, that's the big deal of putting these things in perspective. I know I had an athlete one time was disappointed that he didn't, throw so well in the regional. I said, hey, look, man, you were the sectional champion the week before. You're one of 32 people in the state of Indiana that can say I was a sectional champion in that year. That is a huge, huge accomplishment. So this is very akin to that. If you're an all-conference performer, you're pretty good.
Yep, and we can get back to the track. We have the women's 400-meter hurdlers on the track looking ready to go.
All right, just a quick review of those ladies. Lane 1, Diana Stern of Rose. Lane 2, Ella Schultz of Rose-Hulman. McKenna Bessler of Rosen 3. Jatasia Pinckney of Transy 4. Ava Egolf of Manchester 5. Peyton Tan of Transy 6. Katie Rittberger of Anderson 7. Lily Areola of Berea in lane 8. This should be very interesting. Your top seed coming in, seed time, Jatasia Pinckney of Transy in lane 4. However, very close to her, Ava Egolf of Manchester in lane 5. Peyton Tan of Transy in lane 6. Those ladies all within about a second of each other.
Yep, and I think Egolf is the main wild card here. She hadn't run 400-meter hurdles before this, and impressive that she's a distance runner, and she's coming out of blocks.
Yeah, she's in lane 5 out there in the all black with the white trim. Pinckney in the white top with the maroon bottoms in lane 4. Her teammate Peyton Tan also in white top and maroon bottoms. So again, just looking to see who jumps first. And
Jada Pinckney looks like
Pinckney. Yeah, I would say Pinckney's out in front currently. She looks comfortable and smooth.
Yep, her and her teammate Peyton Tan both look really strong right now.
Yeah, they have definitely left Ava Egolf behind.
Over that back hurdle.
And they are definitely pushing the pace out there. We'll see how that works for them when they come around that turn number 4, if they can continue. As we saw Rose Talbert proving that in the 400, it's not how you start, it's how you finish in some respects.
But right now, it is looking like Peyton Tan out to a serious lead coming off this final turn.
Yep, that's Pinckney in the lead with Tan in second.
I apologize, got him flipped.
And this is her race to lose. She has a 30-meter lead.
And she looks great, just smooth, great technique, using her arms, using her legs here.
And there's a fight for second here.
Yes.
Look at this, down to the line.
Man, that's too close to call. Maybe Bessler.
Jatasia Pinckney of Transylvania.
Looks like Peyton Tan outleans McKenna Bessler and Ava Egolf at the line.
Goodness.
To get the 1-2 for Transylvania.
Listen to these times. 105.99 for Pinckney, 109.70 for Tan, 109.74 for Bessler, 109.95 for Egolf of Manchester. That is pretty darn close.
Yeah, what a nuts way to end that race down at the finish line. And, the hardest part about this race, we said yesterday, really is that 40-meter sprint at the end once you've gone over that last hurdle. And they showed it right there. All 3 of those women fighting for that second place spot.
Yeah, that's just tough.
Of the men's 5,000 meters, we did have a scratch yesterday.
Alrighty.
This all as one race.
So you guys know why the 400-meter hurdles is my second favorite event? Any guesses?
Second favorite.
It's because it means the 200 is next.
There you are.
Oh, got him. He got us.
Set us up. So men's 200 finals coming up. They'll start over there in turn number 3. And bring it around to the home. Again, this should be a fast race.
Yep.
Wind is very slightly at their backs. It is a beautiful day out here, nice and hot. Good sprinter weather. Should be fast.
Yep. Before that, we have some updates from other field events that seem to be completed. The women's high jump competition has been part of that. And something I don't think we've ever seen in the women's high jump.
John Behrens of Anderson.
If this is right, I believe there is a 3-way tie for first place in women's high jump right now.
Oh, my.
In sixth
as it
place,
ends, which is Very interesting.
And they, identical. None of them missed ever.
So
until they got to 1.57 meters,
where they all missed. So I don't know. It seems
I've never heard of that anywhere.
I can't tell if they're out there doing a jump off potentially. That might be what's going to happen.
Okay.
Over there at the women's high jump,
they're definitely in deep discussion.
It definitely looks like they're setting up a jump off, which will be awesome.
So it looks like we are handing out medals for the men's 800. Your top 3 finishers: Connor Bodie of Rose-Hulman, Zayden Jensen of Rose-Hulman there in second. Your winner, Gavin Byerly, a personal best blazing time, 1:52.53. For the Manchester product, the senior Gavin Byerly. Also in that event, again talking about the team scores, Manchester getting 1st and 7th, Rose-Hulman getting 6th, 5th, 3rd, and 2nd. So again, just almost stalemate there in points.
Yeah, and Rose had a great showing in that one. So did Manchester. That's an event they both are really strong in this year. And they just showed it. And
it's kind of interesting. It always makes me wonder because Rose-Hulman's been successful quite a bit over the years here in this conference. Just how do these teams just keep reloading and reloading and reloading? It's actually really impressive by the coaches and recruiters who get these guys in.
Yeah, especially for teams like Manchester that are able to get like great distance runner after great distance runner after great distance runner.
Right, yeah.
It's just like, how do you keep getting these guys? And it's just a testament to their coaching staff and what they're able to do and how they're able to recruit these guys. And it's awesome to see for the conference anyway.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's been pretty neat. I've only been around this conference for about 3 years now, and it's just been really cool because I've seen the athletes that were there my first year. They've kind of cycled through, like yourself and like Prescott, and now we've got a new wave of athletes coming through, and it's just wow.
Yep, and we are setting up for the men's 200-meter final.
Alrighty, let's meet these gentlemen. In lane 1 from Rose-Hulman, Andrew Shields. Lane 2, Thomas Vaughn of Berea. Lane 3, Blaine Eisen of Hanover. Lane 4, Kenneth Red of Manchester. Braden Wilkins of Franklin in lane 5. Diego Yoon in lane 6 of Mount St. Joseph's. Brandon Bensuda of Hanover, lane 7. And Pace Morrell of Rose-Hulman in 8. Different event, same names.
Yeah, these guys just kind of proving they are the class of the field of these sprinters. Wilkins, Red, Eisen, Shields, Yoon, Bensada, some of the best sprinters in the conference, in history of the conference. And yeah, I think this one's just going to be really, really great. Prescott, what times should we be looking out for on this one?
Oh gosh, okay, so it's kind of hard to tell at this point given how interesting the 200 was yesterday, but I think Kenny and Braden Wilkins are both very capable of running a mid to low 21 in these conditions, given the headwinds they ran their high 21s into yesterday. I can absolutely see that happening. I also don't think that you can count out an athlete like Andrew Shields or Brandon Bensauda, who are both low 22 guys. We've seen them do that before. On a day like today, we could see a 21 out of them. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I would not be surprised if we saw 421s out of this field.
Yeah, awesome. And we are going down to the podium as well, where they are doing the women's pole vault awards, and we will get you those results very quickly as well.
In the women's pole vault with a jump of 3.13 meters from Franklin, Elena Kellerman.
Day 2.
All right, these ladies on the podium right now, finishing in 3rd, Abigail Drum of Rose-Hulman. Your runner-up, Rebecca Johnson of Manchester, season best for her. And your winner, Elena Kellerman of Franklin, a personal best for her, 3.13 meters. That's 10 feet, 3 1/4 inches, gaining 10 big points for Franklin. Also in the team race, Rebecca Johnson of Manchester getting a 2nd place finish. However, Rose-Hulman, I mentioned to you, I said that Rose-Hulman has quite a few female pole vaulters. Well, they're going to come away with 3rd, 4th, and 8th So Rose Holman scoring quite a bit, but Rebecca Johnson of Manchester almost evening that out by getting that second place finish.
Yeah, and maybe as a team, Rose not doing as well as they could have wanted with their top vaulter no hiding in that competition.
Yeah, and so let me make sure that women's pole vault is accounted for, and it is. So right now on the women's side, Manchester still out in front, 187. Rose Holman, 176.5. This is, like you said, almost, I called you the prophet Tim yesterday, coming down to the 4x4.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that would be highly interesting and entertaining into the day.
Yeah, it's just always great when these meets come down to that last event and you get to see all the energy, everything that all of these athletes have put together all weekend. It all goes down to that event, and it's just awesome to watch, and the energy in the stadium,
Yes.
you can feel it.
Yep, and I agree. I think every teammate, athlete, whether it's your school or not that's competing, are going to come watch that event and cheer just the finish. You know, they just want to cheer a good finish race. We are just about ready here for the men's 200-meter finals. Guys are at their blocks.
And it seems like we did get some sort of jump off in the women's too.
Okay, the
to
women's
at least
high jump.
get a winner out of it. And we can bring that to you after this men's 200-meter final.
I was going to ask you. You seem pretty excited. I guess that's a spoiler for the interview. But
We are in the blocks here. The gun is up. Just waiting for the commands from the starter. And there we go. Out of the blocks cleanly. A good start here.
And there you see Kenneth Red and Diego Yun already trying to make
Diego
up
Yun
the
pulls
stagger.
up. Diego Yun is out of this race.
Start here in the men's 200 meters.
So it's Braden Wilkins down the home stretch. Penny trying to push.
Yeah, Braden Wilkins has about 2 steps on the rest of the field. Kenneth Red going to come home second.
Comes through with the win. Let's see the time.
21:42.
21:42.
Kenneth Red, a personal best, 21:71 in second. Looks like they're sorting out third place.
And what a day for Braden Wilkins, winning the 100 and the 200-meter dash, proving he is the fastest man in the HCAC conference.
Second call for the men's
Prescott, you were
5,000
pretty
meter
close.
run finals at
Brandon
2:55.
Bensuda, 21:99,
And
the
the first
third
call for the women's 5,000 meter run
sub-22.
finals
Andrew
at
Shields and Rose
3:35.
Holman, 22:03. Blaine Eisen in fifth for Hanover at 22:11. So a very, very fast race.
I almost had that prediction, but real quick here, I got Gavin Byerly. He ditched us after his 800-meter win. I think he was scared of us, but we got him back here, ready to talk one more time to us. Congratulations, another dominant win for you. You were all out from the gun, and you seemed very excited when you crossed that finish line. Is there any particular reason why?
Yeah, so it was a school record by 0.3 of a second, so I was pretty hyped for that. Wasn't really expecting it coming off of 3 other races this weekend.
No, that was ridiculously fast. Now, you've been up here quite a few times, so I'm running out of things to ask. So I had some insiders tell me some of your interests. So I think my last question of the day for you is, give us a fun fact about F1 from this season. What's your favorite thing that you've been watching this season in F1?
So I'm a Ferrari fan, so I'd say it's exciting to see it's a new regulation, so it's like different year. There's new teams at the top, so it's been pretty fun to watch the new cars this year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You had an excellent day today. Rest up and hope they don't call you for the 4x4 because I know that one hurts.
Yep.
Have a nice day.
All righty, that's Gavin Byerly, the distance standout for the Spartans of Manchester. Also a Formula One fan. So,
but yeah, what a day for Gavin Byerly. What a weekend. Just putting a cap on a great weekend. Went 3-3 on event wins. I'm sure he's going to get rewarded for that later today with some of these athlete awards, and deservedly so.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely a special talent. Running the 152 earlier today. That's just the icing on the cake for Gavin Byerly for this weekend.
Yeah, especially considering when we were talking about how many other great distance runners they have had at that school, even while he's been here. The fact that he was able to get that school record, great for him. That's huge for him.
Yep.
And way to put his mark on his school's history like that, and the conference history as well.
Yeah, and I can remember the first time I ever met Gavin Byerly. I interviewed him after an indoor race in 2023, and I believe he was just a freshman, and he'd got third of that group of three behind Enrique Salazar, and I forget the other gentleman you knew.
Connor Havens.
Connor Havens, and you could just tell. You're like, he's going to get his chance soon, and he's going to excel, and that's exactly what he's done. So great job by Gavin Byerly. Let's meet these ladies. We're about to start the women's 200-meter finals. In Lane 1, Hannah Cox of Transy. Lane 2, Alexandria Mast of Franklin. Lane 3, Alex Adams of Rose-Hulman. She's a two-time champion already today. Lane 4, Olivia Sparks of Transy. Lane 5, Rose Talbert of Rose-Hulman. Lane 6, Coco Truelove. Lane 7, Ileana Hernandez of Rose-Hulman. And in Lane 8, Narendra Simakula of Rose-Hulman. This is a loaded field.
Yep, and I'd say you can be anywhere, but you're going to want to watch the middle of this track with mainly Olivia Sparks, Talbert, Adams, Truelove. Your winner's coming from there.
Yes.
Yeah, Sparks has had the edge in this event, and I really don't expect that to change. She had a great 200 in that 400.
Agreed.
And here she goes.
And she is doing just that. Rose Talbert trying to keep up here. Olivia Sparks, she probably feels like she needs a little get back here.
And there she goes.
Back. And it's the three we mentioned. Sparks out front, Talbert in second, Adams in third.
And Olivia Sparks throws it down on the home track.
I'm looking at Alex Adams' time.
24.76. 24.76 for Sparks. Top 25 now in D3 nationally.
A new conference record by a mile, almost half a second.
25.22 for Talbert. No slouch as well. Season best for her. She's top 75 in America in D3. Alex Adams and Rose-Hulman coming home in third, 25.54. Man, that did not disappoint, gentlemen.
No, we had this one circled on our calendars basically from the time the season started.
Yeah. And it definitely looked good, was good, and just a great race. Good day by all three of those ladies. I mean, they've all had triumphs today.
Yeah, this one was great to see, great to watch, and see Sparks there just – This is really her event. Her and Talbert go back and forth in the 4 and the 2. Talbert might have the edge in the 4.
Yeah.
This one is Sparks' event.
Yeah.
Full stop.
And you could kind of see it on her face. She needed this one today.
Yeah, and she's kind of, I think she's beat Talbert in this event, I believe, every time.
Yeah.
They've gone head to head in this 200. And yeah, conference meet record for her as well.
Yeah, rightfully so. She's just one of those people that you're happy to see her write her name in the record books.
Yep, and a record that she might break next year, and then I imagine will not be touched for quite some time.
A little bit, yeah. But Olivia Sparks of Transylvania marking her name down in the record books, cementing herself as an HCAC legend, getting another gold medal around her neck in the women's 200 meters. So next up on the far side of the track, in lane 3 is where they will start, the men's 5,000 meters. Are you ready, Tim?
Yep, this is the final individual race of the meet for the men. The women have their 5K right after this.
Before we get there, we're going to hand out some medals.
This is for the women's 800.
All righty. So let's meet the top 8 finishers. Finishing in 8th from Hanover, Macy Klein. In 7th, Madison Stone Street of Berea. Muho Rakeye Joyuse of Berea finishing 6th. Raiden Norris of Manchester 5th. In 4th, Casey Moore of Transylvania. Kristen Fishley of Berea, a personal best, finishing in 3rd. And your runner-up from Rose-Hulman, Jocelyn Onstadt. And your winner in the women's 800 using the same strategy and blowing past the field down the home stretch. Chesney Miller of Manchester, her time, 2 minutes 17.27 for the sophomore.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous weekend for her. That 15-800 double this weekend, that might be the hardest double we've seen anybody pull
and she's owned
this
it.
week, and she's destroyed it.
Yep.
And made it look fairly easy with the way that she was sprinting down that home stretch in both those races.
Yeah, she definitely surprised the field with her strategy, and it has worked twice to perfection.
Yep. I can't wait to see what that strategy in particular does to the rest of the field next year.
Yeah.
To see if we can see some more of these athletes maybe running some 400s or something like that during the year to be prepped to sprint that final 150.
Adding a little fast twitch muscle fiber to the end of their race. So we are just moments away from the start of these men's 5,000 meters. We'll introduce you to these guys once they get started, but you see their names up on the screen there as we wait. So interesting, we were talking earlier about the one gentleman that jumps off the screen there, the 6'7", 6'8", super tall competitor there from Mount St. Joseph's.
Henry Bowman,
the Mount St. Joseph standout. Just a freshman. And by standout, I mean he stands out in a crowd. So interested to see him race in this in the men's 5K.
But we can get back down to Prescott, who is with Chesney Miller for the second time today.
Hey guys, here with Chesney Miller, second time today. A very similar fashion to the first. You kind of sat on the whole way and kicked that final 100. Absolutely killed it. So my first question for you here is, do you do any sort of sprint training to make that happen, or do you just think you were stronger on the day and just had enough gas in the tank?
I train 15 to 5K, so whatever that gives me for sprints. In high school, I kind of like did it all, like 400, whatever, long jump. So I think just like the speed just comes with it. But we do like finishers, and some of my workouts are a little bit faster, so I think that helps.
No, it was a fantastic day of competition for you. Are you done? Or are you going to have the 4x4 after this?
Yeah, I'm in the 4x4 last leg.
Oh, that is terrifying. Well, hopefully we'll see you up here for a third time. Congratulations, and have a great day.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Another great interview there with Prescott Brackett, getting the insights from Chesney Miller. She, just a banner day for her. Probably
we're off here in the
best case scenario for her today.
Again, we're going to just
yeah,
do one
I don't think it could have gone any
today.
better.
No.
In her brain. And, you know, maybe they'll need to have her doing some more 400 type stuff in the future.
Because it looks like the cat's out of the bag on that strategy.
Yeah.
So she's going to have to do something to keep it up.
Yeah, she might have to drop down to the 400 a few times in the
As
future.
you see the menagerie of contestants here in the men's 5K, there are 27 total entrants. Let's go down the list. These are their hip numbers.
Corbin of Anderson. Samuel Wilson of Franklin.
Kyle Corbin of Anderson, he's 21. Connor Watson is 4. Austin Johnson is 3. William Hirsch of Franklin is 2. Joshua Pohl of Rose-Hulman is 1. Samuel Wilson of Franklin is 15. Ben Tuckus of Rose-Hulman is 8. Taiki Ogawa is 19. He's from Berea. Colin Kistler is 13 from Hanover. Brendan Oden of Manchester is 5. Logan Ferris of Manchester 6. David Stansberry of Anderson 17. Cole Kuntz of Anderson 24. Darius Osborne of Manchester 7. Jonah Decker of Franklin 16. John Grease of Rose-Hulman 12. Eduardo Del Rosal of Rose-Hulman is 10. Chris Lynn of Rose-Hulman 11. Finnegan Adams of Franklin 22. Corwin Barrows of Hanover 23. Henry Bowman of Mount St. Joe's 26. George Thacker of Transy 27. Alex Taft of Mount St. Joe's 18. Jacob Miller of Hanover 20. David Lane of Anderson 25. My apologies for those being out of order, but they had ran a lap. So they conjugate them based on where they were running that lap. So currently right now out in front, Austin Johnson of Manchester, Joshua Pohl of Rose-Hulman, John Grease of Rose-Hulman. Those are your top 3. However, there are probably, about 20 guys in that front pack?
Yeah, and it looks like Connor Watson is out there near the top.
Yes.
As well as William Hirsch. out there looking to potentially take the front spot. And there he goes with Watson following him right behind him. And it seems like Breeze and Pole as well have followed them, as it seems like Hirsch is content to spread this one out a little bit. He doesn't want to go at this slow pace and leave it for a kick at the end. He wants to just kind of take it.
Yeah, and I think they're going to try and take charge of this here pretty quickly, but still very, very early in this race.
Yep, and there's Joshua Pole taking that top spot away from William Hirsch, and he is looking like he wants to go and take it from here.
Yeah, and I think he should feel like he's very capable of winning this event, Joshua Pole of Rose-Hulman. So Pole, Hirsch, and Watson now.
That is tough.
Those are some fast.
Yep, and they are no longer super congested. They have
they've definitely
spread themselves thin right there. Only 3.5 laps into the race.
They look like they're doing the old punishment Indian run we used to have to do when I was a kid, where the guy in the back runs to the front of the line, and then once he gets there, the line in the back runs to the front of the line.
Yep.
So this is the men's 5,000 meters here. Joshua Pole of Rose-Hulman, William Hirsch of Franklin, Connor Watson of Hanover, Samuel Wilson of Franklin, John Grease of Rose-Hulman. Those are your front five. So I just counted, there are 17 guys in that front pack.
Yep, and Pole just content to sit out in front. He doesn't think anybody can take him, and he should be confident after that 10K that he ran last night.
Yeah, yeah, he's sitting at about 73 seconds. They're actually getting a little faster each lap. He ran a 76.44 in the 1,000-meter split and 73.21 in the 1,400 split. So that group is progressively getting faster and faster per lap. So we're going to take a break here in the men's 5,000, and we'll come back with the conclusion of the men's 5,000 meters.
Every day when I walk into a classroom, the film, titled Hellcat, premiered at the Heartland International Film Festival.
Ricky?
Suze? What are you doing here?
I work here. What's your excuse?
Who was that?
A ghost.
All I got is
He left me here to see the death every day.
What do you think Jameson's doing right now?
What do you mean?
Pastor C says he's in heaven. Well, what does that mean? Like, what do you do in heaven?
You're asking the wrong guy.
The story itself.
All right, folks, we are back. They are handing out the women's high jump awards out in front of us here. We'll get you those finishers here in just a moment. Tim had mentioned earlier just a weird situation there in the women's high jump. What did you see happen in the women's high jump, Tim?
Yeah, it seems like we had a jump off. All three women fouled at 154 or something, or out at 157. They reattempted all at 157, and Annalisa Newhart ended up clearing it, and so she took the win. And Audrey Edwards and Samantha Setzel ended up tying then for second place.
Yeah, so just a really interesting situation. So Audrey Edwards of Rose-Hulman, Samantha Stetzel of Manchester, they're going to split those points for second and third. They add them together and then split them evenly amongst the two teams.
Yep.
So
they're each going to get 7 points.
However, very important, Megan Corti of Rose-Hulman getting that extra point down there in 8th place. So for that team score, again, like we said, you know, obviously you set out to win, but in this team event, when you're trying to get that conference championship, everybody wants to be a part of it. those 8th place finishes and 6th place finishes and 5th place finishes, those are all important.
Yep.
All right, folks. So now that we've learned the winners of the women's high jump, we're going to take another break and come back to you in the men's 5K finals.
Hi, I'm Zach Likens.
I'm Ella Zaborowski.
And I'm Darius Spokey, and we're admissions counselors here at Bluffton University. And we're going to show you some of our favorite places on campus.
College Hall, this is where it all began in 1899. It's home to Ramsire Auditorium and the Learning Resource Center, one of 3 student success centers on campus. The other 2, the Writing Center and the Center of Career and Vocation, are right next door in the Musselman Library. Our success centers are a big reason why 98% of our graduates are employed in graduate school or completing long-term service within the first 6 months of graduation.
This is Centennial, where many of your classes will be held. Bluffton has an 11-to-1 student-faculty ratio, which means your class sizes will be small and you'll get to know your professors. Plus, Bluffton has more than 90 majors, minors, and programs to choose from.
Ready to have some fun? Let's check out Marbeck Center, home to the Commons, where you eat. Marbeck Desk, where you can check out equipment like hammocks and bikes, and Bob's Place, where you can hang out and where our voluntary chapels are held. Bluffton has more than 60 clubs, student groups, and intramural sports like tennis ball golf.
Right behind me is Emory Sears Athletic Complex. It holds Salzman Stadium, Memorial Field, and the softball diamond. Stadium lights were recently installed on Alumni Field so games can be played under the lights. You'll also be able to enjoy beaver tailgating, Bluffton Olympics, and movies under the stars on this end of campus.
Welcome to the Bluffton University Nature Preserve. It's 160 acres of natural beauty for students to enjoy year-round. There's a pond for catch and release fishing and water sports, hiking trails, and the swinging bridge. The cross-country team uses it for their home meets and also serves as a natural laboratory for some of our science classes. Let's head back to campus for a few more stops.
This is Newfound Lawn. Bluffton has 6 residence halls and student apartments. Did you know we're a residential community? That means the majority of our students live on campus.
Here's Yoder Recital Hall, a 300-seat performance space where our concerts are held. It's located right next to Mosman Hall, which holds our music classrooms and practice space.
Flags representing some of our international students are on display in front of Summer Center. This facility promotes health, fitness, and wellness education. At Bluffton, we have 18 NCAA athletic teams, as well as esports. But through our virtue-driven athletics program, we like to say we're all on one team. Go Beavers!
This is Souder Visual Art Center, featuring an art gallery, classrooms, and studio space for graphic design, ceramics, printmaking, painting, and so much more.
We started this tour with Bluffton's oldest building, and now we'd like to show you the newest. Nolan Science Center, opened in fall of 2023, features anatomy, biology, chemistry, and dietetics labs. There's also plenty of places to study.
That's the end of our tour, but there's so much more to see.
At Bluffton, you'll find a community of belonging and a world of opportunity.
And we're so excited to show you more during a campus visit.
All right, folks, we are back. A little bit of changes up front and then some back and forth in the men's 5K. Joshua Pohl of Rose-Hulman still out in front after 3,800. However, he had a moment where he kind of fell back and then kind of decided, I'm taking this back over.
Yeah, and he has started to push ahead and create a little bit of a gap between him and the rest of the field. Right now it's about 10 meters between him and that small group of Hirsch and Watson,
Connor Watson
and Austin Johnson.
Yep. Yep. So those are your top 4 here. They're going to be fighting for 1 through 4. Joshua Pohl, the senior from Rose-Hulman, Connor Watson, the senior from Hanover, Will Hirsch, the sophomore from Franklin. He, I believe, is up actually to second. And Austin Johnson of Manchester. So really, again,
and Johnson's right there.
Yeah, again,
with
everything is affecting the team points. So Austin Johnson now has moved up into 3rd. So they have completed 4,200 of 5K. So 2 more laps to go for the leaders in this event. Pohl of Rose-Hulman, Hirsch of Franklin, Johnson of Manchester, Watson of Hanover.
Oh, Josh is...
So Josh Pohl in the backstretch, right in the middle of the backstretch there, out in front, crossing the midfield stripe of the soccer field. William Hirsch, though, looks like he is kind of
starting to reel him in a little
bit.
Just
a little slowly, but he's trying to reel him in. Maybe Joshua Pohl is feeling that and starting to pick up the pace.
Yep, and now they have to start also maneuvering past these lapped runners. Especially if lapped runners are sitting out in lane 2 and Joshua Pohl has to go out into lane 3.
This is where NASCAR meets track and field, where you're just going to have to drive through that traffic, lap traffic. William Hirsch of Franklin, he looks like he's feverishly trying to pick up his pace. 1 lap to go now for Joshua Pohl of Rose-Hulman. Will he be able to hold off William Hirsch of Franklin?
Yep, and Hirsch is giving it all he's got in this one right now.
Yeah, he's definitely picked up his pace considerably, but the problem is, does he have enough track to track down Joshua Pohl?
Yep, that gap is still just about 10 meters.
Yeah.
And also behind them, it seems like Connor Watson has started to pull away just a tad from Austin Johnson.
Kick. Yeah, started out his kick there in the backstretch. So looking at the monitor, Joshua Pohl of Rose-Hulman still firmly in the lead. William Hirsch of Franklin, unless he has a Chesney Miller kick, doesn't look like he's gonna catch.
Yep, and there goes Joshua Pohl striding out to the finish.
Big smile on his face as he's going down the front stretch. Joshua Pohl of Rose-Hulman going to be your 5K HCAC champion.
And William Hirsch cruising into second place there. Connor Watson in third. Austin Johnson in fourth.
Connor Watson, a feverish final lap, running 65.15. Pohl 65.81 in his final lap. Hirsch of Franklin 68.83. Austin Johnson 68.11. These guys, the final lap after 4,600 meters, and you're going to run a 65 to finish your day.
Yeah, absolutely nuts.
That's impressive.
Athletes and coaches,
that is something I will never relate to personally, but I am very impressed watching it.
Yep, and that's going to be big points for Rose-Hulman with Joshua Pohl sitting in first, and also some of his teammates trickling in there in 7th and 8th.
Yeah.
Or 6th and 8th.
And at one point, Austin Johnson was up to 2nd or 3rd. That's a huge difference between 1st and 4th and 1st and 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah. But all those guys did a great job in this one. That final kick at the end, that last bout lap where they are going pretty much full out.
Yeah, yeah, that's just crazy to watch. Still got a handful of runners out here with a few more laps to go. So not quite finished here with the men's 5K. See if we can go through here and find out how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 gentlemen still left to finish. So we will let them,
ladies and gentlemen, we'll direct your attention down to the podium
come on
as
in
as
as
results to read.
we start to give out awards for
These
the
are
women's 200-meter finals.
Dash. In 8th place today was Alexandria Hampton of Berea. In 7th place, Naya Herbert of Erlong.
All right, so we're moving over to the women's 200-meter finals. Here are your top 8 finishers. Hannah Cox of Transient 8. Narendra Simakula of Rose-Hulman in 7th. Scoring valuable team points. Ileana Hernandez of Rose-Hulman in 6th. Also big team points for the Fighting Engineers. Coco Trulove of Manchester in 5th. Big points for the Spartans. Alexandria Mast will finish 4th. Then 2 more big sets of points for Rose-Hulman. In 3rd place from Rose-Hulman, Alex Adams. In 2nd place from Rose-Hulman. Oh, excuse me, I must be going through the wrong event. My apologies. This looks to be the women's 400. I'm so sorry. So women's 400. Does that look right to you?
Yes.
There we go. Women's 400, my apologies, folks. Alexandria Hampton of Berea in 8th. Nia Herbert of Earlham in 7th. Hannah Cox of Transy in 6th. Jatasia Pinckney, also of Transylvania, in 5th. Katerina Kovalevskaya of Berea in 4th. Alexandria Mast of Franklin in 3rd. Olivia Sparks in 2nd. And your winner, Rose Talbert of Rose-Hulman, her time 56:40.
Yeah, absolutely nuts 400. She's one of the best 400-meter runners in the country, and we're going to get to see her do it again in a 4x4 a little later on.
Well, like you said earlier, what was interesting to me about that race is Sparks had a huge lead early. Like we said, she's super elite in that 200, but Rose Talbert just doing her thing, ran her down, passed her here on the front stretch at the end, and took it home. It was very, very interesting race.
We have a break in the action. If we can have the top 3 finishers in the men's and the women's 100-meter dashes report to the podium, we will do those awards before the next race.
So it looks like we are now done with the men's 5K. So we have the ladies' turn at the 5,000 meters. So just to kind of recap, the top 4 finishers in that, those were the breakaway runners, if you will. Austin Johnson of Manchester finishing at 15 minutes 30.9. Connor Watson of Hanover running a season best 15:28.95. William Hirsch of Franklin finishing 15:26.73 and second. And your winner, Joshua Pohl of Hanover. So he is going to go home with a big medal with big points for Rose-Hulman. So his time, 15 minutes 22.63 for him.
Yep, and we've got a little bit of time now before the women's 5K.
Yes.
Not for another 15, 20 minutes.
So if you would like to talk, I'm very interested in this based on our results from the 10K yesterday. So Ella Detchen of Transy, a freshman, winning the 10K.
Yeah.
In convincing fashion. Amanda Zerhusen of Mount St. Joseph's led a fair amount of that race before she was passed by Ella Detchen. Isla Cashdollar of Manchester, she was very competitive earlier today. So a lot of folks. Cleo Saltz of Earlham, I thought she presented herself very well in the 10K yesterday. Callie Swegman of Hanover and Cadence Fox of Manchester all ran very, very well, I felt like. So there's a lot of talent in this race, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm still going to take Detjen, I think, against the field. The way that she kicked those last 6-7 laps yesterday. We're just going to have to see what she's able to do.
Yeah.
I do think she's the class of the field right now.
She does come in with the best seed time of 17 minutes 8.09. The next closest competitor to her is 17:57. So that tells you everything you need to know.
And I do think that she's been dominant at this distance all year, going back to cross country when they're running there, and dominated conference there. Went indoor, dominated the 3K and the 5K. Outdoor has destroyed everyone in the 5K that she's gone up against. Won some big meets with some big competition in this 5K this season. So I would definitely take her over the rest of that field.
Yeah, she definitely looked very impressive yesterday. I feel like this is probably going to be similar or same plan as yesterday, only she's going to start her breakaway early, earlier than the 10K, obviously.
Yep.
So should be fun to watch. I think that's also an interesting thing about track and field is a lot of your distance runners, especially in these 10K, 5K, they also double as cross-country runners. You don't see there's nothing else for a discus thrower or a high jumper or a triple jumper in your case.
Nope.
Or a 100-meter runner typically doesn't run cross-country. So there's no crossover in that. So, that's why maybe you feel like distance, guys and gals are a little special group of people.
Yeah, and we can update you guys on the only field event left of the day, and that is the men's shot put competition. Right now, they are sitting at completed 3 throws for 2 different flights. There is a third flight of men in this men's shot put, and we have some serious competition in this third and final flight, and also some intense talent and national caliber, All-American, potential national champion level talent.
Yeah, there are some big-time standouts in the throws here today. So, folks, we're going to take a break before the start of this women's 5K, and we'll be back here shortly.
Whenever I tell somebody that I go to Berea College, it's automatically, oh, so do you make brooms? And I have the pleasure to say, yeah, I actually do. Although being a broom maker is a little bit of a niche experience and niche community, it's sort of world famous, at least Berea brooms. When I first saw the broom wall, it was definitely intimidating. Coming in there as a woman, I was scared that I wasn't strong enough, but thankfully I am strong enough. And throughout learning a specific broom, especially within our catalog, it can be really defeating when you try to execute something and it's not quite right. But when you finally get it, it's really rewarding. I think having the confidence to fail has been my biggest growth, and part of that is community, and part of that is having space, time, and materials to mess up, and being able to take it to somebody like Amanda Lee or even a peer student, just being like, what do we like about this, what don't we like about this, and then workshop from there. For learning and growing, there has to be a community in order to feel safe. Student craft is one big family, and so we feel connected and safe to explore new ideas. The more I look at the broom wall, the more I can draw inspiration from and realize that it's not so intimidating and it's actually a great learning opportunity. The broom wall is definitely a lot different than a wall in a traditional gallery. It's more of collective empowerment, and being on that wall means being part of a community. That's the first place I go when I'm thinking of a new design. Just looking for different design elements and kind of being like, oh, I can do that, or oh, that's different. I should figure out how to do that in my own work. The broom wall is pretty much always changing, so being able to put something on there even for a couple weeks is really rewarding. Sort of the Hall of Fame of brooms, and being up there, being proud of your work and others actually seeing your achievements and accomplishments. I don't necessarily expect people to be inspired by my brooms on the broom wall, but I think it's important just to have an archive of your own work to inspire yourself. Overall, I'm just very grateful that I discovered broomcraft. The biggest reason for that is for the people and how close I've grown with people that I probably would have never met otherwise.
All right, folks, we are back. We got a special interview for you here. We're going to send it down to Prescott Brackett. He's going to interview the commissioner of the HCAC, Mr. Jay Jones.
Hi, guys. I'm here with Jay Jones, commissioner of the HCAC, and he set this whole thing up. And I guess that's our first question is, what does it take to get an event like this going?
I absolutely didn't set the whole thing up. It takes a ton of people, and Transy takes a ton of time for any host to run this kind of event. In all honesty, having done event management for 26, 27 years now, there's nothing harder to run than a track and field meet, because you have so many different things going at the same time. You need so many different officials, there's different disciplines, and just a lot of moving parts, and the coaches they have huge rosters that they're trying to make sure they get where they're supposed to go. So it just takes a lot of people, a lot of volunteers, a lot of people who care a lot about track and field. So thanks to all those that make it happen. My job's easy, I hand out awards. It's just really
quick update on the men's shot put competition still underway here
Yeah, it is a lot of moving pieces, and you organize that beautifully. It's a great job you're running here. What do you think about this meet this year? Obviously, it varies year to year. What do you think the execution was like this year? Putting you on the spot.
Yep. Hey, I love it anytime that you look at in either gender is coming down to the last couple of events, and the scores are as close as they are right now on the women's side, so that's always fun. I've seen and given a lot of awards to a lot of freshman, first-year students. That's always really cool for me, and always fun to see how excited they are. So always good. We've had a really, really fast conference this year. The top 10 list seems to change every single week, and that's the kind of thing that you notice at the conference office. And so this meet, there's some different people winning. There's some different things happening there, and that for me is what shows that things are all heading in the right direction. Our throws continue to be incredible. I don't know when that happened, but sometime in my 7 years we became a throwing league. But it's awesome for those men and women to do that as well. So really, really fun. So, swimming and track are the two events for the conference office staff. We really get to know our athletes because you spend 2 or 3 days, depending on the sport, with them. And so it's really fun to give medals and just spend time and competitive meet as well. So really good stuff.
As a track person, I love to hear that. It's great news. But to change the gears here just a little bit, what do you think about the upcoming softball and baseball tournaments? Because you're about to run those. Yeah. What are those looking like?
Yeah, now those, so unlike these where you've got a school that you depend so heavily on in Transylvania and the other volunteers and so on, with baseball and softball, they're neutral sites, but it's also a lot of work for the conference office staff. And then what we do is we get a crew of SIDs from around the league to work at each spot. So that's a lot of fun. We spend some time with folks from every school together, working together on events. But we're thrilled to be in Kokomo for both those events this year. Kokomo baseball for us, this is going to be year 5. And has just been a championship that gives our students a really extra special experience. And so I'm really glad our softball coaches and students, we could finally convince them to do this, and we'll be up there, and I'm thrilled for it. It's going to be awesome.
Awesome. It was great talking with you. Thank you so much for your time. Get back to doing whatever you do here, and have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, and hey, I'll just say one more thing. I really appreciate, I hope the fans out there recognize we've got some great announcers this time. Really appreciate you. Always appreciate having former student athletes that come back and help us. So thanks to you, and appreciate you guys and what you do for us.
Well, thank you very much. We love being here. Wouldn't be anywhere else.
Awesome. Thanks.
All righty. Thank you so much, Prescott. That was the HCAC Commissioner Jay Jones. So again, we are still waiting a little while here on the women's 5,000 meters here in college athletics. The schedule is important to follow, and they typically hold to that. And I think initially they were going to have 2 heats of the men's 5K and decided to combine that all into one.
Yes.
So the women's 5K is still on that schedule. So let's talk about that men's 5K. We just handed out awards for that. So you are looking at the top 3 finishers in the men's 5,000 meters. Finishing in 3rd, Connor Watson of Hanover, season best for him, 15 minutes, 28.95. William Hirsch of Franklin, finishing in 2nd, his time 15:26.73. And your winner with big points for Rose Holman, Joshua Pohl, his time 15:22.63.
Yeah, and that race, real big for that 3rd place fight between Franklin, Hanover, and Anderson.
Yes.
That one potentially giving Franklin a little bit of an edge now with those point totals. Right now they are sitting at 86 points to Hanover's 75, but their projections are right now just a couple points away from each other still.
Yeah.
And so this meet is going to come down to the wire for these teams, and I'm really excited. Speaking of coming down to the wire, the title fight between Rose and Manchester on the women's side right now is just a 4.5 point difference, and by the end of it, it might be closer than that.
Yeah. Well, we talked about with that men's 5K, William Hirsch is going to be the top returner next year, as Justin Pohl's going to graduate from Rose Holman as he's a senior. So Franklin looks like they might be on the come-uppance next year.
Yeah, I think they have a legitimate shot to make a title run over the next 2 years or so.
Especially with their sprinters, and now, you saw you have a distance, standout.
Yeah, they've got a great jab thrower. Maybe they get a couple more throwers in some of the other events, and they have a real shot at that one. I think these teams right below them, Hanover and Anderson, the teams they're fighting for this third place spot.
Yeah.
All of these teams that are fighting for this right now, in the next couple of years, they could definitely make that jump to now be fighting for the title with Rose and Manchester, who are, I think, might be there forever.
Yeah, they're pretty established. We talked earlier about just how in the world do you just keep reloading and reloading and reloading at Manchester and at Rose-Hulman? But those schools have, Rose-Hulman is a very prestigious engineering school, so they have that. That's to me, Rose-Hulman, you can't just go out and pick any kid whatsoever. So they're kind of like Butler was in basketball a handful of years ago. They have to be very selective and choosy in their athletes. So it's really interesting how Rose-Hulman is able to put together a track team that's just brilliant. Same with Manchester. There's something about Manchester that pulls people to it. In my opinion, I think it's the people. Big fan of Coach Cashdollar and his staff. They do a brilliant job at Manchester of getting athletes there and making them better. I think he has that mentality of we want to bring in good people, and we can teach them to be better track athletes. And I think that works really well for them.
And yeah, right now we are looking at the men's shot put competition. They just started the first round of the third and final flight. So this flight is going to take 3 attempts, and then we're going to take 9 to finals and see how it all shakes out. Michael Swigert took his first attempt before we started showing this, and he jumped up to an early lead, throwing a 14.09. And we're going to see a lot of moving around in this shot put competition. Some guys to watch in this one, just talked about Michael Swigert. His teammates, Kayam Simmons, Isaiah Buchanan, and Connor Etchison, all Anderson throwers, all seated in the top 7 in this event.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Swigert has been over 52 in the past. This season, his best throw has been 51.4.5, so he's very much more capable of throwing better than this 46 feet, 2.75. Probably just wanting to get something measured here, get it started. That's a good start for him.
Yeah. Just feeling it out, warming it up.
Yeah.
But he is going to have to put something real special together if he wants to challenge for an event title in this event, because Tommy Wilmoth from Hanover is an absolute stud. This man is sitting, I want to say top 6-ish, top definitely, I think top 10 in the country in this event fairly handily. There was a point this season where he was the #1 shot putter in the country.
Yes.
When he threw earlier this season.
And then he held #2 for quite a few weeks.
Yes.
And Tommy Wilmoth, a 58-foot shot putter. I mean, we just said Swigert only, 52. 6-foot difference in the shot put is absolutely humongous. Yes, I can hear myself, but not you.
It appears that we're having audio issues from the broadcast booth. I think my mic is now the only one that's working. So I'll hold the conversation for a second while we get that figured out. Yeah, Tommy Wilmoth, fantastic distances so far. I think we're going to see him coming up soon for his first throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 people away. But in between that, we've seen Kyan Simmons, one of that Anderson horde, hit a foul. So he's not yet on the board.
The women's 5,000-meter finals.
Second, Isaiah Buchanan, another Anderson thrower, just took the lead. Looking at Alex Trusty, who just threw.
Oh, it sounds like we're back.
Looks like we're back. Alex Trusty of Manchester, just his first throw was a foul.
Yep, and we are seeing that is Tommy Wilmoth on the screen.
And if you look up the definition of a shot putter in the dictionary, that's what'll be there is a picture of Tommy Wilmoth.
That was far. Yeah. Whatever he just did was far.
Yeah, well, and he didn't even exert himself. They usually say your best throws are your easiest throws, and that just looked pretty easy peasy for Tommy Wilmoth. Again, I think just trying to get something measured here.
And he was definitely, that marketer is well outside that 16-meter mark there.
16.15, 53 feet to start. That is pedestrian for Tommy Wilmoth.
Yeah. And I imagine that we're going to see some special stuff from him later in this competition.
Yeah. Yep. And he just easily took the lead. Jack Oker of Rose-Hulman now in the ring. a little undersized and a lefty, so a little different approach there for Jack Oker. Probably one of the hardest things coaching throws over the years is trying to get my right brain to coach a left-handed athlete. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I have to imagine that is something really tricky to teach, that motion on your opposite hand and everything. I struggled with that sometimes when talking about hurdling.
Yeah.
And that aspect of I really only hurdle over one leg, and if other people are doing the other way, it's a lot harder to show stuff to make it translatable for them.
Yeah, it looks like we are almost ready on that back stretch for the women's 5K to start.
Let's transition over to the
so
turn 3.
There is the record for the conference on your screen. Heather Waterman of Franklin back in 2011. She ran a 16:58.60. I will tell you, Ella Detchen she's capable of that in my opinion. That's not too far off. First season best 17:08. So only about 10 seconds off of that. You can make that up here.
And I don't know if maybe that's necessarily her goal for today.
Yeah. I believe she's got the Al Davis mentality today. Just win, baby.
Yeah.
So we'll go down. Here are the hip numbers for the competitors in this race. There are 21 ladies in this. Number 1, Ella Detchen of Transylvania. Number 2, Amanda Zerhusen of Mount St. Joseph's. Ayla Cashdollar of Manchester, number 3. Number 4, Callie Swegman of Hanover.
Paige McCain of Anderson. Brooke Donnelly of Korea. E. Chambers of Korea. Ella Detchen of Transylvania.
I don't have him in
Amanda Zierhusen of Mount St. Joseph. Ayla Cashdollar of Manchester. Callie Swegman of Hanover. Cleo Saltz of Earlham. Cadence Fox of Manchester. Sarah Smith of Bluffton. And Jennifer Guevara of Hanover.
Number 1, Callie Swegman. Number 2, Cleo Saltz. Number 3, Amanda Zerhusen. Number 4, Sarah Smith. Number 5, Jennifer Guevara. Number 6, Elise Wilson. Number 7, Cadence Fox. Number 8, Riley Stephanie. Number 9, Maggie Simmons. Number 10, Lauren Todd. Number 11, Wynn Wellington. Number 12, Haiti Harlow. Number 13, Brooke Donnelly. Number 14, Addison Sturk. And then we have no numbers for the remaining people coming through. Up there in the top corner in position 1, Ella Detchen. Number 3, Ayla Cashdollar, lane 13, Ellie Thornsbury. 16, Jazelia Grandy. Evelyn Chambers, 18. Anna Wadpole, 19. And Paige McCain, 20.
All right, so I am back on the air here, and so thank you so much, Mr. Brackett, for helping us with that. So we are done with one lap. Callie Swegman of Hanover out in front here. She is going to kind of be your pace keeper initially here. She's got a substantial lead with 11 laps to go for the senior from Hanover, Callie Swegman.
Yeah, she's really taken this one out.
Yes.
And gapped part of this field already. We're going to see if eventually the rest of this field can rein her in a little bit, but it seems like she wants to just kind of take control of this early and not let anyone else think about potential race strategy and just think about catching her.
Yeah, and she, like you said, she's got a nice little lead, maybe about 15 meters over everybody else. Cleo Saltz of Earlham behind her in second. Sarah Smith of Bluffton in that group. Amanda Zerhusen of Mount St. Joe's, she's sitting there in that group as well. Ella Detchen right in the middle of that pack. So there are about 5 ladies that are about 15 meters behind the leader, Callie Swegman. So again, we'll see how long that lasts. I'm sure those ladies will not be content to stay behind her.
I think Callie's a big strategy here is to try and drag people out with her early and hope that she's just stronger and can have that finish after running so hard at the beginning. But it seems like, at least right now, no one else is taking the bait. Everyone's running their own race and letting Callie tire herself out in first.
Well, and she was in the front of the 10K for quite some time and then kind of fell off the pace there. About when Ella Detchen took off with that 6 laps to go.
Right, yeah.
So she's no slouch herself. She definitely is where she can be and probably should be.
So the big question is if she can just maintain this, because if everyone else tries to kick from this distance and she doesn't falter at all, that's too big a gap to make up. You have to pay attention here. So maybe she just has this. We'll see.
Yeah, and right now she's splitting 126s, while everyone else is splitting 130 to 132.
Well, and I would say now her lead's at least 20 meters. She's definitely stretched it out over the rest of the pack.
Yeah, so it's going to be real interesting to see what happens with this come the ending stages of this race.
And those of you following along on Timing Indy, it looks like they have lost the ability to track Ella Detchen's her jersey number there that she was issued. So we will try and keep you abreast of her situation. Callie Swegman out in front. Cleo Saltz of Earlham. Again, a lot of the same names here from the 10K. Amanda Zerhusen, who was the runner-up in the 10K from Mount St. Joe's. In fourth place is Ella Detchen. She's just been sitting there most of the time. Sarah Smith of Bluffton. She has the red hair there in the all-purple. And Jennifer Guevara of Hanover is going to be sitting there in fifth, I believe. Or excuse me, Cadence Fox is the next runner of Manchester. Again, Cadence Fox, top 5 in the 10K as well. So you see Cleo Saltz with that interesting running style. She never puts her heels down. I believe I referred to it as a prance, but it is very, very effective for Cleo Saltz. She definitely could outrun me without even trying hard, so that is working well for her.
Yep, but yeah, Swegman has really gone out and again extending the lead. It is around 40 meters now.
Yeah, she's a full turn ahead of the entire field.
And this one could get out of hand if she just makes this long enough.
Yeah.
And it's not like this is not her 10K pace. So this is not a 10K.
She's definitely
so she
picked it up.
Yeah. So we're going to see how this one goes for her, but right now looking really solid and has left everyone else well behind.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting strategy. I'm kind of interested to see how this plays out among these ladies as they are running the 5K here. 8 laps to go when they cross the line. So when you see Callie Swegman of Hanover pass, she'll have 8 laps left in this race.
Yep, and you can just see how far ahead she is to that second pack with Saltz and Detchen.
Yeah,
as well as Zerhusen, Smith, and Cadence Fox.
Her third and fourth laps were 126 pace, and her fifth lap was 129. So her last lap, 128.79. So she's dropped it down a little bit, but still moving compared to the rest of the field who are in the 130s.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested to see when these other athletes in this second group start to say, okay, now it's time to turn it on.
Yeah, and it looks like Ella Detchen is maybe trying to make a move there on the outside with this group. I don't know if she wants to get out in front or not, or if she's just content to kind of stay there in that third, fourth place range. And also Amanda Zerhusen of Mount St. Joe's. Looks like Detchen and Zerhusen are going to take over that next group there on the backstretch and start reeling in Callie Swegman if they can.
Yep, and now we're going back to the men's shot put. In the ring right now is Antoine Cooper of Rose-Hulman, who's currently sitting in third place after just one throw. His first attempt was a personal best of 14.83. He's looking to see if he can top Michael Swigert, who threw 15.07 in that second throw.
Well, he told us after his discus performance yesterday that he's looking just to go out and have a great day with shot because that's what it's going to take to improve his standing in this meet, and it's a good start towards it.
Well, and you see Michael Schweigert of Anderson stepping up on his second throw, adding 3 feet to his total. So he's sitting now at 49.5.5. Tommy Wilmoth, 53 even. Antoine Cooper, 48.8. Those are your top 3. And Wilmoth throwing 52.5.5.
And that throw from Cooper was a 15.09, another personal best for him. And he jumps Michael Swigert in the standings.
Yeah, he is just climbing the ladder out there, as they say. So very, very tight competition there in the shot put. That's going to be exciting to see how that all shakes out.
Yep, and here's Connor Etchison from Anderson, part of that great throwing army that Anderson has acquired.
The quartet.
The throwing army is pretty good. Alrighty, so coming along here in the women's 5K, looking for our leader, Callie Swegman.
And she has been caught. She has been reeled in. That did not take very long, only about a lap and a half.
Well, here we go.
Two laps.
Her 2200 split was 130. Zerhusen's was 121, and Cleo Salt's was 123. I'm sure Ella Detchen was somewhere along those lines as well, since unfortunately we're not getting a response from her timing transponder. But
6 laps to go here in the women's 5,000 meters.
6 laps to go. Callie Swegman, Ella Detchen, Amanda Zerhusen.
Also see Amanda Zerhusen
and Candace Fox.
Cadence Fox there as well.
Cleo Saltz has kind of been dropped from them.
Yeah,
you can see her there.
So going back to the shot put event.
Just to give you guys an idea of the kind of animals that these distance runners are, I'm currently watching a pack of distance runners still on their cool down from the men's 5K.
Yeah.
Almost, 45 minutes ago. And among them is Gavin Byerly, who didn't even compete in the 5K. He's just running after all of his events because he can.
That's called camaraderie right there. They're just building that friendship.
It might be called diagnosable. That's crazy.
Well, and there we go. All 3 of those women looking to pass Callie Swegman as Zerhusen leads Detchen and Fox around them. And now that moves Swegman back into 4th.
Prescott, one of these athletes may be a psychology major. Maybe they could shed some light on that during an interview.
And there was Michael Swigert on his 3rd attempt of the day. And we'll tell you what that mark was in just a second.
To go. It's Amanda Zerhusen of Mount St. Joseph now taking over the lead.
I think here in the women's 5K it'd be a nice reprise here for Zerhusen as she got 2nd in that 10K. She would love to win this 5K.
And that throw from Swigert jumped him back into 2nd place. Him and Antoine Cooper going back and forth in this one. Yeah. And that one was a 15:48.
Well, and like I mentioned earlier, he's got a 52 on his resume already, so he is capable of throwing that and catching Tommy Wilmoth. So, again, it looks like a 3-horse race here between Cooper, Swigert, and Wilmoth. And it looks like they're just going to keep one-upping each other.
Yeah, which is great to see in a competition like that.
No doubt about it. That's some of my best days in the ring were, oh, you threw 50? Well, guess what? I'm going to throw 51. Oh, well, I'm going to throw 52. And you just keep one-upping each other, pushing each other. So those are always fun contests.
We have the leaders of the women's 5K coming around the turn once again. Here we see Mount St. Joseph out to lead with Ella Detchen from Pennsylvania close behind still. It's still a tight group of 4. But Callie Swegman is starting to drop off a little bit.
Yeah, Amanda Zerhusen now giving way to Ella Detchen, and also Cadence Fox of Manchester going around Zerhusen.
Detchen is in the lead. It's Cash
This looks like the big move of the race with 4 laps to go here. They're starting to separate. They've now dropped Chesney Miller. It's a lead pack of 3, and they're starting to drop Zerhusen from Mount St. Joseph. It is just Detchen and Chesney up at the top.
It is just her and Fox right now.
Actually, I misidentified her. That is Isla Cashdollar of Manchester there in 2nd. So she also is not getting picked up on her transponder with the timing company. So
okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That's my
bad.
Yep. So Anna Detchen and Isla Cashdollar separating themselves from the rest of the group out there in front. And then that is going to be Zerhusen in 3rd now.
I'm being told it's Ayla Cashdollar with a long
Ayla,
A.
pardon me. Ayla. Sorry about that, Ayla.
Yep, we deeply apologize for not giving you your due credit this entire race so far.
Yeah, we try to be as accurate as we can, but sometimes that doesn't work out. But we got you eventually.
Yep, and it is now what looks like a 2-horse race with Detjen and Cash Dollar.
And they don't look like they are tired in the least.
Down to 2 here in the lead pack.
And really impressed with Ayla Cash Dollar here because Detjen took off like she did in the 10K, and this time Cash Dollar went with her.
She said, not this one. And here, the other crazy part, 2 freshmen. Both freshmen way out in front.
Yeah, absolutely nuts.
They've opened up, close to a 50-meter lead on the rest of the field already in these 2 laps?
Yeah. And who knows what they're splitting? We cannot tell you.
Yeah, unfortunately. I bet it's pretty quick.
We can attempt.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's in the low 120s. 121, 122, something like that.
Tim's pulled out his handy-dandy timer. I think next lap he's going to try and get an actual split for us.
Tim is always on the forefront of great ideas. Always using his mind.
I believe we have Jack Oker up for Rose Holman throwing his shot put. We'll see where that ends up. He was not happy. I believe he fouled. Seems quite upset after that throw.
Tommy Wilmoth on his 3rd attempt, by the way, 16.87.
55 feet, 4 1/4. That is a huge throw. Like I said earlier, though, he has been 58 in the past, 56 this year.
Yep.
So he's probably just getting warmed up.
And as you see there, Detjen starting to move away from Cash Dollar just a little bit.
Antoine Cooper here with his last throw of regulation. We'll see if he can jump back into 2nd or maybe even 1st with this throw.
Yep.
That seemed slow and relaxed. I think he lost his balance early.
Poor guy. I think he was trying to break that 50-foot mark. That's going to take a low 15-meter throw, like 15.25 or something of that nature. 16-pound shot put here in college, yes, sir. That is one of the tougher transitions to make from the high school 12-foot shot to the college 16, or 12-pound to the college 16. Whereas if you are a female thrower, you throw 8 pounds from middle school, high school, and college, and Olympics.
Tim has that same complaint about the women's hurdle height.
That is something that I have complained about the women's hurdles, is that they run the same ones in middle school.
Well, it's the same way with the shot put. The discus does, I guess the women's discus stays the same, but in high school, the middle school, the boys throw the same size girls' discus. Then you get to high school, it's a little bigger. And then you get to college, it's even bigger than that. So it's a tough transition to go from that high school.
Ella Detjen is on her final lap.
Leading the way.
Ella Detjen just looking fresh as a daisy here as she gets that bell. Ayla Cash Dollar also looking very good.
And it looks like she's speeding up.
Yeah.
The way.
Yeah, she's decided we're just going. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Callie Swagman there in 3rd? Or is that a lapped runner from Hanover that I'm misidentifying?
I think he's a lapped runner. I think Amanda
Swagman just crossed the finish line.
Zerhusen here is in turn number 2. She's your 3rd place.
Yes.
Okay, you guys are spot on.
And here comes Detjen.
Her last 150 here. Cruising well ahead of the competition.
Yes.
50-plus meter lead on anybody else.
Yeah, she is just smooth as silk here as she comes around turn number 4. About 80 meters to go here for her.
And this is going to be big points specifically for some of these other athletes, Manchester runners in particular.
And Ella
Detjen get to this last lap.
I think it would be a fun little rule addition that if you get lapped, you don't get points.
You guys are just trying to change the entire track and field game.
Oh, we have way more ideas than that.
So Ella Detjen, her time 17:58.65, well off her personal best pace of 17:08.09. We talked about that before. I think she was just want to win.
Yeah.
Just get this get this feather in her cap and then move along. And there is Swegman coming in for Hanover. Amanda Zerhusen, Mount St. Joe's, her time 18:22.19. So she's going to finish in third. Ayla Cashdollar, Manchester, 18:09.70.
We have some folks running down the front stretch here, sprinting to the finish for some final points that could matter a lot here.
Hanover and Manchester neck and neck here.
Cadence Fox of Manchester, Jennifer Guevara of Hanover, and Fox going to get the better. 19:08.69 for Fox, 19:08.74 for Guevara.
And that's going to be big, potentially, for these
sixth place
point
for Cadence Fox. So, Ayla Cashdollar of Manchester, big points in second place. Cadence Fox of Manchester, going to finish in seventh.
I think those are flipped. I think
yeah, I
it'll be
think so too. Looks like, yeah, I think Cadence Fox actually finished ahead of Guevara, so that'll get sorted out here in a little bit.
So we believe that's 11 points for Manchester there.
Yeah.
6.5 point lead on Rose Holman. With only the women's 4x4 left to go, that meets quite the
it's
quite the deficit for Rose to make up here.
Yes.
We've seen crazier things happen in this meet.
We have indeed. And Rose Holman honestly does have one of the stronger 400-meter squads here. It's possible they go out and win it, and if Manchester has a bad day, you never know.
I mean, Reggie Miller scored 8 points in 8.6 seconds, so lots of things can happen.
But yeah, that was an electric finish.
Agreed.
For that 800, for that last 100-meter dash right there of this women's 5K for those women.
Yeah, gutsy performances here. But Ella Detchen just running like she's been here for years.
Yep. And the men's shot put is now in finals. We can give you all those finalists for you. In ninth right now we have Connor Etchison from Anderson. Eighth is currently Hayden Scott from Transy. Seventh is Mount St. Joseph's Brian McCutcheon. Sixth is Alex Trusty from Manchester. Fifth is Kayam Simmons from Anderson. His teammate Isaiah Buchanan is sitting in fourth. Antoine Cooper from Rose Holman is sitting in third. Michael Swigert from Anderson sitting in second. And right now your leader is Hanover's Tommy Wilmoth. And those are the 9 guys in finals right now, taking their 4th attempts.
Well, and just like you spoke of earlier, 4 of those guys, Anderson Ravens, all making those finals.
Yeah, right now only 3 of them are scoring. So Etchison is going to have to.
He's going to have to jump
up there, and he can. His PR is 1389, which is more than enough.
Yeah.
Top 9 advanced to the finals, and those include
he's going to have to
put
something together.
Anderson,
he's definitely going to have to pop one. That's the beauty of a throwing event is you get 3 chances. You only got to make one.
Yep. And if they can
33%,
and this is their last chance to kind of make up tons of points here with them versus Hanover
and 16.87 meters through
Franklin.
3 throws is Tommy Wilmoth of Hanover. Final 3 throws coming up at the north end of the facility.
And in the leader race between Rose Holman and Manchester, only one of each from those
Ladies
teams.
And gentlemen, this is now the
Antoine
third
Cooper
and
right
final
now
call for
sitting
the
3rd. Alex Trusty of Manchester
finals.
sitting 6th. Both have thrown the best
4x400
throws of their careers
finals.
today. So that'll be another fight within the fight to watch.
Yeah.
And I like looks like they're getting this going really quickly here. As Isaiah Buchanan.
Finals, yeah.
Oh, okay, still warming up here.
No, they're throwing their 4th.
Oh, okay, I was going to say
I think they were lucky enough. I think all of the people who made finals were in that final flight, so they just had to reorder.
Oh, okay. So it looks like.
Right now,
Antoine Cooper there in the ring.
Yep.
Coaches, just a reminder that we will need you to stay back from the track during this race. they stay beyond the white soccer lines.
Yep, and these guys are setting up on the track for the greatest event in track and field, the 4x400 meter relay.
Yeah, and this will be an interesting event. You're going to have 2 heats. Top 8 will score points based on time, kind of like the women's 4x4 earlier, where we saw Transylvania coming out of the quote-unquote slower heat, but
in the 4x1
still finishing, or 4x1, yeah, still finishing 3rd. So it is not, not impossible.
No, by no stretch is this thing over for any of these teams in this first heat. They can definitely go and do some damage in the point totals.
Yeah, and on the track right now, in lane 2, the team from Earlham, lane 3, Bluffton, lane 4, Transylvania, lane 5, Mount St. Joe's, lane 6, Anderson. You see on your screen the HCAC record from Rose-Hulman in 2011, 3:15:21. Tim, what were you doing in 2011?
I have no idea.
Elementary school, would you say?
Middle school, probably.
Middle school in 2011?
Jeez.
I believe I was working in hotels in 2011. It's crazy to think. Just a short 15 years, things change.
Okay.
So, guys getting ready here.
We need to be at the start-finish line.
Before they get the gun here.
And, yeah, we are... Seems like we're raring to go for this 4x4.
I know I am ready. Just give out a little individual accolades here. The team from Earlham, McDonald, Smith, Morial, and Goff, as you hear the gun. In lane 3, the team from Bluffton, Green, Reese, Crawford, Holman. Transylvania's Harris, Hill, Rogers, and Bush. Mount St. Joe's, Thomas, Sumner, Hammonds, and Evers. And the team from Anderson, Stiers, Marshall, Savage, and Pratt. So your best seed time, Transylvania's time, 3 minutes 31:38.
Yeah, no Diego Yoon from Mount St. Joe in their relay. Interesting decision potentially.
Well, remember he pulled up in that 200.
He did. You're right. You're right. That's true.
Injured that hamstring.
I did forget about that. He did pull up in that 200.
I mean, we can throw injured people in, though. That's fine.
Wrap them up. So Mount St. Joe's looks like they're gonna be the first to hand off, but Anderson is very, very close. This is one of those events we talked about earlier. A handoff can change a lot. As you will see, this second leg, they'll get a cut in on the backstretch there just outside of turn 3. So they will all narrow down to that inside lane 1 once they get past those cones. Anderson has a nice little lead built for them here.
This second leg athlete is absolutely killing it. He got the baton a little bit behind, and he's now already opened up a 10, 20-meter lead on the rest of the field, and it doesn't look like he's going to give it up.
Yeah, and that is just their overall all-around athlete, Josiah Marshall. Mainly a jumper, but apparently has some 400-meter talent.
Well, and he got that baton out in lane 6, and then when he cut in there outside of lane turn 3,
down the home stretch,
I mean, he just shot out in front.
Anderson with the lead. Transylvania and Mount St. Joseph neck and neck for second
what a great
here in
leg
this section.
from Josiah Marshall.
And he's handing it off to Savage there, the third leg.
Anderson comes in
Transylvania's
with a
Rogers and Mount St. Joe's
Transylvania
Hammond.
3:31:38. They lead the way. But they're currently in second place.
Still
Anderson
quite the
leads it
cushy
going down
lead
the
out ahead of
backstretch.
everybody else. Solid. I think it expanded it maybe even 30 meters here.
Yeah, it's that's impressive for the Anderson Ravens. So you see Anderson almost a full turn lead here as they go into turn number 4.
Yep, here they come down the front stretch.
A great run here for the Anderson Ravens in those bright orange with the black, gray, and orange tops.
As we go to the final
And Transy and Mount
good clean handoff, and they'll have it.
are going to have a real fight at the end of this race.
Yeah, Pratt of Anderson now your anchor leg for the Ravens out in
Mount
front.
St. Joseph
Here comes
2-3,
Bush
and
of
then
Transylvania
Bluffton
trying to
and
run him
Earlham.
down here.
Yeah.
There is a big, big lead to make up, though.
Yeah, but Bush is one of the better 400 runners in this conference. You saw him place in second place in the 400 Open. So if anyone can bridge that gap, it will be him.
Yeah, he's running out of track, though, it looks like, on that backstretch. Anderson now into turn 3, in between 3 and 4. That is a big ask.
Yeah, I think Anderson might have this one, barring catastrophe in this home stretch.
Yeah.
Anderson's quite the lead, but Bush is pushing.
Yes, he is definitely bridging that gap. It is not as big a lead as it once was. Anderson's going to finish
And it will be
out in
Anderson
front.
University coming in first here in section number 1 of the
Great
men's
leg
4x400
for Bush.
relay.
Let's look at his time here, because really they're competing against the second heat for that whole period.
Yeah, Anderson's time 3:25.13.
13 for Anderson.
Anderson came in at 3:34.66, so a huge improvement for them.
And we'll just say this. The second seed time in the entire meet was Berea at 3:27.
Well, there you go.
So Anderson just dropped a very good time.
Next up on the track will be section number 2 of 2 here in the men's 4x400 meter relay.
That is a very
In lane number
impressive.
2, we have
Again,
the team from
the second
Hanover.
leg
In lane number 3 will be
set
Manchester.
that up big time.
In lane number
You
4,
said
Franklin.
Josiah Marshall
In lane number 5, Berea.
really setting
And in lane
the
number
tone.
6, Rose Holman.
Real credit to him there. That might have been the performance of the meet. That was excellent.
Yeah, very much agree. All right, here is heat number 2. Let's meet these folks. In lane number 2 from Hanover, the team of Eisen, Adair, Bensuda, and Lloyd. We have said those names, especially Eisen and Bensuda, a lot, so we know what they are capable of. In lane 3, Manchester, Fox, Abdulamir, Lacey, and Billingsley. Lane 4, the team from Franklin, Amadou, Scott, Menifee, and Hughes. That team might be the class of the field, but you never know what happens. As long as you don't make a mistake or miss a handoff, those guys are pretty talented. In lane 5, the team from Berea, Nyabudo, Gatewood, Gunter, and Muzeba. And finally in lane 6, the team from Rose Holman, that is Clark, Sosha, Bodie, and Shields. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts?
This Franklin team is frankly scaring me. I think that the amount of athletes they have on this team, they're capable of placing, capable of scoring. We saw it in the Open 400. Frankly, the guy in the lead for the Open 400 would have won if he didn't cut in a lane.
Yeah.
In this, so it's third place. I think that this is a very, very scary event to be anybody but Franklin.
Amadou is this first leg.
Yes.
So we do have to consider what's going on, and has he gotten that part of it, that race figured out?
Will he make the same mistake? Yeah. Will he make the same mistake? The other thing that I think of is, as an athlete, do you guys agree with this? You make a mistake in a big race that you should have, could have won, but now you got nothing. Are you out for redemption here?
Oh yeah, 100%. You're putting everything into whatever else you have to try to make up for that. That happened to me freshman year, indoor in our first championship that we ever competed in. And yeah, you definitely put everything you got into whatever you got left.
Well, and you probably feel like you let your teammates down, you let yourself down, your coaches down. So you gotta get a little redemption here.
Absolutely. But then another thing here, I don't think that Rose Holman is in this heat, but whenever they do come up, Andrew Shields
they are.
probably. Oh, are they?
They're in lane 6.
Oh, there they are. I missed them.
Yeah, they're way out there.
They're all the way out there.
Probably got a little obstructed view from your vantage point.
Andrew Shields is, in my opinion, the best athlete in this conference at hawking other people down in this 400. So if he doesn't have it when he gets the baton, I think he's still dangerous. I think you've seen him make a massive margins indoor. I think we could be very, very afraid of him should he get the baton.
Here's an interesting thought, too, as well. Franklin starts out with Amadou, goes to Scott, goes to Menifee, and then hands off to Hughes. Shields will be taking on Hughes. That'll be an interesting matchup.
Things start here in section number 2.
And you already see Amadou making up the stagger.
Franklin, Berea,
He
and
is a
Rose Holman
specimen
in this
of a
second
human
section.
being, man.
It is
He
a
just
time
is
final.
Head and shoulders above and ahead of the field.
Elite
And it looks like Franklin's out to the early lead as we head around towards the front stretch.
He's one of those guys where he doesn't run, he glides.
And keep in mind when you're watching this come down the home straight, there's two people to his outside. There's still a turn stagger left. He has 7 meters on them, and there's still a whole stagger left for them to make up.
And it looks like he stayed in lane, so that's great for them, and he's going to have a great lead.
Yeah, he has definitely done his part in this relay as he hands it off to Scott, who is also very
and
good.
Franklin with the early lead at the first exchange. It's Berea and
there
Rose
Scott
Holman
goes.
going 2 and 3.
And his goal is just extend this lead.
Yeah, and Berea there in lane 5 outside of Franklin doing their best to stay with the Grizzlies.
Look at Hanover, though. His leg is coming up here, passing second place here.
Yeah, Adair, wily veteran, looking to pass Berea's runner right here on the curve.
Well, and the fight within the fight back there in 5th and 6th place, Rose Holman and Manchester. Rose Holman out in front of Manchester at this point. I feel like that would be the strategy, just beat Manchester at this point, right?
Yeah, you got to kind of just got to focus on what you can do right
now. Now in second place.
Disaster for Manchester. Their runner did not swing out to the outside to receive his handoff, so the runner who took it had to run inside and then start running forward. That cost him a few seconds in the exchange.
Yeah, but it looked like Rose Holman's Connor Bodie also had to take evasive action as he got the baton.
Agree.
Oh, and Franklin's athlete over here, Austin Menifee.
Oh, my.
Pulled up.
He's trying to finish, but at this point, don't injure yourself any further.
Yeah.
And that's heartbreaking for Franklin.
That's tough.
But here we go, coming down the corner with Berea and Hanover.
Looking for that final exchange. It's Berea taking on the lead. Hanover in second. Rose Holman
going to be in third.
Connor Bodie handing baton off to Andrew Shields with a 10-20 meter deficit. Andrew Shields, again, is the best runner in this conference. We're about to see something special here, folks.
He is the 400-meter ninja with his headband running around turn number 1. He's already picking off Hanover. Here he goes.
Yep, and they're picking off Anthony Lloyd, and now he has his sights set on Mizuba from Berea. Let's see if he can get him.
The best thing about his run is he's a late-stage runner. His last 200 is his best 200, so we will see if he can make up some ground here. But it's looking like Berea's holding very strong.
Yeah, he's Muzeba has had a pretty good weekend. So
he's just looking to hold on right now, give it everything he's got down this final 50 meters.
And he's going to do just that, but Andrew Shields,
and in section number 2,
a great leg.
To be Berea across the line first.
So tip of the cap to Shields and Rose Holman. They go from 5th place to 2nd place in 2 legs.
Athletes, again, please make sure that we are staying
so 3:22.76 for Berea. Rose Holman 3:25.15.
Yeah, and Anderson from that first heat is going to end up in 2nd place in this event.
My goodness. How crazy is this, too? Rose Holman, Andrew Shields, 48.17 is split. Muzeba, 49.06 for Berea.
Yep, and they weren't competing in the same heat, but Rose Holman and Anderson's times separated by just 2/100ths of a second.
The women's 4x400 meter relay finals.
That's crazy.
You have to wonder, as Andrew Shields was coming down that home stretch and he saw the Berea athlete in front of him finish the race and slow down, do you think he took any off the gas there?
I have to think
so.
not.
I think he ran through it.
Yeah,
he just ran through it.
And then you've also got Transy from that first heat as well, sitting in 4th.
The final races here on the track.
They were just 1/10 in front of Hanover, running a 3:28.80 to Hanover's 3:28.90.
The championship trophy and the naming of the HCAC award winners and coaching staff of the year. We'll be doing that again following the conclusion of our races today.
19 of 20 events scored in the women's. So I'm trying to figure out what we're missing or what we're
missing the women's 4x4, which is coming up next.
Whoosh. I was so excited for the men's, I forgot we have the women's race. So that, my friends, is very tight. So right now,
so next up on the track, we've got the women's 4x400 meter
Rose
relay.
Holman setting at 194.5, Manchester at 2:01.
In lane number 3 in section 1 will be
Rose Holman is going to have to hope to win and have a Manchester disaster
Mount St. Joseph.
For them to win this whole thing.
Potentially, yeah. That's kind of what you're looking at.
Yeah.
You need a 7-point difference.
Yeah.
So, first versus a 7th place or 6th place would do it.
Yep.
A win for Rose and a 6th place finish for Manchester would flip Rose and Manchester in the standings. But pretty much outside of that.
You just saw what happened to Franklin, so anything is possible. But at this point, you just tell your guys and gals, run your race. Just run your race, do the best you can do.
Yep.
Coaches, following the meet today, we will need you to meet with Commissioner Jay Jones over at the
Also, a quick side note for any athletes competing out there doing what Austin Mincy did. He pulled up, he had a hamstring pull on the backstretch, and he continued all the way through the curve. At a certain point, you have to evaluate and you have to go, okay, is there still any point to me running this race? Because it's very possible he took himself from, a week or a 2-week recovery to a month-long recovery by continuing to run on that pulled hamstring.
Yeah.
Well, it's so
but
tough.
At the same time, I will commend him for the heart that he was given out there and just the willingness to do that.
You do have to respect the heart.
Is very respectable.
All right, so we got the gun up here in the women's 4x4. Here are the lane assignments. Lane 3, Anderson, Rittberger, Custer, Diaz, Harlow. Lane 4, Hanover, Klein, Greenwell, Phillips, Smith. Lane 5, Mount St. Joe's, Riddle, Williams, Newhart, Pinger. And in Lane 6, Earlham, the team of Herbert, Kurish, Ball, and Sloan.
And, yeah, like the men, these women are going to play a factor in the overall team scores and how everything finishes in this event. And who knows, we might see another podium from this heat right here.
Yeah, and right now this seems pretty evenly matched in those 3 outside lanes. Hanover, Mount St. Joe's, and Earlham. Anderson a little bit off the pace there in lane 3 on the inside.
Yeah, it looks like Hanover starting to get a little bit of an edge there.
And Earlham there on the outside as well.
Of the 4x4, but we need to honor all of those individuals, so please make your way to the podium at this time.
The only school that has a seed time coming in is Hanover at 4:32.65. So that'll be interesting.
And so right now, Rose Holman is really hoping that everybody in the seat does extremely well, so that way it's harder and harder for Manchester to jump up there in the standings.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Close race here.
Earlham out front.
Earlham is the first to hand off there.
Hanover in second, and Mount St. Joe's in third. So again, once they come off at turn number 3 there by the orange cones, they will cut into that inside lane number 1. But right now, Earlham in control. Got a nice little lead. They're going to cut in from the outside, so it'll get a little tighter as they cut in here, and that's exactly what you see on the back stretch. Looks like Hanover in second, Mount St. Joe's in third.
Yep, and while we're doing this, something just happened in the
shot put?
Men's shot put. It has finished up, and my goodness. Have these guys really shown out and put on a show? Tommy Wilmoth on his last throw throws a 17.46, which is a new conference record by 1 centimeter. Woo. And that is also going to, my guess, shoot him even farther.
Exchange. Mount St. Joseph has taken over the lead.
These national rankings.
Battling out for second.
Yeah, he popped one late, 57 feet 3.5 inches.
But what a way
a season
to
best.
end this weekend for Tommy Wilmoth.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. Unfortunately, it looks like Connor Etchison could not get out of 9th place, so Anderson's going to get 3 sets of points here. Michael Schweigert in second.
Scores there.
Keam Simmons of Anderson going to get 4th, and Isaiah Buchanan going to get 5th. So they'll get 2nd, 4th, and 5th. So good scoring for the Anderson Ravens.
Yeah, and
Rose Holman's Antoine Cooper going to get 3rd, and Manchester's Alex Trusty going to get 6th.
And here we come to the final exchange. Mount St. Joseph with the
here we go with the final lap.
Mount St. Joseph has jumped out front.
Second place.
Earlham and Hanover virtually dead even here in that final leg. And Anderson in 4th. So Mount St. Joe's taken over in the 3rd leg.
It's fairly safe to assume they have this one in the bag, but these later ones coming up, they are very important for team scoring.
Yeah, very much. And you see, this is the cool part about this race. You see teammates running across the track to cheer them on, coming back over here to the front stretch to continue.
Yep, and this Earlham team has really started to put their stamp on this leg in this final lap. What a leg.
This is Mount St. Joseph's out there in front, but Earlham is coming on here late.
And down the home stretch, Mount St. Joseph continues to lead. Here they come to the line, 4:16, 4:17.
Yeah, that is Earlham's Issa Sloan.
Earlham here in second.
Who put together a great leg.
Yeah, she did well.
She started dead even with Hanover's athlete there.
She ran a 61-33 split.
Wow.
For Earlham.
She might have to be running the 400 after this.
Yeah, that was great.
She's a great jumper out there. She won the
Ladies
long
and
jump
gentlemen, it's now
outdoor
time
this
for
season.
our final event of the weekend.
And
the second section of the women's 4x400
I think she might have to start running the 400
relay.
next year.
Yeah, that was
Here in
impressive.
section number 2, lane number 2
She
will
looks
be the
the
team
part,
from
tall,
Manchester.
slender, long
In
striding.
lane number 3, the team from Franklin. In lane number
Really great
4,
finish.
Transylvania. In lane number 5, Berea.
All right,
And
the
in
final
lane number 6,
on-track
Rose
event
Holman.
of the day. In lane 2, the team from Manchester, Egoff, Josa, Arns, and Miller. I feel like Egoff basically does everything but drive the bus for Manchester at this point. She's been in a lot of events, it seems like.
Yeah, they have her doing so many different things. They had her doing the 400 hurdles earlier.
She did the 3,000 steeplechase, did she
Yeah.
not? She won it, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, what good night. She's doing it all.
Yeah.
In lane 3, the team from Franklin Mast, who also has been in a lot of events. Madrigal, Sodrell, and Scheckler. In lane 4 from Transy, Cox, Pinckney. Pinckney's been at a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Tan as well, and Olivia Sparks, the standout 200 runner. In lane 5, the team from Berea Hampton, Fishley, who also has done a lot of work this week. Kovalevskaya and Stone Street. That group has actually had a really good weekend, all 4 of those athletes. Yeah. And in lane 6, the Rose Holman team, Talbert, Bessler, Smith, and Onstott. So your best seed time coming in is that Transylvania team. They've been just over 4 minutes flat.
Yeah, they have the best collection of 400 talent in this conference. I've said that all weekend, and they're going to show it here, I think. Be on the lookout for this Berea team as well. They are very dangerous. We're going to see what Rose Holman's strategy is in this race. They've put Rose Talbert in the starting spot.
Yeah.
They are looking to try to get out ahead early and see if they can hold it together.
Here is the question. The conference record 358.82 set by Franklin in 2013. Is that in jeopardy?
I would have to think so.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have that Manchester Rose Holman fight. Berea actually has a really great time coming in, 4:07.98. So we'll see if any of these squads will push Transylvania to the brink here and make them run a faster time than that 3:58.
Next up on the track,
and
the
we'll have
second and
we'll
final
have all the
section of
scores
the
for you
4x400
after this race
meter relay.
for both meets, the men and the women. But this one is to decide it, and we love it when you just gotta love it as an athlete. Even if you're not the one competing, you love it when it comes down to this.
That's the beauty of track meets. You know, everybody gives it their all, and then not that it doesn't mean anything, but, you know, it all comes down to this. Also, the pressure that these ladies have put on them to perform in this event, knowing what's at stake.
Rose Talbert's out looking to set the tone here, and she's doing just that. Although Berea on her inside seems to be gaining on her some.
Yeah, that's tough for Rose out there in lane 6 for Rose Holman to run that in that lane. But you're right, Berea is very good. Transylvania's Cox, we'll see if she can get up to the pace with those other 3.
Rose Talbert seems to be regaining some control. She's widening a lead here at the moment.
But it seems real even between those 3 teams right now.
Just a brutal race, and
but
made even worse.
Right now,
lane 6.
Transy's Hannah Cox is starting to put it together on this backstretch.
I can't tell who's in the lead. I think Rose Talbert might have a slight lead, but let's see in a second.
Yeah, Talbert digging deep here as she's losing form a little bit, but a
really
decent
even.
handoff.
Really even between Transy and Rose there.
Yeah, really reasonable handoff. Not the greatest, but not the worst for Rose Holman and Transy now.
And it is now a fight to that cut-in point. We're going to see who gets there first.
It looks like Rose Holman got there. They're trying
Look
to get
at
into lane
Berea,
one.
though. Officially a Berea.
And she has a great 400 time. She's run the 4.8 double all year. She just ran the 8 this weekend, and she's showing she has a ton left in the tank.
Yeah, she just turned on
and
the
she's
jets.
dropping a ridiculous split right now.
Yeah, she's flying.
Berea coming strong to the finish, and here comes Transylvania.
Officially
second.
a
Rose Holman
Berea,
third.
leaving no doubt.
What a
Manchester.
leg.
Leg 2.
2 laps to go here in the women's 4x400 relay.
Rose Holman needs to get back in this if they want to see a team title today.
Yeah, Tan of Transylvania, Smith of Rose Holman now with the baton. And Berea,
And there's
Kovalevskaya.
against Peyton Tan from Transy, and the 400 hurdler has taken back control of this race for her home team.
She probably feels free to run with no hurdles.
Yeah, it's got to feel a lot easier for her without those in the way.
My goodness.
Allie Smith is trying to close the gap here, maybe doing it some, but at the end of the day here, once Rose Holman comes in, Jocelyn Onstadt is going to have some work to do.
Yeah. You guys ready for that Berea split in the last heat with Fishley?
What was it?
159.95.
Of the first two combined. So they split under 60 as a group, those first two. Wow.
Manchester now taking over fourth from Franklin.
And there is Olivia Sparks, and she takes off.
She gone. I believe she has the phrase "leave no doubt" on her mind.
This is her track, and we are all just visiting.
Yeah, no doubt about it on this. She looks great. And you see Onstadt of Rose Holman now trying to catch Berea. And that is Stone Street, who's had a great weekend for Berea.
As we come around
But
the
Olivia
final corner,
Sparks will not be denied.
Nope, she is coming down the home stretch.
100 meters to go. Berea in second. Rose Holman in third. Manchester
And
in
we were
fourth.
talking about that
Franklin in
record, and she's going for it.
3:58.82. She's going to be
She might have
close.
it. 54, 55,
And
56.
Transylvania.
That
she
looks like
just
it.
Yeah, I think that's a new record.
Unofficially, Berea in second.
Here comes
Rose
Onstadt.
Holman coming in third as Onstadt
A
crosses the line.
3:56.91 unofficially. A new conference record by the Transy women's 4x4 team to end the conference championship meet at Transylvania University.
My goodness.
What a way to end it. I wouldn't have had this end any other way.
What a great finish.
Yeah, that was
to
beautiful.
our events here.
3:56.91.
We'll ask that you stick around as we'll
55.77
have the
her
championship
split.
awards presentation shortly.
59.92
The award ceremony will include the
the split for
presentation
Tan.
of our final individual champions,
Just unreal.
the championship trophy, and the naming of the
Yeah,
HCAC
that was
award winners and coaching staff of the year.
Mind-blowing.
Again,
Also,
all coaches, you need to make your way over to
Not
the
to be
park.
left
We'll be meeting
unsaid,
with
Chesney
HCAC
Miller of
Commissioner
Manchester
Jay Jones, as you'll
finishing
be
that final
recording
leg
your
for
votes.
them
And in the meantime,
very
we'll
close
be handing out some individual awards.
with
Yep.
Rose Holman.
Teams
Yeah,
will ask
and
that you
she
begin to
closed
make
that
your
gap a
way
little bit
over
Yes.
towards the
on
home side of the track out in front of the podium.
made that a
As we'll be giving
3-4
away
finish for
awards
those
here
two
in just a
teams,
few moments.
Yep.
cementing a team title for Manchester's women. We'll get that officially real soon. We have the men's results officially.
Officially official?
I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So,
And then
do we want to spoil those, or?
I don't know. What would we like to do?
Oh, well, they're already spoiled on the screen, so.
Well, okay, there you are. There you are, folks. The official spoiler on the screen.
We'll go through the men first. 10th place was Earlham with 12 points. 9th was Bluffton with 28. In 8th was Transylvania with 32. Berea was in 7th with 41 points. Only 3 points in front of them was Mount St. Joseph with 44. Franklin in 5th with 86. Hanover was in 4th with 89. And Anderson University wins that battle for 3rd place, scoring 94 points.
That shot put being the deciding factor.
Yeah, and ending up in 3rd place. Manchester in second with 144, and Rose-Hulman a whopping 204 to win the championship for the men. Great work from all these athletes. What a performance from these Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers to put up 200. You don't see that every conference championship meet.
Well, wait till you read the women's scores. You want to...
Oh, okay.
You don't see 200 very often, but there it is.
Well, yeah, what you see less often is two teams with 200.
Yeah.
And we'll go with these women's scores as well. In 10th place was Bluffton with 20 points. 9th was Hanover with 26.5. Anderson only a point above them in 8th with 27.5 points. Berea sitting in 7th with 42. Earlham was sitting right in front of them at 45, and Franklin ahead of them in 5th with 47 points. Mount St. Joseph ends up in 4th with 67 points. Transylvania, the home team, putting a great effort out there with 95.5 points this weekend. Rose-Hulman sits in 2nd place with 205.5 points. And Manchester taking the women's championship for the HCAC with 206 points this weekend.
Man, what a couple days of track and field we've witnessed. Just so many great performances. I mean, you could name person after person. I think Kenneth Redd comes to mind. A phenomenal week for him. You could go on and on about guys and gals that ran really, really well. Gavin Byerly, what a great weekend for him. Chesney Miller, great weekend.
Yeah, Chesney Miller, great weekend. A lot of these throwers had great weekends. That trio, just Michael Swiger, Antoine Cooper, and Tommy Wilmoth, each won an event. And I think they all scored. Were they all top 3 in those 3 throws?
Yeah, I think so.
They're just distributing medals between themselves.
So they're just trading medals around with those 3.
Joshua Pohl stands out as somebody that had a great weekend. Ella Detchen, great weekend.
Winning both of those two, winning both the 5 and the 10.
Yeah.
Crazy impressive from both of them. Olivia Sparks and Rose Talbert both
agree.
Putting in great performances this weekend in their respective events. Also in these relays that we just got to witness.
Yeah. I like Alex Adams had a great weekend. She scoring points in relays and getting seconds and thirds.
And she won the 100.
Yeah, won the 100 outright. I mean, she had a great weekend.
Yeah, and also the Braden Wilkins won the 1 and the 2. Feels like we barely talked about that.
Yeah.
On the men's side.
Very true. Yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot of people that you could shout out that had a really good weekend.
Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to parse through some of these awards this year, because I feel like there might be 5 or 6 people in each category that are deserving.
The track athlete of the year, the field athlete of the year, freshman of the year. You know, there's a lot of that stuff. This is going to take a moment.
In years past, I feel like they've been fairly clear, okay, this person deserves this award. Yeah. This year, I don't know how I give almost any of them to.
Yeah. I feel like the only one that I have like a strong conviction toward is actually the coaching staff of the year for the men, and I would give that, I would sprint that over to the Anderson coaching staff in a heartbeat. The way they were able to turn their team around over these past couple years, and going from who knew what they were going to be at the start of this indoor season to 3rd place in this conference meet this weekend. Everything seemed to go their way, and they had a great weekend and ended up in 3rd.
One other person I'd be remiss if I didn't say her name, Narendra Simakula, had a great weekend.
Yeah.
She shined out this week.
Yep, so it's going to be real interesting to see what these coaches think.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I mean,
I'm sure that once we have some time to think about it, me and Prescott will have our own thoughts on what the awards are, and we'll put those on the pod for sure in our recap.
Hey,
of this
one more
meet.
shameless plug. What's it called? Where can they find it?
It's called Off the Mark Podcast. You can find it on Spotify or on Apple Music. It is just basically Tim and I yucking it up about track every week at the HCAC conference. And one little piece of information here to try and get the parents involved. We originally started this so that if you're a parent watching your kid run or your kid compete in this conference, you can have a better idea of what's going on. So I'm not saying that all good parents listen to our podcast, but I know a lot of good parents who do.
There you are.
Just throwing it out there.
There are parent-approved podcasts. I'll tell you what, just looking at it today, this morning, before we went on the air, the names are catchy, so if the names of the podcast don't reel you in, I don't know what will.
We do a good job with those, I think, because we do get a little off topic here and there, and we tend to make our titles off of something that we said in the podcast that does not sound related to track at all. I promise it all ties together. I do.
Well, and like we said, we talked earlier, the names of those things kind of happen naturally in the course of your day. You hear something, you're like, that'd be a great title. So hopefully you guys can keep growing your audience and continue, because this is a great topic. It's real easy to talk about good people.
Couldn't agree more. It's a really easy podcast to make, and we have so much fun doing it.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for advancing the HCAC conference. Also, again, thank you to HCAC TV for this weekend's broadcast. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Jerry Cooper, our director, our fearless leader, Coach Keith Myers, our cameramen, Mr. Thacker, and Hezekiah. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe. So those guys did a great job, still doing a great job as we speak. So we'd be remiss if we didn't thank all those people that bring this to you. Again, just awesome performances. I mean, it just keeps getting better and better every year, does it not?
Yeah. I had been holding this in, but I think I'm gonna officially say I do believe genuinely we are in the golden age of HCAC track and field. I don't think there's ever been a better time in this conference in its history. We've had some great athletes in this conference before, like USA-level athletes in this conference. But from top to bottom, I think this is the most interesting that this conference has been in its history. And it's only going to get more so over these next couple of years with how these teams are progressing.
Did either of you guys have a chance to see how many records were set this weekend?
I don't have the number on me. It was a fair amount.
Yeah, just off the top of my head, I know we had the shot put record went down, right?
Men's shot put.
For men's.
Women's 4x4 just went down as well.
Went down, yeah.
Women's 4x1 also went down.
Yeah, so I mean, there's 3 at least.
And men's 4x1.
Yeah,
so
that's
relays,
insane.
killing it.
Yeah, relays are all. And that just goes to your comment of depth in this conference is as good as it's ever been. When you see 2 and 3 relays, get dropped, records go down. That tells you about the depth of this conference.
Yep, and we just hope that you guys all appreciate how much history we did watch this weekend.
Yeah.
So many of these marks that we saw were also maybe not conference records, but they were on conference top 10 lists. I'm sure we'll end up putting a list together of that and make sure we put that on somewhere. But there were just so many great historical
we'll just give a couple more minutes here to get seated and get situated.
And a lot of people,
and then we'll have the final results.
Adding their name to
for our
the
individual
top
athlete
50
ceremony,
list
we will call
in
you
Division
up
3
one by
this weekend.
one as you are up on the
several
podium.
of them getting into that
so
top
you can sit
20
with your team,
rare
and
air.
once you are recognized, if you are on the podium, you can walk forward and receive your medals.
I believe you said the top 24 athletes go on to that.
Yeah, the top 22 will go on.
Or 22, okay.
Yep. And it'll be great to see because we're definitely going to have more than a few.
Yeah, this conference will definitely be represented in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. All expenses paid trip to Stevens Point. What did we say that was May 21st and 22nd?
Yeah.
Is that when that conference meet is?
When that national championship is, yeah.
Or national championship, excuse me. That'd be interesting. I would get in the car and go up there to watch a D3 Natty and just see how it goes.
It's a great time.
Yeah.
They're super fun. Loved the outdoor one that I got to go to.
Yeah, where was that held?
That one was in Myrtle Beach.
Ooh.
So
Coastal Carolina?
Yeah, or no, not at Coastal.
Okay,
not at Coastal. But it was at another. There was another great track facility there.
Nice.
And that one was awesome.
I forget that Coastal Carolina is actually in Murrells Inlet, South Carolina, just down the highway from Myrtle Beach. So I was a little off on my mapping. Yeah, that would be impressive to get to go to South Carolina to compete in an outdoor national championship. I would eat that up. So everybody getting ready. You see all the athletes, all the teams sitting here on the front stretch of the track waiting for the award ceremony.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're awaiting our final results from the HCAC awards as well as our team champions, we're going to go ahead and catch up on our individual champions. I have a few of those to give away, and we're going to start with the men's 100-meter dash finals. Again, athletes, you can stay seated, and the top three, you can move forward to the podium. You'll have Hannah hand you your medal, and then you can step up there as called. Finishing in 8th place today in the men's 100-meter finals, Pace Morel of Rose-Hulman. In 7th place from Manchester, Gentry Oliver. In 6th place from Franklin, Miles Baker. In 5th place from Manchester, Kenneth Thread. In 4th place from Hanover, Brandon Bensuda. And your top three finishers, finishing in 3rd place, representing Mount St. Joseph in a time of 10.9, Diego Yun. Finishing in 2nd place in a time of 10.88 from Hanover, Anthony Lloyd. And your 2026 HCAC champion in the men's 100-meter dash in a time of 10.86, representing Franklin, Braden Wilkins. Next up on the podium, we'll have the women's 100-meter final results. In 8th place today was Rose-Hulman's Rose Talbert. In 7th place from Manchester, Anna Josa. In 6th place from Rose-Hulman, Ileana Hernandez. In 5th place from Mount St. Joseph, Sydney Williams. In 4th place from Franklin, Amani Bird. And your top three finishers. In 3rd place in a time of 12.76, representing Manchester, Coco Trulove. In 2nd place in a time of 12.73, also from Manchester, Jayana Blakely. And your 2026 HCAC champion in the women's 100-meter dash from Rose-Hulman in a time of 12.49, Alex Adams. Next up are the results of the men's 400-meter hurdle finals. Finishing in 8th place, representing Rose-Hulman, Finley Hightower. Finishing in 7th place from Mount St. Joseph, Christian Sumner. In 6th place from Rose-Hulman, Spencer Cruz. In 5th place, representing Manchester, Chris Renee. In 4th place, from Berea, Jalen Drummer. And your top 3 finishers in the men's 400-meter hurdles. In 3rd place, in a time of 57:11 from Franklin, Russell Vololovec. Finishing in 2nd place in a time of 56:94, representing Bluffton, Quincy Reese. And your 2026 HCAC champion in the men's 400-meter hurdles, representing Berea in a time of 55:09, Robert Russell. Next up are the results of the women's 400-meter hurdle finals. In 8th place today, representing Rose-Hulman, Diana Stern. In 7th place, representing Berea, Lily Ariola. In 6th place, from Rose-Hulman, Ella Schultz. In 5th place, from Anderson, Katie Rittberger. In 4th place, representing Manchester, Ava Egolf. And your top 3 finishers in 3rd place in a time of 1:09.74 from Rose-Hulman, McKenna Bessler. In 2nd place in a time of 1:09.70 from Transylvania, Peyton Tan. And your 2026 HCAC champion of the women's 400-meter hurdles, representing Transylvania with a time of 1:05.99, Jatasia Pinkney. Next up on the podium, we have the men's 200-meter final results. Finishing in 7th place today, representing Rose-Hulman, Pace Morel. In 6th place, from Berea, Thomas Vaughn. In 5th place, from Hanover, Blaine Eisen. In 4th place, representing Rose-Hulman, Andrew Shields. And your top 3 finishers. Finishing in 3rd place and representing Hanover in a time of 21:99, Brandon Bensuda. In 2nd place, representing Manchester in a time of 21:71, Kenneth Red. And your 2026 HCAC champion in the men's 200-meter dash in a time of 21:42 from Franklin, Braden Wilkins. Our next results come from the women's 200-meter dash finals. Finishing in 8th place, Hannah Cox of Transylvania. In 7th place, from Rose Holman, Narendra Samakula. In 6th place, from Rose Holman, Ileana Hernandez. In 5th place, from Manchester, Coco Truelove. In 4th place, from Franklin, Alexandria Mast. And your top 3 finishers in 3rd place in a time of 25:54, representing Rose Holman, Alex Adams. In 2nd place, also representing Rose Holman in a time of 25:22, Rose Talbert. And your 2026 HCAC champion in the women's 200-meter dash in a time of 24:76, representing Transylvania, Olivia Sparks. Our next results come from the field in the men's shot put. Finishing in 8th place was Hayden Scott of Transylvania. In 7th place, Brian McCutcheon of Mount St. Joseph. In 6th place, representing Manchester, Alex Trusty. In 5th place, representing Anderson, Isaiah Buchanan. In 4th place, also from Anderson, Keon Simmons. And your top 3 finishers in the men's shot put. In 3rd place with a throw of 15.44 meters from Rose Holman, Antoine Cooper. In 2nd place with a throw of 15.76 meters from Anderson, Michael Swigert. And your 2026 HCAC champion in the men's shot put with a throw of 17.46 meters from Hanover, Tommy Wilmoth. Our next results come from the women's 5,000 meters. Finishing in 8th place today, representing Bluffton, Sarah Smith. In 7th place, from Hanover, Jennifer Guevara. In 6th place, representing Manchester, Cadence Fox. In 5th place, from Earlham, Cleo Saltz. In 4th place, from Hanover, Callie Swickman. And your top 3 finishers. In 3rd place, from Mount St. Joseph in a time of 18:22.43, Amanda Zerhusen. In 2nd place, in a time of 18:09.70, representing Manchester, Ayla Cashdollar. And your 2026 HCAC champion in the women's 5,000 meters, representing Transylvania in a time of 17:58.65, Ella Detchen. And the results of our final events on the track today. Next up is the men's 4x400 meter relay. Finishing in 8th place today was Bluffton. In 7th place, Manchester. In 6th place, Mount St. Joseph. In 5th place, Hanover. In 4th place, Transylvania. And your top 3 teams in the men's 4x4. In 3rd place, in a time of 3:25.15, the team from Rose-Hulman. In 2nd place, in a time of 3:25.13, the team from Anderson. And your 2026 HCAC champions in the men's 4x400 meter relay in a time of 3:22.76, Berea. All right, and our final results of the day come from the women's 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place, Hanover. In 7th place, Earlham. In 6th place, Franklin. In 5th place, Mount St. Joseph. In 4th place, Manchester. And your top 3 teams in 3rd place in a time of 4:08.12, the team from Rose-Hulman. Finishing in 2nd place in a time of 4:01.97, Berea. And your 2026 HCAC champions in the women's 4x400 meter relay in a time of 3:56.91, the team from Transylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the individual awards for the day. And we're going to have our special awards here in just a few moments. Sit tight. We'll have those presented by Commissioner Jay Jones here in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll once again direct your attention back to the podium as we have some special awards to give away for this year's championships. And here to present the awards on behalf of the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference is HCAC Commissioner Jay Jones. The HCAC recognizes a newcomer of the year, the student athlete in their first year of athletic eligibility who earns the most points. The female newcomer of the year for 2026, representing Transylvania, Ella Detjen. In the 2026 Male Newcomer of the Year Award, representing Franklin, Joe Johnson. The HCAC also recognizes 4 major awards. These awards are voted on by the league coaches and recognize the top performers across the championships. We'll start with the most outstanding female jumps athlete of the year, representing Earlham, Issa Sloan. The 2026 Most Outstanding Male Jumps Athlete of the Year, representing Manchester University, Kenneth Red. The Most Outstanding Female Throws Athlete of the Year, representing Manchester University, Abby Kohler. The 2026 Most Outstanding Male Athlete of the Year for throws from Anderson, Michael Swigert. The Most Outstanding Female Distance Athlete of the Year for 2026, representing Manchester, Chesney Miller. The Most Outstanding Male Distance Athlete of the Year, also representing Manchester, Gavin Byerly. The Most Outstanding Female Sprinter and Hurdler Athlete of the Year, representing Transylvania, Olivia Sparks. And the 2026 Most Outstanding Male Sprinter Hurdler Athlete of the Year, representing Franklin, Braden Wilkins. The Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference also recognizes an Assistant Coach of the Year. Congratulations to the 2026 Women's Assistant Coach of the Year, representing Manchester, Ben Villafuerte. And our 2026 Men's Assistant Coach of the Year, representing Anderson, Chuck Foga. And finally, the HCAC recognizes a Coach of the Year for both the men's and the women's programs. Congratulations to our 2026 Women's and Men's Coach of the Year, representing Rose-Hulman, Shane Mills. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to read our final results. First, we would like to recognize the participating teams in the men's competition. In 10th place was Earlham with 12 points. In 9th place with 28 points, Bluffton. In 8th place with 32 points, Transylvania. In 7th place with 41 points, Berea. In 6th place with 44 points, Mount St. Joseph. In 5th place with 86 points, Franklin. In 4th place with 89 points, Hanover. And in 3rd place with 94 points, Anderson. And I would like to honor the women's participants. In 10th place with 20 points was Bluffton. In 9th place with 26.5 points, Hanover. In 8th place with 27.5 points, Anderson. In 7th place with 42 points, Berea. In 6th place with 45 points, Earlham. In 5th place with 47 points, Franklin. In 4th place with 67 points, Mount St. Joseph. And in third place with 95.5 points, Transylvania. At this time, we would like to recognize the HCAC Championship runners-up. First on the men's side, with 144 points, Manchester University. And our women's runner-up, with 200.5 points, Rose Holman. And now your 2026 HCAC champion in the men's track and field with 204 points, the Rose Holman Institute of Technology Fighting Engineers. And now your 2026 HCAC Women's Outdoor Track and Field Champions with 206 points, Manchester University. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for your attendance at the 2026 HCAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Congratulations to all of our winners and our participants. We want to thank you for your support of the HCAC and NCAA Division III Track and Field. Thanks for your attendance, and please drive home safely. Good night.
All right, folks, that'll do it for our broadcast here in Lexington, Kentucky at Transylvania University. We just wanted to say a quick thank you for all that tuned in. Also, reminder, May 7th, the HCAC softball and baseball tournaments. The top 6 teams will compete in that. That'll be held in Kokomo, Indiana. For Prescott Brackett and for Tim Yunt, I'm Jason Schanzel. Thanks again for tuning in, folks. Please have a great rest of your weekend.